Live for your home, that's what the father always told our protagonist. The meaning of that is that he didn't want him to desire anything and always be a shadow of his older brother. Our hero falls to the ground and the soldiers around say they never imagined that it was possible for one person against so many knights. A long-haired guy says it's expected from the brother of that person. Cheyenne leaks. The guy in front of him is Boris, who gives a twisted smile while Xian asks who sent him. With daggers in hand, he wants to know if it was the Emperor. Seeing him activate the power, Boris says that mist is disgusting, and he's an assassin from the Mist group. Because of this, he will be eliminated for affiliating with the heretics. Shen wishes him good luck to try to get out of here alive, but Boris tells him that he has already placed a barrier of 9 stars in this place. The protagonist knows he has to get out of there urgently and find out who caused the incident with his brother, telling Boris that he will break any barrier he has raised when suddenly someone says enough Xian. Xian is startled and doesn't know what to say, remembering his father's words. Live for your home and your brother. Eshel is the house itself. The success of the house depends on the success of Eshel. Xian can't believe it. The guy behind it all turns out to be his brother after all. He falls to his knees as Eshel says he must be wondering why he's there. The brother approaches and Xian asks what that means. Eshel says he has done his job very well so far, but for this house and for his own brother, he will release him from sins. Xian can't understand what he did wrong. Looking at his miss, Eshel says that is disgusting and long ago he was no longer human. He shouts at him saying he has been deceiving everyone. Xian thinks about those words and loses his mind. What he's saying doesn't make sense. The difficulties with the Empire's throne, the subjugation of the Demon King's army, the continent unification war. He helped his brother win all of that and conquer everything he has. He punches the ground saying that the life he received he dedicated to this person, but now wants to throw him away after he has come so far, when he worked like a dog for 20 years. Xian says that even if his body breaks, he will give everything he has at this moment, since he can kill him. The soldiers are incredulous at the mana he still has. Transformed, Xian says his brother is shameful, being the only hero and trying to kill a family member. Eshel looks angrily and Xian goes for it. He's easily defending himself while Xian says he only needs one attack. He sees an opportunity and goes for the blow, but hits against a barrier. The fight is not one-on-one and Boris is protecting Eshel, who takes advantage of this to strike a blow to Xian's belly. With the sword in his belly, he says he thought about letting him go easily, but he really showed the dark side in the end. It really is a relief that he never trusted him for a second. He pulls out the sword, kicks Xian, and leaves with the group. Fallen, Xian thinks it's a ridiculous end. It makes no sense to die like this. From one moment to the next, he attacks Eshel again, tells him to die, and puts the dagger to his neck. But an explosion of light sweeps through his body. A voice calls for a young master, and a boy wakes up sweaty in bed. The maid asks how long he's going to sleep, and Shannon asks if it's Emily. Looking at her, he thinks it's been 20 years since they met, but she looks the same as the day he met her. He recognizes the room as the one he lived in when he was younger, and it hits him that he has returned to the time when he was a child. Emily tells him to stop messing up the bed and go to training, and Shannon wonders what training she's talking about. Stating that he's back in the Vert family duchy, he's sure it's the past. Maybe they are memories, but he remembers perfectly. This was on March 1st, 27 years ago, a year before he entered the academy. At the beginning of each month, there was an open training fight for the public. It was an important event even for his father. His opponent was a boy named Krantz Vert, a brother who was also born from another mother, but was the same age as him. His mother, Marguerite, was the official wife of the Duke. Because of this, her son received much more attention. Shin, being the son of an illegitimate wife, was humiliated that day, and that's when his father told him to do nothing and give up. Emily asks why he doesn't give up, while Cheyenne now says he's just going to win quickly, but he hesitates when he realizes that a simple thin sword is extremely heavy for this body. Now he is sure it's not a dream or a memory, but he hadn't heard of magic like this, and wonders if he really went back in time. Krantz says it's incredible that he didn't run away, and when Cheyenne looks at his father, he tells him to start. The brother goes up asking where he's looking, and clearly he's confident it's going to be easy, but Cheyenne wonders why he's so slow. A step to the side and the brother cuts the wind. Krantz says he's a coward and comes to give another attack, but he takes a blow to the hand that makes him drop the sword. A kick to the shin and he writhes in pain, falling to the ground crying. The mother calls for the boy while the father seems interested. Seeing him on the ground, Cheyenne knows that if he puts the blade to his neck, it's over. But he remembers that in the past, this guy tormented him, and the bullying continued even at the academy. So now he has to end him so that he never thinks of doing something like that again. In this second life given to him, he will live for himself. The fight ended with Krantz being completely defeated. The Duke postponed the plans because he wanted to talk to Cyan, and even put one of the knights who worked for him to keep an eye on him. In the corridor, he sees Krantz's mother and is sure she's back from the infirmary. With a mischievous smile, Cheyenne asks if her son's okay. Duchess. She says he is shameless to say that after what he did to his brother. Cheyenne ignores her, saying it's normal for this to happen in training. The Duchess says that's why you don't talk to illegitimate children. Filthy mother, filthy child, and you should have stayed picking up trash from the streets. Cheyenne looks back thinking she crossed the line and wondering if he should kill her. But he smiles, remembering that he knows how to make her suffer gradually, and tells her he will enter the same academy as Krantz, and she asks what he means by that. He wants to know if she doesn't care about her son and his graduation. She frowns and goes to slap him, asking how he dares to say something like that. But the guard protects Cheyenne and apologizes to her. But the Duke calls the boys so they can't linger there. He stares at the Duchess and tells her they are leaving. She remains with a closed face but doesn't have much to say. And Cheyenne did this because he knows the Duke's order is absolute. And the knight there was ordered to protect him. In the room, his father tells him to come in. Cheyenne enters and introduces himself. While he thinks that the last time he met this guy like this was 15 years ago. Duke Wallace Verdit, who tells him to sit. People call him the protector of the continent, the one who with his magical power and military strategies stopped the demon's attack. Even if a whole army of the Demon King wanted to kill him, all he wanted was peace for this continent. But that's just how he was in Cheyenne's memories. Someone who dedicated his whole life to serving people and being an admirable man. The first thing Wallace says is that he noticed he saw the sword and dodged. Cheyenne is confused. But Wallace says that when Krantz attacked him, he saw the trajectory of the sword easily and turned aside to avoid it, and asks when he learned this kind of fencing. Cheyenne is impressed with how attentive he is and says he learned it on his own. Wallace says that as far as he knows, Cheyenne had no interest in fencing or he was hiding his skills. The explanation says he didn't want to stand out too much, while Wallace says it's amazing that he defeated Krantz even acting like that. But he stops and then asks why he hit his brother like that in the end. Cheyenne thinks, is he recognizing me as someone strong? And then says he wanted to prove something. Wallace asks what he wants to prove. Our hero says that even though he is a brother, he wanted to prove that he is better than Krantz. The father begins to laugh and says it's amazing to have such a direct and clear answer like that. He hopes that Cheyenne will one day become a strong ally of Eshel. The name Eshel scares our protagonist, who wonders why he would want to be an ally of that guy. In the end, his father's obsession with Eshel hasn't changed at all. He clenches his fists without saying anything. And Wallace says there's no reward ceremony, but he can ask for something. Cheyenne's plan is very obvious. He wants to end everything that Eshel wants to do, so he tells his father that he wants something special. The maid asks if he really wants to go to the front line of war. He says yes and is sure, but she wants to know if he's out of his mind. He has no idea how terrifying that place is. It's full of demons, monsters, and creatures. In the west of the Old Empire, there's a place known as the continent's front line, a battlefield where an endless war against the demon army has been going on for 100 years. Because of this reason, his father, who was hesitant at first, gave a condition. He would have to be qualified enough to go to that place, but Cheyenne didn't exactly know what he meant by that. But one thing is certain, he just has to get stronger and faster as soon as possible. Fortunately, he still has all the battle knowledge from before the regression, and he can feel a bit of demonic power within him, so he just has to train and eventually he'll be able to use it. Suddenly the door opens and someone shouts his name. With a hand on his hip, he recognizes his big sister Elise. Welcome. She grabs him by the collar, and the maid asks where she was while she's asking Cheyenne if he's crazy. She heard that he asked his father to go to the front line while Cheyenne is begging her to let him go. Ellis drops him to the ground and says he's getting too cocky for beating Krantz, and she yells in his face telling him to go to the roof now. Outside the castle, the two meet on a bridge, and Ellis says it will start when he touches the sword, then he just has to resist for 3 minutes and she'll allow him to go to the front line. Cheyenne wants to know if they really need to do that. Ellis ignores him and says she has a question. Is he planning to succeed in the family by any chance? Cheyenne is caught off guard, but he has no interest in that. Before he can answer, Ellis tells him to draw his sword, while Cheyenne thinks he barely regressed and he's already having to fight twice. Without saying anything, Elise goes for it because he touched the sword, which scares him without knowing why. He manages to defend her blow, and she's incredulous that he managed to block that. While Cheyenne is scared that she's really going all out against a brother 7 years younger, she steps back with grace and beauty, while thinking it's impossible for him to have blocked her long sword with that thin rapier. He's already gnashing his teeth thinking it's luck. She says he's apparently better than she thought. Cheyenne realizes he's in trouble now, and she goes for it with a sequence of cuts that's hard for Cheyenne to dodge. She jumps to prepare a vertical attack. Cheyenne manages to defend the shoulder side. Her blade slips past his and ends up going straight for her neck. Ellis is startled and Cheyenne realizes he did something stupid. He spins his arm and they both step back. Standing on the pillar, he thinks it would have been dangerous. If he hadn't moved the sword, he would have killed her now. The assassination techniques he learned are all for instant death. He doesn't know how to fight without killing someone. But she wants to continue this for 3 minutes. It will be dangerous for her. Maybe he could put mana into the blade, but he's already running out of energy. Suddenly, Elise starts chanting, asking the earth and the wind to become her sword. Cheyenne recognizes it immediately as his 6-star magic. Elise's blade starts to glow with the activation of the water blade. Cheyenne is now crying. She really wants to kill me. This wasn't a test. Elise keeps repeating to herself that she can't lose under any circumstances. On the corner of the wall, Cheyenne's problem is that if he reflects her attack, either he'll end up killing her or throwing her off. If that's the case, he jumps towards her. She raises her sword, releasing a beam of light. Cheyenne asks for something to stop hesitating and come out already. As Elise is preparing to deliver the blow, right before impact, a knight enters between them saying enough. He blocks Elise's attack with his sword and grabs Cheyenne by the collar. The impact resonates throughout the castle, and the knight stares Elise down, saying she went too far against the young boy. Cheyenne feels relieved. He had been waiting for this guy to show up, but he took too long. Seeing the blade, Elise seems to regain consciousness. She then rushes and hugs Cheyenne, apologizing, saying she lost control. She cries on his shoulder, saying all she didn't want was for him to go to the front line because she'll be very worried. Embraced by her, Cheyenne thinks she truly is Nanin, a person who studied in one of the S-grade schools and was one of the most highly qualified swordsmen. Moreover, she had a beautiful face and was recognized as the daughter of a god. Everyone thought she would be the next continent's protector alongside Eshel. However, not long after joining the Knights of Light, she got a miserable end. He hugs her, saying he missed her, and at this time he will protect her. Elise asks the knight why he's here if he's the Duke's protector who left. The knight says he's here obeying the Duke's orders to protect the young master. Cheyenne thinks he sensed this guy's presence since he left the office. That's why he was angry he didn't show up. Passing out, he just doesn't understand why his father ordered to protect him in hiding. He then loses consciousness on Elise's shoulder, who smiles, thinking he's still a child. The next day, she returned to the academy and he resumed training to prepare to meet his father. All he could do was push his body to the maximum to increase stamina. However, poor thing is fading. 10 push-ups is the maximum he can handle. Remembering his muscular version, he thinks he'll need drastic measures. Suddenly, Emily enters the room and says Elise sent something for him. However, she says it's too stinky and asks what it is. After Elise attacked him, Shan asked for hellhound blood as a gift of apology. Because of the terrible smell and disgusting appearance, everyone thinks it's poison, but in fact, it has the power to permanently increase the stamina of whoever drinks it. Pinching her nose, Emily asks if he's really going to drink that, and he says yes. Taking a big gulp, he says he's the only one who could eat Emily's food, so this is fine. Already remembering the purple mushroom soup she made and how much worse it was, he smacks the pot on the table and says it was delicious, exuding an aura. Calling for Emily, who wants to know what happened, he looks back with red eyes and says he's going for a walk because he wants to see the effect of the medicine and then leaves the castle. Standing aside, he says he's been wanting to come here for a long time. This was the place he came to when he wanted to be alone. Another day, a revelation from the god of light came to Eshel, his brother, about an ancient temple that was in that place, and Cheyenne was skeptical about it. Leaning against the ground, he says no one knows about the revelation yet. The ground cracks and a red mist starts to emerge. While Cheyenne says what he's about to do, Eshel would never imagine. Looking at the underground passage, Shen wonders if it's time to go. Walking inside, he says it's different from before. This place served the god of light until everything there was devastated. This happened during the Holy War 300 years ago. Cheyenne says a place like that is almost unbelievable. On the altar, he sees a shining sword and recognizes it as the owner of that temple. In the year 999, humans finally managed to drive out the demons from the Empire of Velhas. It was when they discovered artifacts called God's Treasures. One of the artifacts was the sacred sword Drandark, which led humans to war against the demons. The same sword that Eshel used to kill him in that tragic end. Staring at the sword, he imagines it to be related to his regression. He touches it hesitantly, but then lowers his head, saying he knew nothing would happen. He then kicks it in disgust and leaves, saying this sword made him feel like trash. The shadows appear beneath the light, and Cheyenne says he found what he was looking for. Looking at the ground, he says anyone would think that's the shadow of the sword. However, that's not just a shadow there. He touches the ground, saying wherever there's light, there's shadow. Stairs appear, leading to a door in the darkness. Cheyenne opens the door hesitantly. And when he looks at the altar, he finally found what he wanted, the demonic blade Karam. He wields the dagger with an engraved crystal. Then he tells the blade it can wake up now. He continues cutting in all directions, already hesitant seeing that it seems to be sleeping. But it's quite thrilling to cut with the blade he used his whole life, really tasty. Suddenly, a shadow starts emerging from the ground, saying he was a very brave child. She asks Cheyenne if he doesn't know the meaning of taking that dagger, and he says it means it's his now. The shadow keeps growing, saying she can't believe he really woke up a demonic blade. With a macabre smile, she says it's too late. She swoops towards him, shouting that his body now belongs to her. But Cheyenne grabs her by the neck, which confuses her. The face emerges from the shadows, and Cheyenne says he didn't have much to do at that time. The blade asks how he can touch her, and he replies he already said. Now she's his. With pink nails, she sends a slash he manages to dodge, stepping back. The blade takes advantage to get some distance. And boy, this is the strongest weapon I've ever seen a protagonist have around. It's really a danger to society. She asks who he is. Seeing the shadow leaving her body, she wants to know if he's the hare. Or at least she wants to know why he has the hare's energy. And he says yes, he's the hare. Now that he's the master, it's good for her to stay quiet and bow her head. Karam is seething with anger, saying he's just a kid. She attacks him, saying she won't accept this. While defending himself, Cheyenne knows the blade's goal is to steal the user's body, so there won't be much to do. She's about to hit him when he wonders if he should go easy or not. With a smirk, he activates control of the demonic blade. Karam is thrown to the ground, not understanding what happened. Shen warns he'll only say this once. It's good for her to accept it, while he's being nice. Suppressed, Karam wants to know how he's managing to use this ability. Shen activates control of the blade again, burying her head in the ground. Before she can say anything, she activates a few more times. Seeing her buried, he asks if she understands now, and she says she really recognizes him as the master now. He's about to use the power again when she calls him Lord. With that, Cheyenne completed the objective there, and wonders if he should return before they miss him. Karam in his hand says she's eager to feel the fresh air outside, and curious about his name, she asks him. Upon hearing his name, the blade asks if he really was chosen as the hare. Cheyenne says yes, but it was in the past life. Karam is confused about this past life thing, and he says he died once. She's even more confused, thinking he's crazy. As he approaches the sword, she says it's sleeping, and our protagonist warns the owner will appear in 20 years. Karam wants to know how he knows that while he already pulled the blade. Without hesitation, he cuts the handle. She's curious about why that. Cheyenne says he has no idea anymore, and it'll be an interesting future. In the morning, a carriage was leaving the Verde Castle. The promised date as Cheyenne had come very quickly. He introduces himself to his father, who says he wants to ask once more. Is he really determined to go to the front line? Cheyenne says yes, his heart is already there. The father then tells the knight to release the beast. The knight takes a scroll, and Cheyenne wonders if he'll use a summoning spell. He opens a scroll glowing with a red pentagram. A creature with flaming back starts to emerge. Cheyenne recognizes it as a hellhound. Seeing the creature, he assured his father, and the knights prepared this test well for him. Everyone's hands are ready to draw the sword, and he realizes everyone is being cautious with his life. The father warns that everything comes with responsibility, and he must prove his will by passing this test. Hearing the word test, the knight hesitates. He was confused when Shan asked to train against him. Our protagonist said he had 3 days until the test and needed to prepare as best as possible, and he asked the knight for help in practicing combat techniques. The knight said if he wanted to train, he should ask Krantz or someone his age. Shan plays dumb, saying he doesn't know why, but Krantz messes him up every time he sees him. In a difficult situation, the soldier realizes the protagonist smiles when the knight says he'll grant this wish. However, he won't draw his sword, and all he'll do is defend himself. Cheyenne thanked him and asked for just one more thing. He wasn't to inform his father about anything that happened there, and that was an order. Yelkin hesitated, not understanding why he said that, when suddenly Cheyenne lunged towards him. Yelkin managed to defend the first attack. However, he was disbelieving at the strength of a 10-year-old kid. He realized Cheyenne's movements were very fast, vanishing in front of him. Cheyenne was already above him while he wondered where the kid went. He felt something and turned to block the attack. Cheyenne kept striking relentlessly, and after a few attacks he gave up, saying unfortunately he still couldn't beat him. But he told Yelkin it was a great job and thanked him for the help. Almost exhausted, Yelkin said he did a great job too. While he couldn't believe that Skinny Kid was so strong, if what he felt that day is correct, the Kurnigan Master will be able to pass any test given to him. The Hellhound faces Cheyenne and lunges for the attack. He seems calm seeing the creature coming to bite. A slash passes through the Hellhound's eye, causing it to fall to the ground. Looking back, Cheyenne says with his current strength, he needs to finish this as quickly as possible. The Hellhound gets up and he knows he has to end it with this attack. He prepares and suddenly the slash has already passed through the Hellhound's head, completing the blow with a blade throw from the air. The present knights are all startled, while his father smiles. Seeing the carcass on the ground, Cheyenne says it's a waste he let so much blood be lost. But he knows if he starts drinking that, the guys will think he's crazy, so it's better to leave it be. Wallace then comes to congratulate him, saying it was incredible. Since that's the case, they'll meet again on the front lines. Cheyenne thanks his father, while Karen is calling for him. Asking if she's just a kitchen knife, our boy says no, she's a demonic blade. She then wonders why she's not being used. She can only regain her powers by consuming blood. Heading towards the Hellhound, she's begging just for a lick, but Cheyenne tells her not to worry. He'll use her as much as she wants. The northern battlefield is invaded by ogres. The bell tolls, and Wallace warns not to let any escape alive. The soldiers raise their swords, activating the Salvation Prison. A huge shining cross appears on the battlefield, and a magic circle appears at the feet of all the ogres. Ropes of light come out of the circles and bind them, and Wallace orders everyone to attack. With them immobilized, the soldiers seem to easily defeat them. One of the ogres screams as a soldier approaches. He grips the blade tightly, preparing for the attack, and with a single blow, he decapitates the monster. Nearby, Cheyenne and Emily watch the battle, and she's terrified. She asks him why he brought her to a place like this. Cheyenne thinks strangely he missed this place. Wallace asks him what he thinks about being on the front lines, and he says he's kind of nervous. The father warns he can return any time and that he could die in this place, so he better not let his guard down. Cheyenne smiles, saying he'll keep that in mind. On the front lines, death is common, and 3 or 4 battles happen every day. Strategically, the knights try to prevent the advance of the demonic lines, and the tent where Cheyenne is the farthest from everything and the safest. The problem is, now that he's being watched, he can't find a chance to feed Karen. While he wonders if he'll have to wait until night, he asks Emily what she's doing under the covers. She's desperate, saying Duke warned that they could die at any moment. Shannon tells her to pack up and leave then. However, she screams it's impossible, he can't be without her. It's full of demonic monsters here, who will take care of him if she flees. Suddenly, she leaves the tent, saying she'll get something to eat, while Shan wants to ask about the cloak he requested. But she just ignores him. He gets angry because this damn woman never obeys him. Sometime later, he placed a doll of himself in bed thinking maybe that's enough. When Emily asks if he's really going to exercise in this place, she says he's very diligent, and if Duke finds out, he'll be proud. Shan ignores her and says he's leaving and she can sleep there peacefully. He looks back and warns to say he's sleeping if anyone asks anything. At this moment, they need as many soldiers on the front line as possible, so now he can move freely. He activates an ability that allows him to glide with the mists, and he advances to a dangerous area where he finds a group of hellhounds. However, he's excited because there's the perfect place to test Karen, who, when summoned, smells blood, and tells Cheyenne she can't take it anymore. She needs to cut through something. The hellhounds leap towards him, and Cheyenne tells her to feed as much as she wants. With that, he begins to kill the creatures, activating an ability called Furious Mist Storm. After finishing the hellhounds, he pulls the blood from their heads and drinks it. With a crazy look, he says that's what he wants, while Karen is excited. He tells her they'll keep hunting, and she says those creatures are too weak. But Cheyenne warns her not to worry since the night is young, and there's plenty of monsters. Kieran says she's excited. A carriage travels through a mountain, and inside it, a girl with white hair is transported. Inside, the person warns that place is very dangerous, and they should retreat. But the girl says not to treat her like a child. She's a princess of the Empire, and it's her duty to assist the family. And if a woman says anything else, she'll take out her anger on her. The girl then warns that young Master Verdi is also on the front lines and is the same age as her. She asks if Duke had the courage to bring the youngest boy. The friend replies no, actually it was the boy who volunteered. Since they're the same age, they can be friends. But the princess says she's not interested and she's going to sleep. Her friend replies okay. But the princess now wants to know what the name is. The helper replies it's Cheyenne Verti. Under the moonlight, she ponders that name. Meanwhile, harpies are being cut down, and Wallace is giving orders to look after those who were injured. On the battlefield, dozens of harpies and griffins are dead as they're ready to return to base. He looks to the side and someone pulls a sword from atop a harpy. It was Shan who participated in that battle. Wallace asks if he's adjusting well to the front lines. Cheyenne says yes, he's learning a lot every day, and his father warns that he thought you would want to go back home. But he's been here for a while now, and he's very proud. These words leave Cheyenne incredulous, and his father leaves, saying there's something to talk about tomorrow morning. Cheyenne agrees while thinking it's the first time he's seen his father with a proud expression. That same night, Cheyenne went out to hunt once again. What he found was a death worm that normally hides deep in the valleys. Karam told him he looked very tired because he wouldn't let her take over the body, but Cheyenne said she was being too obvious. She insisted, saying the worm's flesh regenerated much faster than he could hit. Despite not wanting to accept it, he knew that was true, and he's been in this place for over a month now, every day drinking the blood of countless demonic creatures, so why can't he do it yet? The worm attacks him once again, and he says there's no chance then. He warns he'll play by Karam's rules for a while now, which she's now happy about, saying it's time to go crazy. Activating the 9th assassination technique, the manifestation of the demonic blade. Numerous cuts appear around the worm while Cheyenne's face is black. It agonizes, and our hero says he'll cut it into pieces. Under the moonlight, he activates the ability, 8 fluttering petals, cutting through the worm with numerous slashes from top to bottom. The worm's mouth explodes, and our boy is demonic. Meanwhile, one of the knights touches the blood of a hellhound and says it hasn't been long since it died. It's Yulkin and Wallace examining the area and say it seems to be the work of the demonic tribe. However, looking at the body, the father says those cuts seem somewhat familiar. Maybe it's déjà vu? Yulkin appears from behind a rock and says he has to see something. Wallace asks what it is when he raises the torch. They see the death worm cut in half, which scares Wallace. He says he can't believe that organization is behind this. The manifestation of the demonic blade hands over his body to Karen, who can now use her maximum power. But if he gets distracted, his mind will also be completely consumed. The next day, he wakes up saying he's crazy for using that power just to kill a simple demonic beast. He gets out of bed saying he was lucky he drank so much blood. Otherwise, his body would have been destroyed. Something Karen says she understands. He looks like a 10-year-old boy, but doesn't speak or act like one. Not to mention it's the first time he's used her. But he seems too familiar. He even knew all the geography of the valley and fought as if he mastered the mist technique for over 30 years. Kieran remembers he said he died once, and now she's sure. He's a regressor, isn't he? Cheyenne says he had explained that very well already, and she just hadn't understood. The poor thing is baffled. She screams at him, saying how is she supposed to understand such a serious matter when he speaks so simply. Cheyenne says explaining is kind of boring. She says by watching the way he fights, it couldn't have been easy to defeat him. With the demonic blade, he must have lost to the bearer of the Drandark, which means he either lost a duel or was betrayed. Remembering the expression he made towards the holy sword, she's sure he was betrayed. She says if he's back and preparing for revenge, he better remember one thing. If she finds him lazy or weak for a second, she'll devour him on the spot. Shen punches her and tells her to shut up because he's the master. The poor thing falls to the ground all bruised, while he smiles, thinking she really has the same personality as before. He then leaves the tent and looking to the side, he realizes everything is chaotic. Amelia calls for him, and he asks if something happened. Scared, she says today they found the body of a demonic beast at the entrance to the valley. Shen hesitates, afraid they found the body of the death worm. Amelia warns it's been a long time since they found such a high-level beast near the borders. Shen asks if there's anything else to say, and she gets scared. He asked again, did anyone say anything about me, any rumors? Suddenly, a knight appears behind, calling his name. It's Yulkin, who says the Duke wants to talk. Shen knows he's in trouble because yesterday when he was hunting, his father's group suddenly appeared. He had to abandon the Hellhound's bodies without being able to clean anything. All he didn't want was to attract attention before entering the academy, and so he presents himself in his father's tent. Sure, his father already knows everything. His father greets him while Shan hesitates about what he'll say. Wallace tells him to sit, and Shan frowns, wondering how he'll get out of this now. His father says he'll be direct and asks what he was doing last night. Sweating, Cheyenne lies, saying he went to bed early. Wallace seems to believe it for a second, but finds it very strange since the cut on the wolf was very similar to his blade. Is he jumping to conclusions by thinking that? Shannon asks if something is wrong, while Wallace finds it unbelievable that a young boy has done something like that. Shannon calls his father again, who asks if he heard about what happened last night, and he warns that they still need to investigate, but it seems to be something from the Mist organization. Hesitant, Shannon asks, Mist. His father explains that it's an organization that has existed since ancient times, and they don't know its goal. But they have massacred countless nobles under the pretext of purification. Only that suddenly they disappeared. The last time they were seen was 300 years ago, but the same mist was present at the Death Worm, and that residue of power is only left by those who venerate the god of the mist. In his speculation, whoever killed the worm belongs to the mist. Cheyenne is impressed that he managed to track down an organization that disappeared 300 years ago with just that. Wallace says he doesn't know why they disappeared, but he tells him to be cautious and he will report it to the Empire. Our protagonist is relieved. It seems he will be able to escape suspicion. While his father thinks it doesn't make sense to connect such a young boy to all this, and he tells him that the discussion is over. And then he asks if he heard about the visit coming today. Cheyenne says he heard it was someone from the royalty. His father approaches, saying yes, and then he wants to ask him for a little favor. Sweating, Cheyenne is curious about this favor. A knight sounds a signal announcing the arrival of your majesty. Wallace and everyone on the battlefield bow and welcome the Emperor. The Emperor, who looks like a pale vampire, says hi to Wallace. He approaches him and says they are old friends. No need to be formal. Then he asks if the boy next to him is his son. Cheyenne introduces himself and says he's the youngest of the Vert family. The Emperor tells Wallace it's amazing to see that his son is on the front line. Really, his kids are extraordinary. The favor the father asked Cheyenne for was to introduce himself as his son, because in his past life he always stayed hidden and nobody even knew he existed. The Emperor then says it was the perfect time for him to introduce himself as well. A shoe descends from the carriage and she introduces herself as Erin Severus, the 5th princess of the Empire. Cheyenne remembers that she was known as the Unlucky Princess. One of the favors his father asked for was to escort the girl. He was confused because he wasn't very strong and wanted to know why his father asked for that. His father explained that it was just for him to keep her company since they would be entering the same academy and are the same age. Cheyenne remembers that in his past life he saw her at the academy while changing classes a few times. Wallace explained that it's always good to know someone from the royal family, and even though she won't be staying here for long, it's a good opportunity. Our protagonist thought he wasn't very interested, but he understood his father's intentions. He wanted him to have a relationship with her like his father has with the Emperor. However, Cheyenne says that his father chose the wrong person since that girl wouldn't serve his purpose. He sighs, saying he can't reveal the reason since only he knows the future. As inconvenient as it may be, for now he will have to follow these requests. As they walked with the troops, Erin asked why the lake was red. Cheyenne explained that it was the blood lake and there was no special reason for that color. The injured creatures jump into it to recover mana, and because of that, it has that color. Erin asks if it's red, then why are there a lot of monster remains, and Cheyenne says that's basically it. She then asks what's at the end of it. Cheyenne says there's a demon kingdom there, and she wants to know if there's a demon king there. Our boy warns that if the lake continues, she will find the king in flesh and bone. He's teasing her for asking such a silly question. Suddenly, they see a flash of light. A yellow smoke cuts through the sky, and Erin asks what that is. Cheyenne says a golden light means the entry of demonic creatures. She gets scared, asking if they've already arrived, while Wallace orders everyone to protect the majesty and that they are going to the 3rd outpost. The Emperor says he's disappointed, and Wallace asks what he means by that. The Pale One then draws his sword and says he's not here just for a visit, it's because he was already bored and missing the battle. Wallace lowers his head, saying he understands, and the Emperor tells his group that they will assist the eradication team in getting rid of the creatures. Wallace calls Cheyenne to go too, who responds immediately. Erin is confused and asks if he's really going to fight against the creatures. He says yes, he's here in the background, but he always fights on the front line. She says she wants to go with him too. He questions what she's doing, while she says they're the same age, so there's no problem. But Cheyenne warns that the battlefield is not a playground. But she's insistent, saying it doesn't matter, she wants to go. He then calls Yulkin, who appears behind her, and says he'll take her to the safest area possible. She turns around and Yulkin says, "Come with me, princess." Yelling at Cheyenne, she says he's insolent and for treating a princess of the Empire like that. Approaching, he warns that her dilly-dallying here will cause a lot of people to die on the front line. Will she take responsibility for that? She starts crying. After all, she's just a child. He then turns away and tells her to leave soon and stop being a spoiled brat. The three remain silent. In the battlefield, the soldiers are being absorbed by what seems like demonic slugs. Wallace raises his sword and tells them to return to formation. He points in a direction and says they should protect the majesty and kill all those creatures. With a war cry, the soldiers enter the battle. Dion Severus had 2 wives, one named Anna, who had already died, and another known as Cassandra, who was the current ruler of the empire. The first wife bore 2, and the second 2 more. But the 5th princess was born from a peasant woman, so everyone looked down on her. Still, she did not submit to anyone. As a descendant of the imperial family, she fulfilled all her obligations and studied more than anyone else. However, many were against her. With false accusations, they expelled her from the imperial palace and she was taken to an isolated place, thus receiving the title of Unlucky Princess. Karam asks if that's what he heard from his father in his past life. Cheyenne says when it comes to politics and reign, things are like that, while the electric slugs are being cut on the battlefield. Watching from afar the explosions, he recognizes that the Emperor is really amazing. He plants the sword in the ground and activates a sacred ray, easily defeating all the slugs around him. Cheyenne heard that this guy's magic reaches 8 stars. If he hadn't become Emperor, he would be the president of the Magic Council. Obviously, these medium creatures are nothing to him. A while later, Wallace and the Emperor are drinking together, talking about the old times. The Emperor talks about the current state of the Empire. In recent years, many nobles have been murdered and tension is rising. Wallace says this probably has something to do with it. The Emperor reveals that all the murdered nobles were considered corrupt officials, and a black mist is being found in all the crimes. Does he know anything about it? Wallace says that the followers of the Black Mist seem to have restarted their activities, since he also found something near the base. The Emperor says that could be the case, but they will have to investigate a little more. He even wanted to thank these guys for getting rid of these trash, but this is increasing the tension in the Empire too much. and there's something that particularly caught his attention. One of the nobles said that the fifth princess was involved in these incidents. Wallace asked, are people trying to connect her to this? The emperor says he knows it doesn't make sense to blame a child and asks Wallace to take care of his daughter if he dies. Wallace makes the oath of this promise and the emperor thanks him. That night it was raining in the tents and Emily was asking if he really did that. Cheyenne just ignored it, saying he was leaving. But Emily wanted to know if he really said those things to the princess. This way, he'll never be able to get married, he'll live a lonely life. Cheyenne told her to forget about it, he was going out to train, and she asked if he was really going in this rain. He told her not to worry and go to sleep, only Erin was clearly already there. Emily got a scare and asked who she was. She lowered her hood and asked if he was going somewhere. But if he's not busy, she wanted to talk about something. Seeing the princess, Emily's eyes even sparkled. Erin asked how long they had been there and Cheyenne said it had been over a month. However, he wants to know her reason for being there. She hesitated without saying anything and both asked Emily to leave him alone, who was already smiling mischievously. And she left saying they should enjoy the tent. Cheyenne knows he's 40 and not at all interested in her. Erin apologizes for what happened that morning. Awkwardly, Cheyenne says he also acted wrong and she laughs, saying she would have done the same. She says she knows he is recognized by those around him, unlike her. Cheyenne didn't imagine she had that kind of personality. She says she knows he goes to school and wants to be his friend. However, Cheyenne interrupts her, apologizes, and says unfortunately he can't help her. If she's here to get closer to him, it's better for her to leave. She lowers her head, saying she only said that so they could get closer, but he's very cruel. Does he think she's just a princess by title? Cheyenne says nothing. Crying, she says she understands now. From his perspective, he can't gain anything by getting close to her and apologizes for wasting his time. Maybe she made a mistake thinking they could have a conversation, but he's completely different from Lord Eschel. Hearing that name gives Cheyenne a fright. He turns and grabs her arm, but she tells him to let go and asks why he's acting like that. Cheyenne asks her how she knows about his older brother. She says she met him when she visited the academy last year, and he told her to continue being that strong princess. Knowing his brother's nature very well, he knows it doesn't make sense for him to be giving advice. This means his manipulation has already begun at this moment. Cheyenne then says he'll give her some advice. But suddenly, the tent starts shaking. Emily enters suddenly and tells them to run. But a pillar is almost crushing them already. The explosion happens and Emily is thrown from the tent. From afar, everyone sees a giant ogre and recognizes it as the young master's tent. Emily is desperate, crying for the two, while the ogre raises its club. The emperor asks what he means by that, and at night informs that the tent where Princess Erin was has been attacked by a high-level creature. He then orders to bring all the troops from the battlefront. While wanting to know who she encountered in such a dangerous place, the giant ogre continues to destroy the entire back part of the base, and hidden there, Cheyenne can't believe there's an ogre in that part, a type of creature that only appears in the depths of the valley. He's wondering if maybe it's his fault when Emily calls for him. She's crying, saying she thought he was dead. Remembering the moment of impact, he managed to grab Erin and dodge the blow. Obviously, someone who subdued the Demon King's army wouldn't die to an ogre. Erin asks if the knights will be okay, and Emily reassures her that everything is fine, and they are very strong. But she cries, saying if she weren't there, this wouldn't have happened. It's all her fault. The knights say it's okay, their duty is to protect them. Smiling, one of them says she can trust that they will give their lives. However, Cheyenne warns him to run, and an ogre's hand is coming from behind. The poor guy is crushed and coughs up blood. Soon he's lifted by the giant ogre who is on the backs of the two. Cheyenne tells the princess to stay on his back, and the ogre seems to smell something. He recognizes it as he thought, and these monsters are there because of him. He's going to tell Emily to grab the princess and run, but before he finishes, she already grabbed her and ran off. The poor guy thinks the girl is fast even when it's time to run away. The ogre is coming to crush him, and he won't be able to use the demon blade so that no one suspects him. He's curious why these creatures are hunting him and what smell they're sensing. Karam says to him that he's been drinking the blood of many demon creatures, and now for the monsters, he has a terrible smell that attracts them. Cheyenne gets angry. The damn sage knew this and didn't tell him. She smiles, asking if he forgot that all she wants is his body. He grabs her and tightens his grip, turning her into the dagger who wants to know what he's doing. Shen realizes he won't have an option. He'll have to go all out against this beast. He throws himself, saying he doesn't care, and the ogre comes swinging. With one swift movement, he manages to tear the creature's arm off. Then he appears behind its neck and slices it as well. The boy's got swag, and with just 2 cuts, the beast is lying dead on the ground. He says now it's just a matter of killing the curious ones. In front of him, there's a bunch of creatures that make Karam say she's very excited for this festival. However, he gets a shock when a demonic dragon appears. The dragon roars to the skies, and Karam tells him not to be afraid. It's still just a little one. Shan immediately activates the manifestation of the demon blade. Pointing the dagger, he says it needs to devour him. Meanwhile, the army is facing the ogres that invaded the base. The Emperor and Wallace have just killed the last one, and he asks if there's any trace of the princess. Wallace apologizes, saying she was in his son's tent, and the Emperor says he must be worried about his son. He replies that no, he doesn't have to worry about that creature. The important thing is the princess. The Emperor is shocked. Wow, this father is cruel. Suddenly, someone informs them that they found Princess Erin, and she comes to speak with her father. He asks if she's hurt, and she says no, but he needs to hurry to save him. Young Master Cheyenne is in danger because of her. He tells her to calm down and explain properly. Wallace asks Emily if she's Cheyenne's maid, and she confirms. He then tells her to explain quickly what happened. Trembling, Emily explains that Cheyenne drew the attention of the creatures so the princess could escape. Wallace doesn't say anything. and one of the knights says he remembers the location. If they have the command, they can go there to rescue him. The Emperor yells at Wallace, wanting to know why he hasn't ordered them to go already. But Wallace says they won't go. The Emperor and Erin are shocked, asking what he's talking about. Wallace says the recovery of His Highness is the priority. If this place falls, the entire demonic beasts will invade the Empire. They first need to rebuild the base because that's how they'll prevent further losses. Emily then asks what they'll do with the young master. Wallace says the boy has already fulfilled his obligation by evacuating the princess, and that's how things work in the Vert house. The Emperor and Erin observe him saying that, while she thinks again it's all her fault. Suddenly, they hear a roar in the sky, and when Erin looks up, the dragon is passing by. However, she's incredulous when she sees our boy holding onto its tail and being carried away. In this world, dragons are the closest creature to the gods, besides being considered the most evolved living existence. Normally, it's an honor to meet such a noble creature, so why is it flying so close to these people? Erin screams for him, and the Emperor asks Wallace what his son is doing there. Wallace is silent, and the Emperor keeps asking why he's not doing anything. While up there, Cheyenne doesn't know what he's doing. He just wanted to drink a bit of blood, but now things have gotten complicated. As soon as the dragon appeared, he challenged it. He saw a bunch of weak monsters attack him and sent them flying to the front. He used the Furious Mist ability and cut through the entire battlefield. He approached the dragon and realized it really wasn't an adult yet. But the dragon prepared an attack and the boy got scared. The explosion happened and a laser cut through the battlefield. He managed to dodge, and by the dragon's head, he told it it's just a baby. So how does it have the courage to spit on him when they meet? He sent a slash that hit the dragon right in the eye. He was floating midair, and the dragon took advantage to attack him head-on. When he was about to be pierced, he smirked and activated the mist blade, using the 8 fluttering peels to cut the dragon from various directions. The beast fell and exploded the entire ground, and he felt that it really was impossible to kill a dragon. His shoulders were already done. But now that on the ground, it's time for the final blow. The dragon flaps its wings to create distance, and Cheyenne knows it's going to use the laser again. However, when he looked, the dragon was fleeing in fear, flapping its wings. Cheyenne jumped towards it, shouting, "You won't escape, you coward." And that's how he ended up hanging onto the beast. The problem is that when he glanced down, everyone could see him. So how will he explain this? Kieran asks why he's acting like a statue, and he asks if she doesn't see everyone down there. Karen was angry, saying that she'll have to use her now that she's invoked her. But Cheyenne says that if he does anything demonic, he'll be stopped. She shouts, "So what will you do, kid?" He says he's thinking and tells her to shut up. Down below, Wallace begins to conjure a light magic. Cheyenne recognizes instantly that it's an 8-star attack. He can't believe his father would attack his own son like this. And that's exactly what he does as he raises his sword to the heavens. Cheyenne is desperate, wondering what kind of father he has. But the dragon descends toward the swords and starts dodging everything. He says it's good work by the dragon, congratulating his friend and telling him not to take it. The problem is another one appears behind him. Coming almost in his face, he already knows he can't dodge this one. It hits his leg where he was clinging, and Cheyenne is thrown. As he falls, he's sad thinking he lost his lunchbox. While Karen is telling him to protect himself, he falls headfirst. Our guy says he can't use any mist technique. She comes at him, telling him to stop being cautious or he'll die like this. He tells her to shut up, he's thinking. In the end, he really won't die, and she can't believe he's going to do this. Until he has an idea. Down below is the Red River. He says he has no choice but there. Someone from afar observes the dragon fleeing and says it's rare to see such a sight. The guy behind him says it's just a kid who must have gotten lost from the group. The silver-haired guy points in a direction and asks if there are demons there. But the friend responds that there, in fact, is the human region. He looks at the horizon and gets curious, saying that dragons shouldn't be defeated by humans. Staying silent for a second, the guy with glasses asks if anything happened. He points, saying he feels a strange energy coming from that direction, almost familiar. The friend responds that they can go check it out. However, he's forbidden from annihilating absolutely everything out of boredom. He spreads his wings and says it's okay, he won't cause any trouble, and he flies off saying he'll be right back. Meanwhile, Shine is emerging from the blood lake. He throws himself onto the rock, cursing up to the 10th generation, and he asks Karen if she's alive. Karen, all slimy, tells him not to talk to her. She's contemplating how to kill him. He says he'll give her a little wash when they get back, and she says okay then. But she tells him to wake up to reality. They're in the demon realm. Cheyenne tells her not to worry. It's very rare to find a high-level demon in this place. Someone behind him says he knew he would find something interesting. Cheyenne is startled. This is a voice I'll never forget. The demon behind him asks if he's a human, and Cheyenne knows he's the demon king Valkyrian. He remembers that in the past, this guy said the same thing, that Cheyenne was as if evil had gathered in one person. Valkyrian asks why he's not answering. Is he not human, by any chance? In an instant, he's on his back, asking if he really wants a fight. Cheyenne is startled and turns, but Valkyrian easily dodges. But he managed to cut a tiny strand of hair. Leaving him impressed, he says that indeed races have endless possibilities. Karen asks him who he is, and the protagonist replies that he's the Demon King. She says if he's the Demon King, he has no chance of winning. He knows it's impossible. The best option would be to escape from there. However, his hand is trembling and he wonders if he can do that. But he's surprised when Valkyrian tells him to relax. He thinks he came here to fight a kid, for God's sake, and lies on the ground saying, "Do you really think I'm going to hit a child?" Cheyenne is all confused there, wondering why this guy is lying down. Valkyrian says he will ask one more time if he's a human. Cheyenne says yes, and Valkyrian wants to know how he ended up there. Our protagonist explains that he was carried by the sea, and the guy says it seems to be his first time in the realm, right? However, he senses strange energy and asks Cheyenne what he is. He says he's just a normal human. Valkyrian says he says that, but it seems like he knows who he is. Our guy says it doesn't make sense. It's the first time they've met. Valkyrian stretches his arms, saying it might be because it's the first time he's seen a human too. He then asks why he came here while wondering why this guy is so calm. Valkyrian says he felt a strange energy while he was walking around. He says that as the Demon King, he needs to keep an eye on the lands he rules. Valkyrian then gets up and tells Cheyenne to repeat what he said. Cheyenne says, "You're the Demon King who keeps an eye on the lands he rules." He points to his face and says he's not surprised. Now he's sure he's been seen somewhere. What kind of kid reacts like this? Cheyenne knows that the invasion of the demon realm is about to begin, but this guy is completely different from what he knew. What happened to change his attitude so much? So he asks him as the Demon King what he wants to do. Valkyrian smiles, saying he's quite reckless to ask something like that to the Demon King. And then he says it's obvious, right? As long as his subordinates are alive and eating, there's nothing else he can do. But everything changes if someone wants to change that. In that case, he'll end them all. That's his simple obligation as the Demon King. For a moment, Cheyenne felt the same demonic aura from the guy who attacked the Empire the first time. Somehow, he has to prevent that from happening. He then asks Valkyrian if he wants to make a deal and asks what it is. Cheyenne says that in the future, something will happen to him, an incident that will put all his subordinates at risk. Valkyrian asks him to explain properly the nonsense he's talking about. He explains that he doesn't know exactly how it will happen, but it will be an incident that will become the catalyst to start the war against humanity. Valkyrian crosses his arms, asking if he really thinks he, the Demon King, would attack his land. And Cheyenne says that's why he wants to make a deal so that no matter what happens, at least he won't start a war. Valkyrian says he has no idea what he's talking about, but if he accepts it, what does he gain from it? The protagonist says that no matter what happens, he will help the Demon King. Approaching him, Valkyrian says he seems to know something. He's sweating, and Valkyrian asks him his name. After introducing himself, Valkyrian says he will keep that promise as the King of Demons. He flies off, saying it's good for him to keep his as well since this is a deal. And he smiles, saying it's now sealed. After contacting the Demon King, some knights found Cheyenne. Seeing him emerging from the Red Lake, they said it was a miracle. He was still alive. And with that, he received the title of the one who survived the demonic dragon. He was then taken to the monastery on the front lines, a place used as a military hospital. Cheyenne asks someone to repeat what they said. Erin is hesitant to say anything. She holds back and shouts, asking if he wants to be hers. The poor guy is confused, not understanding what she means by that. But he says he's not interested. She obviously gets startled. She starts crying again, saying it was expected. She really is the fifth princess with no power at all. Cheyenne in bed is thinking she's really starting to annoy him. He knows Princess Erin is the weak link in the imperial family, and the way she's risking it, her end is obvious. The problem is he can't shake off the idea that his damn brother is behind her death. He then says she's right. Currently, she really can't offer any benefit to him. She has no possession, takes a hit. Besides, it's extremely risky to get involved with her politically, takes another hit. But he says he'll take care of her until she figures out what's necessary. She asks if he's really going to do this. Cheyenne says yes, it's a promise, so she doesn't need to worry. She gets up, saying she understood that when she manages to turn things around, he recognizes her power. She points at him, saying she doesn't know when, but she will make him recognize her power. He says he's very eager, while thinking she was depressed just a second ago. Before leaving, she says there's one more thing, and thanks him for surviving. Then she leaves, and he stays silent. In the depths of the camps in a forest nearby, a hooded guy looks around. He takes a square in his hand and smiles, saying that now it's almost done. A voice asks him, "Reynold Crimson, was that you?" He can't move his body as if he's being held by invisible chains. The person behind him says it's a small dimensional box, and considering the timeline, it was before it was commercialized. This box can hold anything as long as the person desires. From behind, Cheyenne says that's the masterpiece created by the Magic Council. He observed the guy for a whole year smuggling things from the Empire. He grabs the box, saying he'll take it now. Magical Knight of 7 Stars, Reynold Crimson, who asks who he is. Seeing him, he recognizes him as Cheyenne Verret. He throws the items from the box on the ground while Reynold wants to know how he found out about it. Cheyenne ignores him, saying he must have an informant to know where to be at the right time. Reynold keeps insisting he has no idea what he's talking about. But Cheyenne says he can't lie because the blood of those creatures is already being sold in the Empire. That's how the Lice sent him the Hellhound blood gift. The guy is sweating, wondering who informed this kid and what's happening. He has no idea how Cheyenne tracked him, but as long as he can move a bit. And then he extends his hand, using a fire magic to kill Cheyenne. He gets startled, and the explosion comes towards him. Seeing the smoke, Reynold says it's a good thing he took this seriously. You really can't underestimate the sum of the verts. Then he finally relaxes. But suddenly his hand is cut off. He screams in pain and can't understand what that mist in front of him is. Seeing Cheyenne, he can't believe he belongs to the mist. But he grabs him by the neck and throws him against the tree. Cheyenne gives him 2 options: either he admits and dies peacefully, or he doesn't admit and dies in agony. In the trading area in the western part of the field, people are organizing some boxes. They see there are 2 potion boxes and are excited. They're just curious about how much is in that big box. But upon opening it, they both get startled. It was just Reynold's head. From the mountain, Karen asks if he's really going to let the other guys live. He says yes, that's enough as a warning. These guys always smuggle demon items into the Empire. The items then reach the Magic Council. a place where people did any kind of madness to understand magic. Cheyenne says what they're going to do with demon blood is unthinkable, so they need to be separated. Karen says in this new life he's only living for others, but he says he's only preventing other people from using demon blood. In the Empire, in a certain mansion, Eshel is receiving a letter, and he finds out that Cheyenne has just gone to the front line with his father. There's a succulent girl in bed. This bastard is a villain but knows how to enjoy life. She asks if this Cheyenne isn't the younger brother of another mother. Eshel says yes and says that kid is trouble in several ways. So we'll have to go there and leave a like on that video. That way he helps Mamoru produce some juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. You guys remember that the previous chapter ended with his brother saying he'd have to take a look at Xian. Some suitcases are piled up, and Emily celebrates that they're finally out on the front line. She's sure the academy will be a much calmer place than the front line, while Shan knows it will be scary. The academy isn't quite the place Emily's dreaming of. In fact, it's a cruel place where lives are destroyed by political interests, a place dominated by envy and greed, where strangely enough, studies aren't even a priority. But Emily's there dreaming, saying she'll find a Getchit instructor, and Cyan starts to realize she's going to follow him at the academy. Sometime later, he's back in the duchy, having fun. He hears a sound and looks to the side. It's Krantz, startling him. Everyone's asking what he's doing there. Cyan tries to say hi, but the boy has already run off. Karam asks who that idiot was. He says it's Krantz, but he doesn't care about him. Karam says his brother is the complete opposite, and he says it doesn't make sense because his opposite is someone else. The door opens and he's back at the mansion. Only this time, all the servants greet him. Stan remembers that they didn't even look at him before, but now, their courtesy is insignificant, probably his father's doing. Indeed, hard work has changed a lot in the last year. He puts his hand on the doorknob, but when he's about to open the door, he feels some energy and says he recognizes who it is. To make him so angry, he opens it slowly. He's already sure that only that bastard can be behind that door. Eshel says it's been a long time since they've seen each other, while all Cyan can think is that he has to stay calm. Since he doesn't say anything, Eshel asks if he forgot about his brother by any chance. What Shan's trying to do is stay calm, while Eshel says maybe he forgot since he last saw him when he went to the academy. But Shan's already got red eyes, realizing he won't be able to stay calm. Already preparing a dagger in hand, he's sure he'll kill him now, but Kiram holds his wrist and warns him, and if he doesn't want to have his skull smashed, he'd better control himself. Besides, killing him now wouldn't be fun. With that, Shan calms down and greets his older brother. Eshel then asks, "Do you remember me?" Shion says it's impossible to forget a brother's face. Eshel pets his head, saying he's very happy. He was worried his little brother wouldn't remember him. It's a relief. He even heard that his little brother's fencing has improved drastically, and soon he'll be helping House Vert, or even better, he'll be helping him on the battlefield. Shan says it's true and he's very eager to help his brother in battles. Eshel stares at him and says he's very relieved to hear that, as the reason he came here was just to find him. Shan knows Eshel is the kind of person who completely ignores those who are of no use to him. And now that he realizes his brother is only there out of interest in using him, he relaxes and says he also really wanted to see his brother. Meanwhile, Emily brings their suitcases there exhausted. She drops them in the hallway, saying this was too hard. She shouts to the door, asking how he dared to leave everything to Emily, when suddenly Eshel appears in front of her. He smiles at her, saying he heard they are very close, and he wants her to keep working hard for Xian. They leave while both thank her. Then she shouts at Xian, saying she almost died of fright because he didn't warn her that Eshel was here. Xian ignores her and asks her to leave for a while, and she wants to know why. Coldly, he looks at her and says it won't happen again. She is startled by his expression. Xian goes to the bathroom and starts vomiting into the toilet. He's dizzy and asks Karam why she stopped him, who replies he should be thanking her. He tells her it was the perfect chance. If he were defeated, she would take over the body. Karam says he doesn't understand how much more hatred he feels, the better for her. He smiles, saying she really is like that. Meanwhile, a guy approaches Eshel's door and asks to come in. Eshel tells him to enter, and the guy informs him that he confirmed the location of the second young lady. Eshel asks where, and the guy confirms she's residing on the northern continent, in the land of the elves there in Pruina. Eshel smiles, saying it's incredible how she manages to even reconcile with a race she hates among foreigners. That's a testament to the affinity she has. Then he asks to be notified if she shows any sign of returning to the Empire. The guy asks if there was any event that changed Eshel's mood, and Eshel asks why he thinks so. The guy explains that he's radiating a much brighter aura. Was meeting his brother really that amazing? And Eshel says incredible might express it that way, but right now he's pretty pissed off. The poor servant trembles, they're apologizing. Eshel paid close attention to San's look and interpreted it as someone who just saw his enemy. Did he see something wrong? He knows there's something strange about that kid, and he'll have to watch him closely. The butler says he understands and says he'll send someone to watch him. Eshel stands there staring out the window, just remembering Shan's look, wondering what he's hiding. In front of the mansion, carriages gather, while Emily shouts that she's very disappointed with the young master. He says it's her fault that she won't be able to go since she's not fit to guard, and she gets angry, saying he should have said that before. The carriage starts and Cyan says goodbye to her, telling her to chill out, while she tells him not to cry just because she's not there. Sig makes a silly face, saying he understood, while Emily is shocked that he's really going like that. She starts screaming, saying that even if he's teased and beaten by everyone, he shouldn't be discouraged. From afar, she shouts for him to come back well, while he remembers that when he was 8 years old, he had a very high fever that made him faint. At that time, no one else took care of him, and it was Emily who carried him on her back. Even in the rain, she was the only one in the family who tried to find a doctor to help him. After a long time searching, an old man opened the door. If it weren't for her that day, he probably would have been found dead in one of the mansion's rooms. With a radiant smile, he warns her that if she keeps following him like this, she'll end up dead, and he can't take her to the academy because she's too precious to him. Now he's alone in the carriage, but impressed that they placed 6 intermediate knights just to take the young master to the academy. Probably he'll see some blood before getting there. It was already late afternoon. Some knights looked at each other and decided to stop there. They informed Cian, who asked how far they still were. They said they were near the central city of Saffron, and they would probably arrive there tomorrow morning. Cian says he noticed and tells them to call him when they finish packing, but he already realizes that this is a lie because this forest is not close to Saffron. Camping in the middle of the afternoon in an isolated place and still lying about the location. All this makes it obvious that they are planning something. Cian starts to leave the carriage when they say everything is ready. He leaves pretending to be clueless, saying the air there is very good. Already surrounded by the 6 knights, he wants to know whose order it was. In the background, one hesitates, sweats run down everyone's faces, and no one says anything. But one of them has a little smile. Cian notices this and asks again whose order it was. The guy starts pulling out his sword, saying he doesn't need to know since he'll die soon. They approach, apologizing and saying it's not personal, but out of respect, they'll make it as painful as possible, so he just closes his eyes. The knight advances ready to cut, saying goodbye. The blade is about to hit Shin's neck, and the guy's head flies off. It falls like a trash bag on the ground, and the guys look without believing. Cian says he'll ask again whose order it was. Now everyone is scared, trembling, not knowing what to do. Shin asks why they're so frozen like that. Did they think it would be so easy? One of the knights thinks he can't even believe what his eyes see, and another one tries to attack them, but this time from behind. However, in an instant, Cian is already on the other side and has made 2 cuts. The other one takes another hit on the shoulder and one on the arm. One of them tries to take advantage to run away, but obviously he's already agonizing. Shin only attacked Karim from behind. The guy who was standing and thinking is now crying, wondering if this is something an 11-year-old can do. He hasn't even moved yet, and everyone is already dead. Apparently, he didn't survive that dragon luckily. Putting intermediate knights to do this mission was a failure. The guy crying falls to the ground. Shan approaches him once again and tells him to say who ordered it. The guy warns the moment everything was the Duchess Margaret's doing. Shen feels a bit awkward. He didn't even need to do anything against the guy. He already said everything. The poor guy is crying, trembling, right? Why did he speak? They're following the carriage is moving, and he's taking Shan calmly up there. And he explains to Cian that it seems it was the young master Krantz's doing. He somehow asked his mother to prevent Shan from bothering him at the academy, and apparently this whole mission was the result of that request. Cian remembers the fool who keeps running away and is behind this. He really will have to give him a little help at the academy. The guy then calls Shin, a little embarrassed, and asks what will happen to him now. Is he going to die too? Shan says he doesn't seem very attached to his life. The guy says he knows they were trying to kill him, so it doesn't make sense that he wouldn't die. Shan tells him to at least drive this carriage properly so he can have some use alive. The guy understands what he meant and thanks Shin, who says they seem to have arrived right in the central city of Saffron. A vase attacked on the ground. Margaret is asking how they found the 6 dead. The butler informs that this is the case and that the young master Shin arrived in the city of Saffron 10 days ago. Margaret angrily asks the butler said there wouldn't be any problem. So what happened? The butler apologizes, saying they underestimated the boy, and she says it's impossible for a 10-year-old kid to have killed so many people. The butler says he probably had help from someone they didn't know. But it's all right, they just have to send an assassin to infiltrate the academy. She says enough. And if he finds out it was her doing and he mistreats Krantz because of it, already remembering that Shin asked if her son needed to graduate. Biting her lip, she says enough. It's better not to do anything else before things get complicated. Also, no one can know about this incident, so it's best to eliminate all those affiliated with it. Eshel's spy listened to the whole conversation. It's been 10 days since Shan left Saffron. Brian has been playing his role as a servant all this time, and he knows that news of his survival must have reached the mansion. However, at this rate, he'll probably reach the academy without any problems. He'll have to start wondering if he'll have to get rid of Brian, who suddenly opens the little window with a smile, saying they've arrived. Shan says, all right, you got it. That city brings memories to him. It can't be said they were good memories, but this academy changed him a lot. He presents the coat of arms of House Verd at the reception. A bit excited, the girl says she'll register him. Yes, everything's fine. They'll receive his room too, and everything will be fine. Shan notices that she acted somewhat strangely. Is there a problem? Then she hands him a letter with a golden key. He startles and asks if she gave him the right one. Ryan lets the suitcases fall to the ground and startles. When he wonders if this is the place he'll stay, the royal dormitory, the best there is. But Shane remembers that in his past life, this didn't happen to anyone. This means that someone's influence is there. He asks Brian if that was the last suitcase. Brian affirms, saying he brought everything. Shane puts his hand on his coat, saying that now they're at the academy and he's finished bringing the suitcases. Brian's job is done. Brian's sweating, saying, hey, wait a minute, kid. With that, they throw a bag of coins into his hand. He startles and asks what it is. Shane says it should be enough for him to start over wherever he's going. He advises him not to return to the mansion or he'll die. Brian stands still for a moment without saying anything. Suddenly, he kneels and says that he, Brian Kendrick, the official knight of the old, would like to serve young Master Shan until the end of his life. Shan asks if he really is a knight. Brian says yes, but he's not very good, so he's more of an assistant, really. However, his father once said that for a not-so-talented knight, if he found someone he could trust, he shouldn't hesitate. Shan says it's nonsense. Brian is confused, asking what he means by that. Shan asks if he's not afraid of being betrayed later. Brian says that even if that happened, he wouldn't mind, and Shan warns him not to do anything like that. Leaving through the door, he says it's a hassle. It's an entrance ceremony, so they'll go straight to the exam. Brian, sweating a bit, says it's okay. The academy's dean and a girl talk about how there are many talented people this year. All the students are gathered in a room. In the middle of the room is a girl surrounded by an aura. It's a Rin Savelru. Magical grade of 2 stars, a physique grade B, and a light element of 52%. Another guy named Set Shaharkin is a 3-star mage with a physique grade A and an earth element of 71%. Scratching his beard, the old man says these kids were incredible, but this boy is invert. Magical grade 1 star and a physique grade S, darkness element 92%. The academy instructor, Tsirika Negriti, says that even the girl named Elise Vert, who is considered the daughter of God, had a water element of 88%. The old man says it's interesting how the person everyone thought had an untouchable talent was surpassed by his brother. He is the chancellor of the academy, Kundal Quizzle. However, Tsirika says his element is darkness, and the director says that due to the nature of darkness, some people really don't manifest it and waste any talent. But he tells her that Xian received a royal dormitory. She says she heard about it from the other instructors, and he says it was an order from the emperor. It seems Xian saved Princess Erin, who was with him on the front line of some demon beasts. The emperor seems to have even been thinking about marriage. The 5th princess, who was excluded from the throne line and the Verdi family, which has always been the cradle of talented warriors. The instructor asks what she thinks will happen, and Tsirika replies that if this happens, it will accelerate the revolt happening in the empire and maybe more blood will be shed. The director says for now they can do nothing but observe whether this child will become a hero or a disaster. Walking down the hall, Xian is thinking about the 92% because in his last life it was 80%. Was it because of the blood of the demon beasts he drank? Walking down the hall, he sees someone. It was Krantz, who startles, saying Xian looks odd. The chubby one behind him asks if this is a boy who's been treating him like a slave. The chubby one looks at him and asks if it's true that he doesn't even know who his mother is. And Xian recognizes this boy as the son of a Marcus Popper Penneron. In his past life, he also stood by Krantz tormenting him. So it's very good to have found them together like this. The chubby one tells Krantz to get out of the way. That boy there needs to be crushed. Krantz is sweating, saying it's better not to do that. And he takes a punch and is thrown against the wall. While Krantz is already screaming in despair, Xian still asks Krantz if he doesn't want to talk about some things. Hesitantly, he says yes. The boy is sweating more than a marathon runner when Xian puts his hand on his shoulder. He warns that he doesn't mind him planning these things, but if he finds out one more thing, he won't be able to graduate with all 4 limbs. With that, Krantz falls to the ground desolate and Xian leaves, saying this academy is going to be a lot of fun. In one of the rooms, Tsirika is thinking about Xian, saying she'll have to pay a lot of attention to this boy. She walks towards and touches a book, wondering why it's not there. Behind her, Xian asks if she's looking for this as she startles. But she turns all friendly, asking how the student is there. It's a restricted area. However, she thinks it's strange because she couldn't sense his presence. She approaches, asking if he's the boy called Xian, isn't he? Can he return this book? It's research material. He says yes, of course, he'll give it back to her. But it seems like he hands her a sheet when she thanks him. He immediately senses some aura coming. One of the books in the place starts flying, and he asks if she wasn't looking for that. Instructor Tsirika, or actually, the current leader of the Miss Assassins. Obviously, she wants to know how he found out. Xian remembers that in his past life, he thought of her as an ordinary instructor. She would ask how his life was in the academy, and he wouldn't say anything. He attended counseling sessions with her. When she talked about his growth potential, he thought he didn't care about that, because to him it seemed like a joke. But one day, Tsirika said she was interested in him. It was interesting to see someone with an 84% familiarity with darkness, but Xian replied that it's an element that doesn't always materialize. But Tsirika told him that it's just that humanity still doesn't understand darkness properly. Unlike others, she believes his growth potential is infinite. That stirred Xian's emotions, and Tsirika said she wished him all the best for his future, while he thought maybe she could guide him, or at least that's what he thought at the time since he was just deceived. The girl behind those glasses is very different from the academy instructor, since she's the leader of the Mist Assassins Association, hiding within the academy where most of the continent's nobles gather. Suddenly she says, all right, she wants to hear the details in her laboratory, so let's go. Xian startles, she seems calmer than he expected. Looking at the laboratory, he says it looks the same as always. He's about to have coffee when he says apparently she put poison, while he thinks it makes sense now why she was so calm. She says he doesn't need to worry, it's just enough to melt a few organs. But Xian is confident. After eating so many demonias with Emily's cooking, he can digest anything. So he asks for something stronger next time, and she says it's time for them to talk for real, and he wants to know how he knows her identity. Furthermore, he knows the exact location of the commands that are passed in the books nobody picks up at the academy. Does he want to reveal it to her before she finds out he's also part of the Mist? And Xian says he doesn't need to prove anything else to her. She stares at him, saying he's feeling too high and mighty just because he's familiar with the element. Xian tells her that on the way here, everyone was saying he should bring more than just a knight, because a lot of nobles have been dying recently. When does she start the purification process? She gives a little smile, saying the purification process. She activates her aura, saying she has no idea what he's talking about. Sian says he'll make it clearer then he's talking about the murders. Surika says he'll regret these threats, and he asks if she's threatening a student. Suddenly, she kicks the table and throws everything at him. Karam seems scared, asking if that's how she's going to act, and punches the table. She's already behind him with a dagger in her hand while he says he's already approved his identity. She goes for it, saying that as the leader of the association, she can't not know one of the mists. She tries to make a cut, but Shan dodges. She goes for it again, saying he won't escape. Shan pulls Karam, thinking he won't have anything to do, and defends her attack. He says that since she doesn't believe him, he'll have to show her. And he starts attacking her, causing her to defend and retreat. Sweating, she asks if this blade is what she's thinking. The weapon that can only be wielded by those who have been chosen. Kiram's demonic blade. Sian asks if she finally recognizes him, especially since the mist must be working right now to find her. Surika wants to know how he knows this. San tells her that the hair she's been searching for is right here in front of her, in a certain street in ruin. In an isolated house, someone uses magic to open a padlock. It was Surika with Xian, who says he doesn't seem very impressed with the hideout of the mist being right here. That one is the way to the altar he wants so badly, so he can go alone. Xian walks through the tunnels. That's a subspace created by the powers of the god of the mist, and because of that, it's much longer than it seems. But he remembers perfectly the direction he has to follow, and each of the traps present. Suddenly, some guys attack him from behind, and he says this reception ceremony is very excessive. He defends against some attacks and retreats backwards. The guys throw a lot of mud at him that he has to defend against. But one of them almost dies and has to defend himself too. Cyan is impressed that the guy managed to dodge that in such a short moment. And the guy is thinking it's amazing and activates his secret technique, which makes several clones of him attack from all directions. But Shan also has his technique. The guys seem to recognize and don't understand how a kid can do that. Sam uses the wave of murderous intent. It's a technique exclusive to those who have been assassins for a long time. It allows you to instill deep fear in everyone around you. The guys can't even breathe and all fall unconscious. Sam knows they won't get up for a while, but it's impressive that there's still one standing. Is he some kind of executive? He then activates another ability, and the guy goes for it. He manages to defend against the attack, but the guy nullified his ability. The mask is thrown to the ground, and she says she can't hold back anymore, Seinvert. He stands there confused, not understanding. It's Lady Sirika again, saying she wants him to show his true power. He uses another technique, the savage attack, and sends her flying backward. She says he seems interesting. How can he use 2 assassination abilities so easily? She wanted to see his potential, but the boy is already running. Seiya knows she has something called a desire for combat. When she's consumed by that desire, she'll keep fighting until one of them dies. He who has experienced this has to run. But she's excited, telling him to come back soon because that's what he wants too. She attacks him again, and he manages to defend himself. She says this is a subspace in which no one will notice anything. He doesn't need to hold back. Shan realizes he won't be able to get out of there, and he really will have to use all the techniques. There's a risk she'll end up dead, but there's no other way. But suddenly he feels something and collapses to the ground with a stone. Karam says she knew things would end up like this and tells him to rest for a bit. Surika asks who she is, and Karam appears, saying she didn't want to get involved. But she already knows who she is, doesn't she? Surika bows, saying she recognizes the demonic blade Karam. Karam is the one who's angry, asking how she dares to attack her master. Surika says all this was just a process to confirm his identity. Karam says she should have just contacted God instead of doing all this, but if she wanted to do it this way, now she'll consider it a challenge. Surika says it's better to worry about the heir first, right? Karam is startled when she sees the boy lying there unconscious, bloodied. Surika explains that the way Karam is materializing is very bad because she's draining all of Shan's life energy. Karam grabs him by the collar angrily, asking how he can be so weak after drinking so much blood. Surika then says that, however, she, as a leader of the Mist, would never refuse a battle. If she truly wants to be an opponent, she cannot refuse. Karam is surprised, saying that girl is very strange. Suddenly, Shan asks her why she materialized. Karam says he doesn't need to worry, she'll just crush that reckless girl. Now it's messed up because Surika is also excited, saying it will be an honor for her. Karam tells her not to beg later, and she replies that she's looking forward to going that far. Suddenly, a voice in the hall says that's enough, and they recognize it as Lord Air's voice. A portal begins to open, and everyone becomes apprehensive. The voice tells her to send the hair to the altar now, and she just agrees. Cyan is excited, saying they'll finally meet. The god of darkness, Hair. Some think that the god of the mist is an evil person, for whom murder is as common as eating. Someone who justifies their actions under the pretense of doing it for the world. However, he says that the death of those people was a good thing, as by paying with their lives, they became righteous people. Most people thought this was insane logic, and that this god was an idiot. Someone who had an interest in protecting those without power. Sam passes through the portal and finds himself face to face with a staircase. From the throne, the god asks if he knows who he is. Sam says it's obvious he's Air, the god of the black mist. The god asks if he is Cyan Vert and wants to know what right he has to consider himself as Hair. Shen questions him, asking if he can't feel that the power of the mist is already present in him. The god says there are paths to becoming a Hair. The first is by delivering the mist stone to the person, and the other is for the mist stone itself to find the Hair. Since he doesn't know Xian, it must be the second case. He knows that the stone that was on the altar disappeared a year ago. The strange thing is that not only did he awaken the Quarren, but he also seems to be using it very well, and his eyes don't seem suitable for his age. With this, the god concludes that he belongs to a timeline he doesn't know. Cyan is somewhat curious and says he thought the god knew everything. The god says that if he was looking for an omnipotent being, he came to the wrong place. He was long disqualified from the status of god. Shan already kind of knew that. However, the god is now wondering why it's strangely too easy for him. Shan asks what he means by that, and the god explains he was sitting here quietly. Now the hair has appeared. Why did Cyan do all his work for him? Moreover, he brought a rather unpleasant item. To think he would be dissatisfied with the demonic blade and try to take the power of the sacred spear for himself. Cyan smiles, saying he has no interest in that. If this thing never sees the light of day, it will remain nothing but a piece of trash. The god begins to rise, saying he has some very strange habits. However, procedures have to be taken, and as the rules say, raising his arm, he says that now he will be the absolute creator, the heir who will succeed his power, and he asks if Shin wants that. He remembers that in his past life at this moment, he replied that he would live for his older brother. Obviously, it was foolishness, but at that time, they didn't seem to care much about his answer. When he was gone, the place fell apart, and he wondered if they didn't want something from him. And the god said there are things more important than a foolish conviction. Now Cyan thinks that maybe he already knew everything that would happen. He approaches, saying he has no more interest or belief. The god is somewhat confused, and Cyan says he will use his power in the most selfish way he can, all for himself. The god says that right and wrong are determined by oneself, and wants to know if he won't regret this decision. It's good for him to answer carefully, or he'll kill him now. Cyan says he doesn't care about the results his actions will bring. He won't listen to orders and commands from anyone, as following his own path is the only thing he wants. The god says he seems to have something in mind and asks what it is, but Shan says he won't tell. The god says all he has to do is purify the names given to him, then the rest doesn't matter. However, he appears behind Karim and says it's time to have a little chat with his daughter. He starts pulling her cheeks, saying she's changed a lot. Does she like her master so much? He's trying to give her kisses, saying he's very happy with his daughter's growth, while she's telling him to get out. The god is trying to give her all the love of the flesh while she's calling for help from Cyan, who's pretending not to see anything. Then he approaches to give her a kiss, and a pentagram appears. Magic starts to be conjured, and she wants to know what's happening. Suddenly, she takes on physical form. Looking at her hands, she doesn't understand what's happening. Why does she feel like she really has a body now? And Cyan realizes he hasn't consumed any of his mana. Kieran wants to know what the hell he did. He says he didn't do anything. He just gave her a little bit of his power. She's shaking his face there while our protagonist is thinking father and son are indeed identical. The next day in the dorms, Brian went to ask Shin what that was. He said it was nothing special. Don't think too much about it. Brian said it is, young master. He doesn't think they can ignore this situation. Both staring at each other, they're sparking. Karim is questioning why Sarika came to visit the young master so early. This way, everyone will be talking about a relationship between instructor and student. Sarika says it's nothing special. She just came to deliver a book to a very studious boy. Angry, Karim says that as a leader, she should behave better. While Sarika wants to know why she's so eager to get involved in what others are doing. The protag is there like that, doesn't know what to do, better not get involved. He leaves the room saying he's going for a walk. The two are killing each other and Brian is there sweating, not knowing what to do. The city seems to be bustling while Shan observes everything from a pillar. Finally, he manages to relax a bit, but suddenly he smells blood. Someone is thrown to the ground. He gets up there spitting blood all twisted. Some guys there say they should try to do that thing there. It's very terrible, so it's going to be fun. The blonde guy makes a mana ball in his hand. Showing it to her, he tells her to take a look. He pulls her mouth and says he brought something delicious. When a friend brings something delicious, she has to eat it. Or horribly, he closes her mouth desperately. But suddenly someone tells him to stop. One of the students was about to hit a boy with an orb, when Aaron told him not to do that and that it was shameful for a noble to act like that. The blonde guy turned around and warned that he was the son of Duke Rumil, Barrett Rumil, and who she was. She introduced herself as the princess of the Empire, Erin Savelru. The guy smiled, saying it's her, and he wondering who she was. The famous fifth company of the Empire, Miss Erin. He comes face to face, saying it's an honor to meet her. Erin says she's not here to meet him, and that he better explain this situation. He's in front of her. The guy says it's okay. The best thing is to ask the kid. Looks at him and says he speaks up. He's kind of scared. Grabs him by the collar and asks if he's okay. Obviously, he says he's very fine, nothing happened. Erin says it doesn't make sense for him to clearly hide and not be okay with his appearance. And the kid looks to the side, saying he's fine. She should leave now, and they were just kidding. Barrett starts laughing, asking if she heard that, isn't it? Apparently, he should be insulted by her. Erin says whatever, she's taking this kid with her. But the guy grabs her wrist and says she's not understanding. She wants to know what he's doing. The blonde guy says the kid already told her to leave. And Erin starts threatening him, saying he's holding the arm of an Empire princess. The blonde guy laughs that it doesn't matter since she's the useless fifth princess. But Shan was nearby and heard everything. And suddenly the guy took an aster from him and turned into a b-boy. Erin blushes when she sees Shin, who's more curious about Reshmus being that kid in front of him. Two people exchange blows in the Empire of Garum Fort Klein. Shan fought against someone. She was the most powerful swordswoman in his time, Reshmus Klein. Oh my heavens, I thought it was a boy. This here is the reverse surprise. Do you think it's a buddy or a big buddy? She originally belonged to the UCF Empire, but for some reason she joined Gurren's reign after graduating from the academy, and even changed her nationality. Sand defends himself from the thrown attack. He's surprised when she jumps cutting, He disappears and appears behind her. He gives her a hit in the warrior's spine that falls crushed to the ground. I thought they were training, but in fact, he killed her as an order from the Empire. The order was to kill her in a covert way, but she found him and they had a sort of official duel. For him, there was no particular reason. He just saw her as an amazing person as she reached the peak of swordsmanship without any backing, and didn't want to kill such a talented person without giving her a chance to fight. Friends are calling for Barrett while Reshmus is there somewhat shocked. Barrett starts to get up asking why there are so many idiots caring about other people's business. He recognizes the kid as Cyan Vert and says he heard rumors that he was on the front lines. Is he trying to get involved in their games? Cyan thinks those games are not fun at all. Injecting mana orbs into people's bodies can cause their mana to collapse and the person to never use magic again. Cyan asks if that's the game where you keep putting mana orbs in your mouth. He starts making one of darkness and says he'll join too. But Barrett starts sweating when Cyan already created a Genki Dama above him asking what he's doing. Why isn't his mouth open yet? Oh, there he goes trying to put the big ball in the blondie's mouth. Back in the dorms, Reshmus is beaten on the bed. Orin says they've taken care of the bruises and she just needs to rest for a while, and she thanks them, saying she can't repay them. For some reason, Erin feels proud saying that their dear Xian dealt with everything so she doesn't need to worry. Cyan thinks about all of Reshmus' bruises and finds it incredible that she hasn't fainted after so many fractures. She really deserves the title of the strongest swordsman. Suddenly, Reshmus asks if he knows her. Embarrassed, she says she noticed he's been looking at her a lot. Cyan says he thought she was someone he knew but forget it, and apologizes for making her uncomfortable. Orin is just watching what he says and observing the other one who's now saying it's okay then, a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she asks Reshmus where she's staying and if those guys come to do harm to her again. She says she's in the common dorms and Orin asks if she has any nobility. She says no, she only got in because of a special admission and instructor Veltane. He had promised to help her when she was in the academy, but as soon as she arrived, he was expelled. Shan then understands she lost the person who was supporting her and says what she's been going through is minimal. Maybe soon she'll be kicked out of there. Erin gets a little sad about this situation and Cyan tells Erin to accept her as an attendant, and this way she can even learn swordsmanship from the girl. Erin is shocked, asking why are you calling the boy a girl? Dude, can't you see it's a boy? Shan says that person is a girl. Erin's world collapses at that moment. From the back, Reshmus apologizes, saying she didn't mean to deceive anyone. It's just that since she was young, she prefers to wear short hair so people sometimes get confused. In the demon's work, it was the boy who was a girl. Now here it's the girl who's still a boy but inverted. Erin apologizes, crying, saying she couldn't understand and doesn't even know how Cyan noticed. Reshmus says it's okay. She apologizes. Erin then asks what she thinks of Shan's suggestion, since it sounds good to her. If she joins, she won't suffer from others anymore. That way, she can focus on her studies and still live a comfortable life. Reshmus asks what she could do for Erin. Erin says she's been feeling very lonely lately and she needs someone around. Reshmus then thanks her and says from now on she'll be her attendant and will never bring shame. Erin turns around saying she should thank Cyan. Where's Cyan? The boy's already gone. He knows from now on she can handle the rest. Now he knows why Reshmus left the UCF Empire, and she probably wouldn't have lost mana control if it weren't for that bad Barrett. Now the person who was already the most powerful swordsman on the continent will have her mana intact. Probably will be someone difficult even for him to defeat. But that doesn't matter, because his attention is now on something else. That thing Sirica personally delivered to him this morning. Her order. My first chance to help the association with a like on this video, guys. And you guys remember that the last chapter ended with our boy saying he was more interested in what he had received. With the card in hand, he thinks that this is going to be quite difficult for a first challenge. However, he remembers that when she handed it over, she said she believed in his potential. The problem is, if the missions are already starting off this hard, he doesn't even want to think about what he'll have to do in a few days. Suddenly, though, he hears something nearby and an explosion out of nowhere. Shin wonders if the monster has invaded the academy. However, what appears is a 3-meter-tall musclehead asking if he is Cyan Vert. A bit embarrassed, our guy just questions if the man knows who he is, and he answers yes. The man claims to have the level of a magic 1, but physical level of S, and he knows very well that Cyan Vert is the youngest in the Vert house. Man, this guy's name is Seth Shaharkin, and he's 11 years old. I'm just like Cyan, not understanding how an 11-year-old kid has so much muscle and is so tall. Seth starts flexing his biceps, talking about what he's heard about Shan's exploits. From killing creatures to surviving an encounter with a dragon. He also heard that the boy received an evaluation of a rank S physique, something even he himself couldn't achieve. And that's why he wants to challenge him to a fight. That's when Cyan seems to recognize this guy. All because of the mark on his chest. It represented Spain, which was his Sand Empire, and this guy apparently is his prince. This country is located in a desert to the east, and in his past life, Spain's entire army revolved around one single person, a prince who on his own made it impossible for any army to conquer Spain. That was a nation that carried the pride of never being conquered. However, the prince suddenly declined. He ignored his health so much and focused so much on training that he ended up dying from a random cold. Wow, what an epic story. What Cyan never imagined was encountering the prince of this city here. He's certain this didn't happen in his past life, and now it's going to be trouble. However, he decides to respond by asking if the guy wants to fight now. Seth says yes, claiming it's the only way to determine who is the strongest man. The boy should know he won't accept a no for an answer. However, that's exactly what Cyan replies, and Seth asks why. The protagonist explains that fights like this must be approved by the academy. First, they'd have to go to the office and send in a formal request. Seth immediately wants to know where this office is so they can go there now. As soon as Shan tells him, the guy runs off, saying he'll be back soon. Our boy thinks the guy is all muscle. Really, after all, the office is in the opposite direction, but he doesn't need to mention that. Not to mention there's no such thing as a training request, but he'll let the guy figure that out on his own. Oh, poor thing, completely fooled. The scene then shifts to the city. Hooded man tells Lord Zickerman that the product is ready. The man tells him not to stand there and to notify all the clients immediately. Zickerman Albus was one of the 3 richest men on the continent. Publicly, he's known as a philanthropist, generous with his donations. But in reality, he's trash who forces relationships between species. This is because he wants to create new mixed races to sell in the black market. Shan is already watching while hearing the man say that today the best product he ever imagined will be born. Now Shan's target is confirmed, and it looks like this will be easier than he thought. However, as he picks up Karam, she says she's sensing a complex energy. He's confused, and she says the target seems to be hiding something. Zickerman then stops in front of the cell and says he finally has some peace and quiet. He tells his money factory to sleep well, but that's when he notices a strange black mist around him. Someone behind him strikes. The first headless one falls to the ground, and the knight asks who's there. Desperate, Zickerman yells for someone to kill whoever it is. But Shan rushes toward the man and lands a blow that makes him drop his sword. Another strike behind the knee, and Karam is already at his neck. Before the man can say anything, he's already taken down. This one doesn't hesitate. Zickerman starts screaming, asking where the rest of the knights are. Shin simply says he'll find out soon enough when he joins them. Although he had hired a lot of people, they were useless. Dragging himself on the floor, Zickerman asks if he wants money. But Shen just cuts his hand and says he already has enough of that. The fool falls to the ground, and Sion calls him by his name. He says he will be punished for the inhumane things he's done and for his participation in the slave market. That alone is reason enough for him to die. But since he's feeling generous, he'll give him a minute to repent for it all and free himself from the pain. Zickerman, however, crying, says it doesn't matter since he'll be killed anyway. He tries to explain that all they're doing is earning a living. The real culprits are the people interested in buying the goods. Shin simply says his minute has passed and he didn't even repent. He activates the 8 stanzas of the Black Mist and starts a sequence of attacks on the back. Now that the main part was complete, he could take a look around. As he approaches Masera, he asks Karam if this is the place, and she says yes. She was sensing 2 combined energies. He then cuts the barrier and seems startled. On the ground, there's a girl holding an egg in her hands, but she already looks dead. He says there's nothing special, just a girl. However, Karam tells him to pay attention. In her arms, she was holding a dragon egg. Now we're back home. Yelkin asks where he got that, and our boy just plays it off, saying he found it somewhere. Obviously, the guy doesn't believe him and asks what kind of nonsense is this about finding it. But Shan is more worried about whether that guy was really going to sell something as dangerous as this, and who was the buyer and where was it supposed to be delivered. Yelkin then asks what they're going to do if this thing suddenly hatches and turns out to be extremely dangerous. But Shan responds not to worry, as a dragon is a massive energy that needs certain attributes. The egg would only hatch if they continually injected it with the correct attribute of magic. But just as he says this, they hear a crack. Both turn to see that the egg is starting to hatch. With this, the fool realizes he really screwed up. A light starts emanating, and finally the egg cracks. Out it comes a little girl, right? What did you think was going to hatch? An insane dragon? No, of course, it had to be a lowly. Yelkin is freaking out, wondering what they're going to do. But Shan is more impressed that it's a mixed race, and the fact that she's half human makes this a much bigger problem than he imagined. But the little dragon girl is smiling at him, even giving him a hug. Since he was present at her birth, he starts imagining that maybe she thinks of him as her dad. Suddenly, someone nearby laughs. It's Karam, who says it's ironic that an 11-year-old boy is now a father, but Shan says it's all her fault. We then see the moment he picked up the egg and asked if they should really take it. Karam said yes because it could fall into the wrong hands. Our boy was afraid of it hatching, but she assured him that a dragon egg wouldn't hatch without the right energy or a mother. Back in the present, she says this just proves that anything can happen. Our boy asks what that nonsense was about the egg not being able to hatch without a mother, and she replies that's why she said anything can happen. But this business about a mixed race was truly curious. The very existence of that creature was dangerous. The protagonist knows this. And the worst part is this is going to be a massive headache. It was already a problem for a half-human, half-beast hybrid. Now half-dragon made everything much harder. The world they lived in was far too dangerous for something like this to exist. If anyone at the academy found out about her existence, the chances of her being eliminated to prevent a threat were very high. Moreover, dragons were extremely proud of their race and pure blood. If they discovered the existence of this child, it would certainly come to eliminate her. This makes him wonder why he would take on such a huge risk. If she was destined to live such a hard life, maybe it would be better to end it. Salin smiles and says she agrees that maybe this is the best solution for the child. He places his hand on her neck, and Salin says that's the right path, as it would be a life of misery anyway. And Shannon keeps repeating to himself that it would be better to end her life right there. But she starts to open her eyes, and as soon as he touches her neck, she calls him Dada. Shan was staring at her as if he was going to kill her. But when he hesitates for a second, she snuggles up and says it's love. The poor guy realizes he's screwed as he notices how warm she is. He picks her up by her little arms and lifts her, saying that apparently now they'll have to figure out a solution for this. He tells Karam they're going to take care of her, but Karam isn't too thrilled about this. The scene then shifts back to the Verdi household castle. Kranz's mother is there, wondering what she's going to do. She couldn't let that damn Sian roam free and be a danger to her son. That's when Eshel shows up and calls for his mother. He says that if something is bothering her, she just has to tell him. But she leaves, saying she's fine and nothing is troubling her. However, as soon as she closes the door, he tells Kellen to report the information. The man says they found the bodies of some knights dead in the forest, and the only survivor went to the capital with Xian. He's certain that the person who ordered the attack was Duchess Margaret. Moreover, they lost contact with an agent at the academy who had been passing information about Xian. Ashel says that apparently the man hasn't learned anything from his brother. The fool is trembling, realizing the man is disappointed. He's certain Ashel isn't the kind of person to keep those who disappoint him around. Afraid of being eliminated, he yells, saying he'll check it out himself. He swears he'll never let him down again. Ashel places a hand on the man and says it's impressive how passionate Kellen is about his work. And with that, he leaves, saying he's sure his brother is hiding something. Back at the academy, Surika is rushing in. Our boy is there with Karam, bottle-feeding the dragon, asking what she's doing there. Surika wants to know why there's a baby in the dormitory. The protagonist says it's a pretty long story. She interrupts him and says the explanation can wait because they have important matters to resolve. She says it looks like our boy has been busy causing trouble. She then shows him that a duel between him and Seth has been approved, and she asks why he's not trying to keep a low profile and is doing something like this. Was the boy trying to attract as much attention as possible? Shan is confused that the guy actually submitted a formal document to create this duel. Karam asks what the problem is. It's just two 11-year-old kids playing around. However, our boy knows that Seth isn't just any 11-year-old and asks when the fight will take place. That's when he's told it's in 2 hours. And there he is thinking that this was way too soon. Stith welcomes him, saying he's been waiting for this moment. However, our boy doesn't seem too excited. Seth says he wanted a free-for-all fight, but they only allow fencing and magic, and he asks if Xian, by any chance, will be using magic. As soon as our boy says no, Seth says he truly doesn't disappoint. He jumps in for a slash, saying he wants to see what Xian can do with the sword. The protagonist, however, seems calm. He's just thinking about how fast this guy is considering his size. But attacks that rely purely on physical strength are easy to avoid. With a simple sword movement, Seth's attack is deflected to the ground. Shan starts to move, saying that an opponent like this is defeated with sophistication and precision. However, the prince says he won't give him any chances. A swords clash, and Seth feels the pressure in his arm. Shen was able to use a good amount of his strength to counterattack. And how is he blocking such a big sword with just a rapier? Suddenly, Seth is behind him and goes for a hit to the back of his neck. But out of nowhere, Cyan sheathes his sword and grabs the fool by the legs. The poor guy is confused, wondering if this bastard has eyes on the back of his head. But when he's about to hit the ground, he manages to place his hand down and barely saves himself. He uses the momentum to almost land a kick on Xian. Seth is impressed that the guy found a counterattack in that situation. The audience is wide-eyed, wondering if these two are even human. Seth is just smiling. He starts laughing, saying that he really was defeated with the sword. But now he's going to put everything on the line and do whatever it takes to win. Shan says he's looking forward to it, though he's thinking this is going to be exhausting. However, Seth insists, saying he hopes Shin will also come in with everything he's got. His aura begins to expand, shattering the ground beneath him. He calls out Shin's name and says now it's begun. A bearded man in the audience says they finally started using magic. Students competing in both fencing and magic show they had a good spirit. Surika, standing next to him, says it's clear Xian was the winner in fencing. They know Seth has an A-class physique, while Cyan is S-class. The fencing match was determined from the start. However, physical aptitude is just a basic element when it comes to high-level magic. And as far as he knows, Seth has level 3 magic, a highest among freshmen. He wants to see how Xian will respond to this. Surika, however, is fuming, wondering why this bastard is drawing so much attention. Suddenly, a hand starts emerging from the ground. It's Seth's death grip. He prepares a punch and Xian realizes it's time to use magic. He easily dodges the first attack. However, he seems to trip over something in Seth's movement, who warns him he won't escape. A sequence of attacks continues coming his way, but he easily avoids them. Seth then activates Desert Fang. A mound of sand erupts from the ground, and suddenly it seems Xian is surrounded. He knows Seth has at least 3-star magic. The poor guy took a Gara Classic, but as soon as the smoke cleared, there he was, perfectly fine. One of the things he realized is that Seth would easily use level 4 magic. The problem is that defeating him would put him in a complicated situation. Seth then asks how long Cyan plans to keep dodging attacks. Obviously, Xian wonders if Seth expected him to just take a hit to the face. Angry, Seth says Xian is just a student and a warrior should never run from their destiny. Confused, Xian says that, as far as he knows, both of them are students. At that, the idiot starts going crazy and activates a sandstorm. The old man is watching closely while Surika looks scared, wondering why he's using level 4 magic. Seth sends an attack towards Xian, saying he wants to see if he can dodge this one. Our boy just stands there and says, "Fine, I'll take this one." Meanwhile, someone grabs the bottle. It's Yulkin, saying it's a good thing he has experience raising kids. He had a tough time taking care of all his younger siblings, but he never imagined that experience would save him now. He then calls for the princess and says it's time to eat. But suddenly, he's startled. The little girl seems to have grown up quite a bit already. Back in the sand during Seth's attack, it was enclosed in a blue globe. However, the globe was starting to crack. Oh, I get it. It was protection so that no one else would get hurt during the battle, but now it's breaking. Oscar, the one responsible for the barrier, can't understand how a student is doing all this. Surika tells the chancellor that it's better to cancel the match. However, he says he wants to wait because he feels something is about to happen. Shan then activates a secret art of the Void Sphere. And of course, Surika didn't want him to use something like that. Suddenly, Seth's sandstorm seems to be absorbed. The professor laughs, saying the boy is quite impressive. Meanwhile, Surika wants to kill him for letting everyone see this. Seth's attack keeps getting absorbed and the sphere continues to grow. Until, after a while, Xian closes his hand. The fool is left confused, not understanding what just happened. And the people in the audience wonder where all that power disappeared to. No one has any idea what that black energy sphere in the middle of the arena was. Shin asks Seth if he still wants to continue. But the poor guy is exhausted. He falls to his knees saying he can't believe he lost. He lost in fencing and lost in magic. At that moment, he was pure depression. Poor Xian starts feeling bad for crushing the guy's spirit. But then Seth punches the ground and says it's fine. He was getting tired of beating weaklings anyway. Now his motivation to keep training is restored. He then extends his hand and says he's looking forward to training with him again. And next time, Xian will have to accept the challenge. Shen, of course, says no. He's not interested at all. The scene shifts to Xian talking about how dragons develop faster than other creatures. But overnight, it seems like the child had turned 6 years old. The girl is already welcoming Daddy. Shan knows that at this rate, she'll soon be his age. He tries to explain that he just took his eyes off her for a second, and suddenly this happened. Man, he knows it's going to be tough to raise her there. Someone mentions that there will come a time when he won't be able to hide her anymore. It's Sirika, who says she can help hide the magic sword. But a dragon like this is something completely different, especially since he keeps drawing attention to himself like today. Karam is lying on the couch, peacefully sleeping, not wanting to deal with anything. They're just looking at the little dragon girl, saying she's growing terribly fast. How did she get this big while he was out fighting? Sirika then says she knew he was up to something. But bringing a creature like that home is completely different. Our boy tells her not to worry because Yulkin said he'd take care of the girl. Besides, the place already has a barrier, so she and Karam wouldn't be detected. That's when Sirika hands him a letter and says this will only be possible if he stops causing trouble. Our boy looks at it and says it's a pretty bad reward for winning that match. But she just leaves the room, telling him to stop getting into trouble. It would be terrible if he ended up angering a certain someone. Yulkin then asks what it was, and our boy says it's a warning. They want to expel them for bad conduct. The little dragon girl says that can't happen to Daddy, otherwise everyone will end up begging on the streets. Shan is confused, wondering when this brat learned to say things like that. He pets her and says they don't need to worry for now. Yulkin says it would be dangerous if he were forced to return home. Shen replies that they don't need to worry because it was just a small competition. After all, he noticed that the letter came directly from the Chancellor and not the administration. That means the guy wants to talk to him. I don't know if this was in the past, but I believe it was. The Chancellor asks if he really wants to join the Order of Light. Shan agrees, and the man says he doesn't think it suits him. Seeing the boy's face, he says he's sure Shan knows this. So he decides to give him some advice and tells him to keep it in his heart. He's certain that Shan would find no benefit in joining the Order of Light. His fate would be suffering or something even worse. However, one thing is for sure, joining that order wouldn't be worth it, because that's what life is like for a puppet. That was the conversation he had with the old man in his past life when he was called there once, which makes him wonder what curse the old man will throw at him this time. Yulkin then comments that the child might deserve to have a name. They can't keep calling her just Little One. Shan just responds with Nana. Yulkin was about to tell him to think a bit more, but the girl says it's perfect. She likes the name Nana because it's the same backward and forward. And besides, now she's Nanavert. She's spinning around Xian, who wonders how she knows his last name. The scene then shifts to the Chancellor's office. He's thoughtful and impatient because of Xian verdict. He already knew the boy had great potential, but he saw him absorb a rank 4 magic attack all by himself. Someone with that much power is something to be feared. But the strangest part is that Xian didn't even seem to be trying, which makes him wonder what this boy is truly capable of. Shan knows that Campbell was the teacher of Emperor Dione and Princess Diana. He's one of the few 9-star mages on this continent, and after Princess Diana's death, he decided to dedicate himself to cultivating new talents at the Royal Academy. But what confuses Xian is that he always saw this man as a pacifist. So why in his past life did he suddenly get involved in the Empire's throne affairs? He stops for a second and is sure of it. That guy was as treacherous as ever. Knocking on the wall, he notices it has a barrier. Not just a barrier, but a 9-star one, even though he knew Sam was coming. It seemed the man wanting to test him, and Shan was ready to pass that test. Candle was smiling, curious to see how the boy would deal with the barrier. All right, fine, Shan mutters as he crashes through the window. He lands in front of him and calls out to the Chancellor, introducing himself as Xian Verdict, a first-year student. The old man notices that the boy did the obvious, but he has to admit defeat. He then asks if Xian received the warning about the competition. Shan says yes, he got the Chancellor's notice, but he became certain of some things as soon as he saw the barrier. That so-called warning was just an excuse to test him. Candle says that's correct and that his method was quite common, but undeniably effective. With that aside, he says he won't resign the warning unless Shan convinces him. Shan then asks if he can pose a question. He inquires whether the old man values the Empire's prosperity or his family's honor more. Candle remains silent. He says it's a bold question, but neither is Shan's concern. Shan then asks if, hypothetically, Emperor Dione and the third princess showed ambition for the throne, would Candle stand idly by and not support either side? The old man replies that such boldness is not only audacity, but also recklessness. Meanwhile, Shan recalls that in his past life, this man told him he'd become a puppet. But at this moment, Candle was no different. Shan remembers that in his past life, the Chancellor played an important role in helping Prince Luenel ascend to the throne, a prince known for his violent nature and for killing all his siblings. The day the Chancellor questioned those deaths, he was in prison for treason. Now Candle slams his hand on the table and says it doesn't make sense. He asks Shin if he truly believes that the peace built over the past 100 years could crumble so easily. He thought the boy was talented, but apparently he's just an ignorant child. Shan ignores the insult and says that both Candle's daughter and the second princess have already died from illness. Furthermore, the third and fourth princes are forces that cannot be ignored. and Empress Cassandra's faction is beginning to hunger for power. They would stop at nothing to seize control of the empire. After all, the peace in this land is barely holding together, and when it all collapses, it will also mean the end of the academy. Candle is stunned that an 11-year-old knows the entire current political landscape. It then asks what Shan's intention was in saying all this. Shan says he's there to propose a deal that will help Candle, peace for his family and peace for the academy, and all he asks in return is for Candle to remove the warning. The old man laughs, making Shan feel like a fool. Candle summons a magic circle and asks what power Shan plans to use to resolve this. He signals downward with his finger, saying Shan will be crushed along with his arrogance. Chains of judgment then appear and pull Shan upward. Shan immediately realizes the Chancellor wants to test him again. Candle says that while Shan may be powerful, escaping such a skill won't be easy. He remarks that the boy is getting too full of himself. However, Shan asks for permission to show what he's capable of. At that moment, the old man is startled. Shan activates an adaptation of the Void Sphere. The chains seem to be getting swallowed up. The old man is in disbelief that a level 1 skill is consuming his magic. The energy keeps being absorbed and the sphere continues to grow. Meanwhile, the old man wonders about the limits of this boy's potential. Finally, the attack dissipates along with the chains. Shan asks if he's proven enough. Candle immediately agrees to remove the warning, but says he doubts that's all Shan wants. Our boy says it is because all he wants is for there to be no problems at the academy. The old man asks if he's sure, and Shan says yes. The truth is, Shan really doesn't want to see the academy collapse again. Meanwhile, in the city at sunset, someone mentions they bought a lot of sweets, but that's what happens when there's a child at home. It's Yulkin, who's happy just imagining Mana eating all of it. Suddenly, he feels a chill. The place is eerily quiet and he assumes it's just his imagination. He slowly walks, looking around, until he senses a presence in the shadows and demands it show itself. Someone steps out of the darkness and Yulkin is so startled he drops the sweets. Man, I thought he'd react, but the poor guy just disappeared. Shan had promised the Chancellor that he'd attend all classes after leaving the meeting. But at this moment, he's tired and bored. It's tedious to study things he learned over 30 years ago. Since he doesn't have any missions to do, he considers going to train. But then someone appears behind him, asking where he thinks he's going. It's Erin, who says the lesson isn't over yet. Shan lies, saying he's just going to the bathroom. But she calls him a liar because she knows that's not the direction to the bathroom. Meanwhile, a guy named Resimus is standing behind her, calling her Lady Erin. Our boy then asks if she's allowing him to address her by her personal name. She tells him to stop changing the subject but says yes, but only in private. However, she wants to know why Cian is still so formal with her. Our boy responds that since she's royalty and he's just a simple citizen of the Empire, he can't be too familiar with her. Someone then approaches in the middle of their discussion. He calls out to Erin, and suddenly she looks startled. Shin glances to the side and sees a guy on the stairs, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. It's Brother Fabian and Brother Nerobian. Apparently someone really likes Bian. Erin greets them, and they ask why she's surrounded by commoners or if those people are her servants. Shan knows these guys from House Nefello always belittle the princess. Then they ask if he's the so-called boy San Vert. Our boy simply says it's a pleasure to meet them and introduces himself as the young mist of House Verdi. The guys reply that he doesn't need to introduce himself because they saw the duel, and it was incredible. Surely he'd be invited to the next social gathering. They say they should talk more and shouldn't remain strangers. Shan notices that Erin is being completely ignored. The guys place their hands on his shoulder and tell him this is an opportunity few people get. Erin just stands there silent, until Nerobian puts his hand on her shoulder and says that obviously someone like her shouldn't get any ideas. The so-called princess should know her place. As the guys leave, Resimus asks if they really are princes. Erin confirms they are and remarks, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. But Shan says he doesn't think that's what's happening in this situation. To them, it's clear she's worse than a stranger. Water or blood are insignificant when it comes to power. That's what she needs to understand. The fact that they act so coldly toward her shows that they have some fear or apprehension. He tells her not to be shaken by it, but the poor girl is already blushing. Our boy leaves while she stands there, blushing from his words of encouragement. Back at home, Nana is messing up the bed. But Shan finds it odd that neither Karim nor Yulkin is around. Karim then appears, asking if he doesn't see that the little girl is sleeping. Then she asks what he wants from her. Our boy tells her to find Yulkin. She looks confused and asks if he thinks she's some kind of dog to go hunting for him. But suddenly, she starts sniffing the air. She says she smells blood. In a nearby alley, Yulkin is thrown to the ground. The attackers laugh, and a blonde man says he should have responded as soon as they called him. Now things had gotten complicated. It's ironic that the boy only had one night and he was so bad at his job. The man then announces that it's time to cut Yulkin into pieces and deliver him as a gift to their master. He could thank his boss later. This was the price he would pay for messing with Barrett Rumil. However, from the ground, Yulkin simply says, all right. The guy is confused and asks what he means. Even while battered, Yulkin tells them to just get it over with. Barrett then tells everyone that apparently Yulkin has lost his mind. It's time to finish this by killing him. But suddenly, from above the alley, someone asks what they're doing. Man, if it's who I think it is, I guess you're all headed to your next life. It's him and Shin with Karim in hand, saying that apparently this was Rumil's doing. From the ground, Yulkin sees it's our boy. And upon seeing the state of his friend, Cyan says, looks like they beat up my poor boy. Barrett, however, seems excited that San showed up on his own. This was exactly what he had planned. Shin simply replies that he's looking forward to seeing what Barrett will do. He charges at the men, activating the 8th stance of the violent barrage. It's a tap to one guy's neck, a flick to another's forehead. Everyone in the alley starts getting thrown around. Barrett can't believe that all the men he hired couldn't beat this kid. What kind of monster is this, he wonders. He starts cursing Cian Vert and says he'll kill him. But before he can use his spell, he takes a knee to the stomach and is thrown far away. The poor guy hits the wall and San says Barrett hasn't changed one bit. He asks if tormenting the weak is really so fun for him. Barrett, however, says what he does in his free time is none of Shan's business. And he asks, "What are you going to do, kill me?" Shan remembers that in his past life, this guy, the eldest son of House Rumil, became the strongest figure in the kingdom of Garan. He was an infamous figure who beat his own servants to death and burned small animals just for entertainment. Until one day, his madness crossed the line. He mercilessly killed a classmate and claimed he was just practicing magic. This exposed him, and the Purge Squad gave Shan a mission to eliminate him. But that day, Shan would never forget what he saw upon arriving at that mansion. In the man's basement was a pile of servant corpses. Naturally, Sian tortured him to give him a painful death. But even while suffering, the man kept smiling and telling Shan to just end it. That was because he was already bored with his own games. Now Sian realizes that killing that guy in the past wasn't a punishment for a monster like him. After all, he had already done everything he wanted. It was an entirely inadequate price considering the lives he had affected. With this, Sian grabs Barrett by the mouth and summons a mana orb. Barrett asks what he's doing, and warns that Sian won't get away with this because he's the future of the kingdom of Garan. But Shan just grabs Barrett by the throat and says he sure loves to talk a lot. He warns that Barrett's biggest mistake wasn't insulting him. He could say whatever he wanted behind his back, but what he should never have done was hurt one of Shan's servants. Barrett starts writhing in pain on the ground. A strange purple aura begins emanating from him, and someone is observing everything from above. Oh, it's Eshel's informant, who says he urgently needs to report this. Surely this would interfere with his plans. But then Sirika places a knife to his neck and says she found the one tailing her boy. Our boy approaches Yelkin, who apologizes, saying he brought shame to his lord. Seeing him beaten up, Sian thinks it's pitiful to see the poor guy in such a state. He then asks why Yelkin, as his servant, involved himself in a fight he knew he couldn't win. Was that his idea of loyalty? Shan says he understands what Yelkin wanted to achieve, but the best choice in this case was to flee. He didn't need Yelkin to risk his life in the name of loyalty, so he shouldn't do anything so reckless again. Poor Yelkin, broken and defeated, simply apologizes. Our boy then says the leader can show themselves. Suddenly, a group of Purge Squad members appears, asking if it was that obvious. Shan says it's obvious when so many people show up together. Then Sirika appears, saying she brought a big present. She throws Kellen to the ground, and Shan immediately recognizes him as the one who had been following him recently. She seems impressed that Shan already had information about him. He says he kind of already had an idea. She responds that, as always, he's highly capable. Not only is he far stronger than any other assassin of the Mist, but he's also able to negotiate directly with the Chancellor. In addition, he has the mental fortitude to wield the magic sword. He truly deserves the title of successor, but the problem is he keeps causing trouble. Shan just replies that he took note of all that, but he warns that he will always refuse to be just a victim. Whoever harms those close to him will be crushed. Sirika interprets this as him saying he'll protect those around him and says she understands. She then says she's leaving and trusts the successor's decisions. But before that, she reminds him not to forget to deal with that person. Kellen then asks what Sam plans to do with him and if he's going to kill him. But Shan says he's learned that death is too easy. Desperate, Kellen says that if Shan thinks he's going to talk, he can forget it. But Shan replies that he already knows Kellen is the right-hand man of Eshel. The poor guy is left wondering how this brat already has that information. But Shan remembers Kellen very well from his past life, always by his brother's side, and the envy he felt when they were close during the wars. However, considering everything, Kellen really is a problem. Perhaps the best option would be to kill him now. The problem is that doing so would send certain information to his brother, which means it's time to use this guy to execute his plan. Kellen, desperate, asks what Shan is doing. Shan activates a psychic clone creation. A cloud of mist begins to pour into Kellen's mouth and eyes. The scene then changes completely to a castle. A man rushes in, attacking her in. She manages to parry and says he'll have to do better than that. But the man appears behind her and places a sword at her neck, announcing his victory. Erin tells him to stop calling her Your Highness and admits she really can't beat him. He apologizes to Your Highness, and she tells him to learn to just say, Erin. But then they hear a heavy strike nearby, and Erin says someone is training hard. It's Yelkin, taking a punch to the stomach, a kick to the back of the knee, and being thrown far away. Shan is impressed that, considering he's just a regular worker, Yelkin can take quite a beating. Moreover, he has good stamina, so maybe in the future, he could be useful. Shan asks if Yelkin is okay, and spitting blood, he says he's perfectly fine. Shan knows the training has to be tough because at any moment, he could be attacked like what happened with Barrett. Yelkin then comments on Kellen and asks if he won't cause any problems, to which Sian says there's nothing to worry about because now Kellen is on their side. The scene then shifts back to the moment when Sian absorbed that energy. Yelkin was right there watching everything as the body fell to the ground. Shan thought to himself that it was exhausting since he hadn't done that in a long time. The Shadow Psyche is a level 9 dark attribute. It creates a new shadow personality in the target, allowing him to control them. Even in his past life, he only used it once. He then asks Kellen to introduce himself. Kellen replies that he's Kellen Digos, a guardian of the Knight of Elias. He had received orders to come to this city and observe Lord Sian. Shan is pleased with how obedient Kellen is and asks who his master is. Kellen says he originally served Lord Eshel, but now he wishes to serve Lord Sian. Our boy says that's fine. Kellen's first mission is to return to Eshel and report everything Shan instructs. Kellen agrees and says he will obey the commands. Kellen looks motivated and Shan finds it terrifying how well that spell worked. Erin then shows up and asks if he's training with a knight. Our boy humbly replies that yes, he is, but honestly, he could have just said he's there to play cards. She then says she's been practicing fencing with Rezimus ever since what happened recently. Shane remembers what she's referring to. Everyone found out that Barret Rumil was found beaten up in front of the infirmary. But the worst part wasn't that he couldn't talk about what happened. It was that he could no longer use magic. What Cian finds strange is Rezimus' reaction. He thought Rezimus would be happy about what happened. Suddenly, Nana comes flying through the sky, yelling for our boy. Or rather, she's literally flying. Both of them look up and Cian asks what's going on, considering he left Karam in charge. Of course the lazy one was sleeping, wasn't she? Eren grabs Nana, wanting to know where this crazy kid came from. Meanwhile, Nana keeps shouting that she found her dad. Eren is confused by this whole dad thing, but Nana is clearly pointing at Cian. Now the girl is stunned, wanting to know since when and with whom this happened. While Cian the fool has no idea how he's going to explain himself. Some time passes and he's already explained everything. Eren feels relieved to discover that she's not his biological daughter. Still, she didn't expect the boy to have such a soft side. On the other hand, Yelkin is worried because they'd be expelled from the academy if this was discovered. But Eren tells him not to worry. She would never tell anyone. Shan is impressed by her promise. Man, you should have made her promise before explaining everything, right? Eren looks up and reassures him, saying not to worry. After all, it's not like she has any other friends besides them. Way to ruin the positive vibe, Eren. Shan asks why she made the promise, and she says it's because she feels sorry for the girl. Someone who is neither dragon nor human wouldn't be accepted anywhere. She was lucky enough to find him. But with that said, Eren declares that she'll have to visit his dorm a few times. Not to see him, of course. She wants to visit Nana. Shan says he's fine with that, but it all has to be kept completely secret. The fool Eren lies awake, thinking this is a secret just between the two of them. Actually, it's a secret between 5 of them, but okay. With that, she leaves and Rezimus waves goodbye. But as Eren looks back, she feels something strange. She's all giddy, realizing she seems to have gotten closer to Cian. Back at home, though, Cheyenne still gets scolded by Karam. She tells him to just spill everything to her, including that he has a magic sword. Cheyenne tells her to shut up, pointing out that all this happened because she was sleeping. Yelkin suggests they should take Nana out more often. Maybe she ran off because she's been cooped up for too long. Cheyenne says it might not be a bad idea. Then we see 2 people flying with wings. A white-haired man notices something strange and stops midair. The woman beside him asks what's wrong, addressing him as Lord Lucian. He replies that he smells weakness. He asks where they are, and she says they haven't reached Ruin yet, but are close. Lucian realizes they're near the Ruin Academy. He says they'll have to delay their return because he senses the presence of something that isn't meant to exist. Meanwhile, in an open area near Ruin, Yelkin is warning Nana not to wander too far because it's dangerous. Cheyenne thinks this was a good idea since she's enjoying herself and are far from Ruin. Here, his secret is safe enough and she can get some fresh air. Karam teases him, saying he seems to be enjoying playing house, suggesting they make the princess the mother. But suddenly, they all feel a chill. Karam warns immediately that something is approaching. Lucian says, that's abominable. Yelkin shouts for Nana to be careful, barely saving her from a laser. Cheyenne sees that the 2 are safe and tells everyone to stay behind him. The 2 descend from the sky, and they wonder what they're doing there. Dragons, superior beings, and 2 of them at that. Lucian then says he now knows where the stench is coming from. The existence of that thing is revolting. The red-haired dragon, Catalina, asks how such an abomination came to be. She questions if Shion is the owner of this mixed race and how he also possesses a magic sword. Karam is furious at being treated like a mere object, but Catalina tells her to be quiet since she's just a human's toy now. Hermia, however, retorts, asking if Catalina is looking to die. As Hermia prepares to attack, Lucian stops her. He explains that he has no interest in this fight as they dislike fighting inferior creatures. However, they must take the mixed-breed girl with them. A half-human, half-dragon existence would surely make for valuable studies. They say that if they hand her over, everyone's lives will be spared. But Cheyenne tells them all to shut up. Lucian can't believe the audacity of the boy. Cheyenne repeats, telling the winged crocodile to keep quiet. Obviously, Lucian loses his temper. He nearly fires a laser at Cheyenne, but Yelkin calls out to him, telling him not to worry and to stay behind him. However, it's undeniable that the technique Lucian used was terrifying. Lucian says that's why dealing with inferior creatures is so annoying. Cheyenne activates the 9th stance of the Black Mist, manifesting the magic sword. Every time I mess up pronouncing these massive spell names. But there he is, our boy looking like a burnt matchstick, ready to face them. Both dragons recognize that as the power of the exiled. Lucian remarks that the day is full of surprises, but in the end, boy is nothing more than an inferior creature. But before he can finish the thought, Cyan is already at his side, leaving Lucian startled, not knowing when Xian appeared. He takes a flurry of stabs and is thrown back. Lucian says the boy is a reckless human and charges at him with a slash. He extends his hand, activating a shockwave. A magic circle forms above Xian, and he takes the attack head-on. But Xian activates one of the smoke techniques, reappearing behind Lucian. He conjures another storm of blades, forcing Catalina to step in for defense. Lucian tells her not to interfere, saying this fight isn't hers. But she simply reassures him, saying he has nothing to worry about. There's no way she could lose. The flame barrier she's using has been refined for over 1,000 years, so it's impossible for a human who doesn't even live 100 years to break through. Until Sagan activates the 8 petals. Are we back at Manhwa? He delivers 8 slashes to the barrier, shattering it completely. Catalina is left wondering how that's possible. Before she can recover, Xian delivers a clean slash through her. Did she disintegrate? Did she actually die? Man, is Xian pissed off. Lucian, confused, asks what Xian is. Someone with mere powers of the mist shouldn't be this strong. He demands an answer, but when Cyan doesn't reply, Lucian says that, in that case, he'll treat him as a serious opponent. Cyan notices that Lucian is activating the polymorph ability. From the magic circle, the dragon begins to emerge. The man is reverting from his human form to his natural one. Sharp eyes, massive wings, the beast is here. Lucian lets out a deafening roar in Xian's face, but Xian leaps towards him, saying he knows this is the moment when Lucian is most vulnerable. He's already above the dragon's wings, and Lucian wonders what he's thinking. Noticing Xian's position, Lucian realizes the boy knows about the vulnerabilities of the polymorph ability. Xian strikes directly in the middle of Lucian's forehead. Lucian calls him reckless, but is already thinking about escaping. But Xian smirks and says it's too late. He activates the technique Giant Tree Root directly into Lucian's head. A wave of black energy spreads through the dragon's body. Lucian rises in the sky, and sometime later we see Yulkin calling out to Xian. Yulkin looks horrified and covers Nana's eyes. What's this? Xian has already cut up the dragon and is roasting its meat. He says dragon meat is precious, and Nana exclaims that she wants some. Meanwhile, Xian's brother hears about Xian working with a mysterious crew. Kellen explains that the agents they sent were killed by this unknown force. Ekel asks if that's everything, and Kellen confirms it. Ekel finds it odd. When this guy left, he was filled with anxiety and fear. But now he seems calm and collected, like a completely different person. Ekel simply says he understands, but has one more question to ask. When Ekel stares at him, Kellen realizes Ekel has caught on to something. Suddenly, Kellen places his hand on his chest and says, "May the grace of Lumendel be with me." Ekel smiles and thanks him for the response. He tells Kellen not to worry too much, but advises him to be cautious. Kellen, however, knows there's no turning back now that Ekel is starting to suspect him. At the very least, he needs to ensure he doesn't become a problem for Xian. As he leaves the room, Kellen runs into a maid. He remembers that she was the girl who took care of Xian. He asks what she's doing there, and Ekel replies that he invited her. He asks if her name is Emily, and she confirms it. Then Ekel says he wanted to ask her for a little favor. "Girl, you better run while you still can." Meanwhile, at the dragon's base, someone asks if it's true that Lucian and Catalina disappeared. Another confirms that their energy vanished, and now there's a gap in their ranks. But it's strange for the energy of an 8-star dragon to vanish like that. Judging by their empty stones, it's clear they were likely defeated. However, upon flying over the area, all they found were remnants of a battle. One of them asks how it's possible for someone to kill those two and leave no trace of magic. The green crystal says it's only possible if the killer has the dark attribute. But as far as he knows, there's only one person in Candle strong enough to kill those two. However, that person doesn't possess the dark attribute. This means there's someone powerful out there they know nothing about. The man says the only person at the Royal Academy with the dark attribute is a boy named Sayan Vert. Moreover, there are rumors that he encountered a dark dragon at the front lines and survived. If that's true, he might also be involved in the disappearance of the two dragons. The green crystal says this is a strange coincidence and advises keeping an eye on him. He instructs someone named Luna Rainraver to send his granddaughter. It's fascinating to see this conversation among the crystals and still have no idea who's who. Meanwhile, back at the royal dormitory, Erin, of course, wastes no time visiting our boy and even brings a cake. She says it's a gift for Nana, who's thrilled. But man, she didn't just bring a cake. She brought an entire cart full of presents. Sitting at the table, San thinks that, at least for now, they're getting along well and things are calm. But if dragons can truly detect Nana, it's only a matter of time before they attack again. However, he won't allow anyone close to him to be harmed. In this life, he has decided to live for himself. And of course, to take down Ekel and all his plans. Suddenly, Erin looks over her shoulder and asks why he has such a big smile on his face, wondering what's making him so happy. He responds that he just had a great idea. The scene shifts to the garden of House Verde. Someone says it's the first time they've seen him since graduation. It's Prince Luvinol Sevelos, who comments on how great Ekel looks. The fool replies that it's all thanks to his majesty. The prince then tells him to stop wasting time on the outskirts. He's heard that Ellie is moving across the continent. Ekel smiles and says he's very concerned about what she's doing. But the prince asks if he isn't worried that she might be a threat to him. Ekel, irritated, asks if the prince isn't lacking discretion. But Sevelos says there's no need for discretion between the two of them. He then asks if Xian isn't his brother, explaining that his father is interested in the boy and is even considering marrying him off to Erin. He doesn't understand why Ekel would care about this, considering that girl is useless. Ekel, however, tells him not to be so quick to judge. She might gain some influence and interest, becoming useful. The prince replies that he likes how productive their conversations always are. Their relationship is quite peculiar, huh? Might as well end with a kiss. The prince even offers Ekel a glass of wine. But Ekel notices that the prince's knight seems to be someone new he's never heard of. The prince explains that it's a gem he found while passing through the slums. Ekel examines the man and remarks that even among gems, this one appears to be of the highest quality. The man introduces himself as Boris Lehelm and offers his services. Suddenly, 2 years have passed just like that. Shad mentions that he kept a low profile, and just as he felt he had adjusted to the academy, that's when Ellis returned. In another part of the castle, someone knocks on a door. Ellis had come to visit Candle, who remarks that it's been a long time since they last saw each other. He asks if she enjoyed her trip. She says yes, mentioning that she visited the city of Perwina. The Chancellor comments that it's a place where humans aren't very welcome. She explains that it took her an entire year just to start adjusting. However, she wanted to understand the harmony they always spoke about. He always said that wherever she went, prosperity would follow. That's why she's careful about where she belongs. Candle doesn't fully understand her point, but apparently he gets the gist as he says she seems to have reached some conclusion. She confirms this, stating that she wants to join the Order of Light. The Chancellor remarks that she seems intent on preserving the family name. She replies that it's a burden someone has to bear. She's concerned about her younger siblings, especially Xian, whom she describes as extremely shy. The old man bursts into laughter, leaving her confused. He comments that the idea of Shan being shy is quite amusing. That's when the boy himself appears, saying it's very insensitive of their dear Chancellor. They look back and see our boy. I thought he might show up looking older, but nope, he just got taller. He looks like he's holding in a fart, but says he missed his sister. Walking outside, she remarks that he's changed a lot since the last time they saw each other. He's already as tall as her and will soon surpass her height. He jokes saying she must have gotten shorter, but she tells him to stop making up lies. It was July 2, 1988, a date he would always remember, because it was the last time he saw Elise alive. What's going to happen, man? She mentions that the semester has ended and asks if he'll visit home. He replies that without her there's no one to welcome him. She seems confused and asks if that's why he hasn't gone back in 2 years. He knows the real reason is Eggshell's presence, and of course the Duchess, who wants to kill him at any moment. The worst part is that their father does nothing to stop it. Going home would basically be suicide. Stop lying, kid. You killed 2 dragons and are afraid of a Duchess? But okay, I believe the Eggshell part. Elise then asks if he gets along with Kranz. He replies that it's impossible. She asks why, and he says it's obvious, because of the way Kranz always treated him, always trying to take his life. Apparently, Elise had no idea about any of this. Yelkin steps forward and confirms the information. Shan explains that Yelkin is his guardian. Poor Elise just now realizes this, thinking he was just some random lunatic following them around because he was so weak. Sometime later, she finally understands what happened. She mentions that while all this was going on, she was in Pruina, completely unaware. Shan tells her not to worry as the problem was created by the Duchess and Kranz. They are the true villains. But Elise's expression changes. He asks her what's wrong and she suddenly snaps out of it. Shan then asks Elise if she's told anyone else about this and she says it's all in the past. Kranz never showed any remorse. Suddenly, Elise pulls him into a hug. She cries, saying he doesn't have to carry such a heavy burden alone. Whenever he needs, he can count on her. Shan says that from now on, he will protect her. But suddenly, she says she can't stay any longer because something has come up and she needs to handle it. However, she tells him to take care of himself while she's away. At this moment, Yelkin feels something strange. Elise gives him a tight hug, thanking him for taking care of her brother. Yelkin was about to protest, saying he doesn't take care of this troublemaker, but Shan quickly tells him to stay quiet. Some time passes, and it seems like Elise is leaving. Even though Shan is smiling, he knows it's been a long time since he's seen her this serious. The scene shifts to the past, where Cyan is taking hits from a sword. It's Kranz asking if he's already tired and calling him a motherless bastard, ordering him to get up. Shannon, frustrated, says there's no need for him to say such things since he's already won. But he takes another hit to the face, and Kranz tells him to shut up. The beatdown continues until someone appears and tells Kranz to stop. It's Elise who demands to know what he thinks he's doing and orders him to apologize to Cyan immediately. Shan knows from the look on her face that this is going to cause chaos at home. But maybe this is a good way to reveal the truth about the people around her, and somehow change her destiny. Someone delivers a few letters to him saying they're for him. Yelkin mentions that one is from the academy and another is from the cleaning staff. Shan grabs the black letter and says the other one must be from the imperial court. Yelkin takes a look and confirms it. Both he and Karam seem interested in what the court wants. Shan simply says it's an invitation to a banquet. And the black letter, of course, is an assassination order. It's for the death of a man named Dranian Nephelis, set to happen at the banquet. This shocked the entire kingdom, since the man is the emperor's younger brother. Karam asks if he's going, and Shan says yes, because there are things he needs to handle. In the meantime, he wonders why that damn woman gave him this mission, especially since in his past life it was assigned to someone else. Karam notices that the banquet invitation came directly from Aaron. She jokes that Shengen finally received a love letter. He immediately activates sword manipulation and the blade nearly hits her, making her fall face first to the ground. At that moment, someone calls out, saying, "Dad, I'm hungry." Yelkin looks shocked and Cheyenne asks what's wrong, but his own expression changes immediately. Let's not mention it, but yeah, she's grown. That's all. The scene shifts to the exterior of a castle, where someone runs to open the door. It's Miss Elise, apparently arriving at House Vert. The butlers comment on her return, but she just wants to know where the Duchess is. The Duchess is calmly reading a book until she hears a loud knock at the door. Elise storms in, and as the Duchess greets her, saying it's been a long time and asking how she's been. Elise raises her hand and slaps her hard across the face. Everyone is shocked, and a butler asks why the guards aren't doing their job. From the floor, the Duchess asks if Ellis has lost her mind. But Ellis responds that it's the Duchess who should be asking herself that question, especially since she tried to kill Cian. The Duchess is alarmed that Ellis knows about this. Of course, she denies it, claiming she'd never do such a thing, and asks if Ellis has any evidence. Ellis says that by asking for evidence, the Duchess made everything perfectly clear. As the Duchess orders the guards to act, she continues screaming, asking what they're waiting for, and commanding them to restrain Elise. The guards leap toward Elise, apologizing as they do. Well, this isn't going to go well for them, is it? Elise dodges the first one and knees him in the neck. She activates a spiritual magic called Undyne and takes them all down. The Duchess trembles as she watches all the guards fall in the blink of an eye. She tells Elise not to come any closer and asks why she's doing this. Elise simply responds that Shan's guardian already confessed everything. He admitted to receiving orders to kill the boy 2 years ago. The Duchess claims it's ridiculous for Elise to act based on the words of a mere servant, but Elise tells her to shut up, saying she will have to face the consequences because everything will be reported to their father. Her time is up. With that, she walks out. The Duchess, however, thinks to herself that the foolish girl still doesn't understand anything. Williers had no interest in anything except that one child. She immediately sends word to him saying she knows about the assassination attempt and asks what the problem is. Surprised, Ellis tells her father that one of his children almost died. The Duke says he won't make any excuses. He simply believed Xian would survive. Elise protests, saying it was extremely dangerous as Xian was just a child fighting 6 knights. He only survived thanks to one of them deciding to protect him. The Duke laughs and asks if she truly believes that false might save Xian. That man was nothing more than a simple worker. Elise questions whether he's saying Xian killed all those knights by himself. The father steps closer to Elise and remarks that she knows very little about her little brother. He hands her a letter and tells her to take a look. She asks what it is, and he explains it's an invitation to the imperial banquet. He wants her to attend in his place. It would be a good opportunity for her to relax and stop worrying so much about Xian. He's much stronger than she imagines, and soon she'll realize it. Bang, the door shuts in her face. Elise walks through the corridors, wondering how she's supposed not to worry about her 13-year-old brother. That's when someone calls out to Miss Ellis. She brightens up upon seeing Cecilia, who welcomes her back. Cecilia rushes over and hugs her, asking how she managed to stay away for so long without even writing a letter. Cecilia Lean is a knight from the elite squad of the Order of Light. From the beginning, she's been Elise's supporter, teacher, and friend. Elise then asks Cecilia what she thinks about a change of scenery. It's time for the two of them to head to the Imperial City. The scene shifts to a carriage. Inside, Nana is gazing out the window, exclaiming that she sees a little deer. The boys keep insisting that she learn how to hide her tail. She concentrates for a moment, and everything seems to disappear. Shan thinks to himself that at least his life is a bit easier when she can hide everything. He asks if she remembers what he told her. She responds that she does. Right now, she's just his maid. Still, he's nervous, sure she's going to cause some trouble. Then they hear something outside. Shan asks Yelkin what's going on, and Yelkin reports that there are some mountain bandits. Man, look at these poor fools. Kids, just go home. This won't end well for you. Yelkin, go deal with them quickly. Nana asks what's happening, and San tells her it's nothing. Before the bandit can even say anything else, Yelkin has already taken one down with a next strike. The rest of the gang shouts for their leader and leaps at Yelkin, but he remains calm, activating a sequence of consecutive slashes. Ah, I know this reference. Is he about to go bald? He sheaths his sword, and all the bandits are dead. Now he's a force to be reckoned with. With that, Sayan tells him to get back in the carriage, and Yelkin announces that they're leaving. Elsewhere, someone slams a sheet onto a desk, saying it's the list of all the banquet guests. Sirika thanks her and is asked if the plans shouldn't be postponed. Sirika responds that no, they need to go through with this because the man must die. The woman is curious about why there's such urgency to kill Dranian Nephelis. Sirika explains that he's a vile predator who uses his power to target married women. The sooner he dies, the better. And to top it off, he's her fiancé. What a plot twist. Sirika then notices someone unusual on the guest list, a person with such a fragile body that they rarely attend any classes, but an extremely rare genius with proficiency in 20% of all attributes. Luna River, the granddaughter of the master of Guren's Academy of Magic. Sirika knows Luminov has been hidden from the world like a precious gem, so why is she exposing herself at this banquet? Her aide explains that it was Master Regents himself who sent her. Sirika isn't pleased, unsure of his plans. What she knows for sure is that something is bound to happen at this banquet. Of course, right, especially since she's planning to kill her fiancé. Well, not her. She's sending our boy. The scene shifts to the city as the group arrives. Accidentally, Nana bumps into someone. The man starts scolding her, asking what she thinks she's doing, until she apologizes and asks what's wrong. Man, if you knew her age, you wouldn't be smiling like that. He takes off running. Nana remarks how nice everyone in this city is, while Cyan just wants her to stay away from that creep. But it's clear Nana's problem is that she doesn't suspect anyone. Then Yelkin points out her eyes, asking Shan to take a look. Shin immediately notices trouble. Her pupils have turned black, and she says she's hungry. When that happens, she starts emitting an aura that makes her easy to locate. Shine tells Yelkin to get her to a restaurant immediately. Yelkin grabs the girl and rushes off. A while later, she's already devoured about 80 plates. Sayan comments that at least he brought plenty of money, but then he feels a strange mana in the air. Someone approaches, saying it's a pleasure to meet him, and asks if he's the boy named Sayan Verit. Here we go again. Shen is confused that she knows his name and asks who she is. However, she just ignores him, sits down, and asks if he doesn't mind. Our boy. Tell her. Answer already. She then introduces herself as Luminov and says she's a new student at the academy. Cheyenne thinks he's heard that name before. He says he doesn't pay much attention to juniors, which is why he didn't know her. She says it's expected since no one is as famous as him. Meanwhile, Nana is asking Yelkin if she's a friend of Cheyenne, and he replies that he has no idea, but she doesn't seem very friendly. Luna remarks that it seems, given he's hanging out with a knight, he must be an employee and is quite close to both. He had a much more caring personality than she imagined. The protagonist just responds that he sees no reason to eat separately from them. However, he's already noticed that even though they just met, she's praising him way too much. So what's her real reason for getting close to him? At that moment, Lunav asks if he's going to the Imperial Banquet. He says yes and asks how she knows that. She replies that it's obvious when someone from the academy comes to this place. She says she's happy to know they'll meet again at the banquet because she's also invited. At that moment, Cheyenne realizes she must have some form of nobility at the very least. Suddenly, she stands up and says she, unfortunately, has to leave. But he better remember the name Lunav. And with that, she departs, asking him not to forget. That's when Cheyenne seems to remember this crazy girl. She's the granddaughter of the Grandmaster of the Magic Academy, which makes him wonder if that man sent her there. He remembers that in his past life, Lunav died extremely young while still a student in that place. Some said it was because her body was very delicate, but others were sure it was due to the experiments she endured at the Magic Academy. The problem now is that he's getting involved with a lot of people he didn't know in his past life, which means things are going to change even more in the future. And it also makes him wonder why it seems like so many people are involved in this banquet. Sometime later, Rin is fixing her hair. She looks at Resimus and asks how she looks. Kay gives her a thumbs up, saying she looks amazing and the best version of herself yet. That's because she wants her to make up her mind already since she's tried on a dozen dresses. But she grabs another one, saying she's still not satisfied. Resimus then says she's sure Cheyenne would already like this one. She turns around asking what her dress has to do with Cheyenne. Resimus just replies that it's obvious since she was the one who sent the invitation. The poor girl is blushing, not knowing what to say, until the maid arrives with a gift from Prince Lunel. Rin seems a bit confused since it's not like her brother to do something like that. Meanwhile, Resimus is praising it, saying Cheyenne will surely think it's wonderful. Time passes, and we finally reach the much-talked-about banquet. Full of nobles walking around, and our boy is leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets looking cool. He looks to the side and says that if Kellen is here, it means Estelle has also arrived. Kellen confirms this and says that at the moment, he's with Prince Lunel. However, he has something to say. Cheyenne asks if something happened. Kellen just says he has a bad feeling that many people will be in danger, including himself. That's because Estelle ordered him to leave the Imperial City before the banquet began. He said some things would happen, but they'd be for the greater cause. Cheyenne wonders if Estelle was behind the bloody banquet back then. Kellen says he's afraid for Cheyenne's safety, who tells him not to worry and to leave the city. However, Kellen questions whether it's really safe for him to stay there. Cheyenne says it is and tells him to leave immediately. With that, Kellen retreats. Meanwhile, Cheyenne thinks that this whole small mess is clear. Estelle was a far bigger scumbag than he imagined. Karam asks if by chance he's concerned about the lives of innocents. He says not really, he just finds what that guy is doing amusing. But more importantly, he'd have to postpone today's assassination. At that moment, Kellen activates a psychic resonance and tells Sirika that her dress looks great. Well, I agree. Then he informs her that today's death will have to wait. She asks why, and he responds that he received new information. This place is going to turn into a pool of blood. He can't explain because they're out of time, and for now, she should just keep an eye on what's happening. She asks if he's sure, and if the source is reliable. He says he's very familiar with the person who might be behind all this and is now certain. But she doesn't need to worry because maybe her disgusting fiancé will also be one of the victims. She blushes and asks how he knows it's her fiancé. He just turns around saying he's off to work. But then from behind, Elise calls out to her. Sirika turns, confused, and sees her looking stunning, saying she missed her master. Sirika asks what she's doing there, and Elise says she came to clear her head. But now she's worried since Elise will also get caught in this mess. That's when someone approaches, saying they see two beautiful flowers before their eyes. Clearly, this is not someone Sirika wants to see. It's apparently her fiancé, the beloved Dranian Nephelis. Yes, from his smile, it's obvious he's not a good person. Meanwhile, our boy approaches Yelkin and says he has a job for him. Yelkin pounds his chest, saying he's ready for duty. Cheyenne tells him to cut it out, thinking Yelkin is way too confident these days. Maybe drinking dragon blood and all the training has turned him into a true warrior. He then tells him to go to the aqueducts and keep an eye on the area. However, Yelkin says he's scared because it's too dark, and Cheyenne immediately takes back that comment about confidence. He orders him to go right away and stop making excuses. But then Yelkin tells him to look behind him. Someone extremely suspicious was watching him. Immediately, Cheyenne moves to attack, saying he'll handle it. He grabs hold of someone only for Cian to shout at him to get off. It was poor Emily who had been squashed. Poor girl. The scene then shifts to someone descending a staircase carrying a torch. They reach the lowest level and announce that the time has come. They call for all the servants to rise. Back at the banquet, Arin is there, angry that someone hasn't shown up. She touches her necklace, thinking she should have expected this from him. But that's when Yelkin introduces himself and says it's a pleasure to meet her. Arin immediately recognizes Lunav Rainriver. Lunav says she's honored to be remembered by royalty. Arin smiles and says she'd never forget a prodigy from the kingdom of Guren. As the voice of the empire, she welcomes Lunav to the banquet. Lunav Rainriver compliments Arin's kindness and says it would be great if Cian could see how nice she is. Arin, a bit confused, asks if Lunav knows Cian. Lunav Rainriver says she spent some time with him yesterday. Arin becomes confused at the thought of them being so close. But instead of just thinking it, she accidentally says it out loud. Lunav Rainriver smiles and says it's as she suspected. She teases that Arin has a crush on Cian. Before Arin can react, someone screams. The two of them look to the side as a woman tries to alert the guards, but is struck in the neck. The two are confused, wondering how someone got in, because there's an assassin inside the Imperial Palace. The masked man looks at her and says the princess has been located. The scene shifts to Nana introducing herself to Emily, who is shocked. She falls to her knees, devastated to see that the new maid is younger and prettier. She asks Shan if she's being replaced, and Cyan says no. But he's more curious to know why Ishil brought her there. Emily says she thinks Ishil wants her as his maid because he even asked her to work for him. Obviously, Cyan doesn't like hearing that. We then see the moment Eshil asked her to be his maid. He says she seems so lonely ever since Sin went to the academy. But back in the present, Emily says she refused because she has to wait for her lord. She asks if he's sure, and she confirms, but Eshil isn't giving up. After all, he brought her to this place. At that, Cyan tells Jokum to protect Nana and Emily because things are about to get dangerous. He recalls that in his past life, she wasn't in this place. The fact that he sent Kellen already proves he's been watching him for a long time. but he won't allow his brother to hurt his people. There's chaos outside. Suddenly, Emily shows a ribbon and says Ishel sent it as a gift for his brother. She panics because she forgot to deliver it, but Nana notices something strange. Something red is seeping from the crystal inside. It seems to have a specific smell. In another part of the castle, someone sheaths a sword. It's Eshel speaking to the prince, saying everything has begun. The prince smiles back, saying the day they've been working toward has finally arrived. Eshel praises the knights the prince sent and says the recipients must have also received their gifts. The prince smiles again and says with all of this, the empire will rise from its decline. The honest brother agrees, saying it's time to show everyone. Who does the empire truly need? Back at the banquet, someone is telling everyone to run this way. It's Erin urging them to evacuate and let the guards handle it. Lunav tells her to run as well, but Erin says she needs to get everyone out first. Her friend says she'll join her and Erin thanks her. Meanwhile, the masked man is slashing through all the guards. One hears a scream, and when he looks to the side, he sees more enemies arriving. Another knight is killed, and the man doesn't know what to do until someone calls for the commander. They warn that the area is full of mandrakes, which are high-level creatures. The problem is that this type of monster should only exist on the front lines. So what is it doing here? As he despairs without a solution, one of the creatures is completely blown apart. It's Sirika, looking stunning and strong, telling them to evacuate. The poor commander asks if she's an instructor from the academy, without noticing that someone is approaching from behind him. But from behind his back, Eris arrives and slices the threat in half. She tells him to run and leave it to her. Now that's true girl power, folks. The general tells all the knights to run and help those who are evacuating. However, the mandrakes keep attacking and the two prepare themselves. That's when another one runs past them from behind and they realize they're being ignored. The attack is heading straight for Erin. Sirika warns that the princess is the target. Just as Erin is about to lose her head, the general saves her. He orders everyone to protect the princess. But, oh boy, some blood splashes onto her face and she starts crying. Here comes the sadness. Oh, it's just the general. We don't care about him. Poor guy. But Erin is upset that Captain Morris has died. She begs Morris not to die. She notices he died with his serious expression intact. She begins blaming herself, saying it's all because of her. Meanwhile, Lunav casts a water explosion. Combined with a wind explosion, it creates a tsunami. Erin is impressed that a second-year student can use fusion magic. Lunav says it's too late for that guy and Erin needs to evacuate immediately. She's a bit sad, but the mandrakes are closing in, and it's better to run. The guards urge her to leave quickly, assuring her they'll handle it. They wouldn't let the captain's sacrifice be in vain. Lunav starts yelling at her to start moving. Erin closes her eyes and says she'll never forget his sacrifice. Suddenly, the knights are surrounded by a golden aura. Erin says she's cast a temporary barrier on everyone because of the mandrake's poison. Even a simple touch could be fatal, so this would protect them. She orders that none of them die. The men smile and thank her, but they have that look of, yeah, we're gonna die. But off they go, charging at the mandrakes. Slash here, slash there. Then one of them gets impaled in the chest. Everyone is thrown aside. Ellis tells them all to get out of the way and unleashes a freezing attack. She runs toward Erin, telling her she needs to leave now. However, Erin has no idea who this woman is, and Elise introduces herself as Ellis of House Vert. The mandrakes roar, but Sirika leaps in, slashing through everything. The problem is that no one at the academy can know she's a dagger user. If they do, they'll start associating her with the Mist Group. Unfortunately, given the destruction around her, it's not the time to worry about that. She uses an attack that our boy has used before, 8 pedal strikes. The mandrakes finally stop moving. But what the knight doesn't see is an assassin right behind him. Oh wait, there's no assassin anymore. He's been sliced in half. Sirika tells them to stop letting their guard down because there are many enemies around. She only hopes Elise can evacuate everyone safely. But what she wants to know is what this terrifying sensation she's feeling is. Running through the corridors, Erin is more concerned about the fact that Elise is Xian's sister, and she starts to realize she has no idea where he is either. That's when the wall explodes and a creature appears in front of them. Ellis finds it strange that the monsters are showing up exactly where they are. The problem is that a crawler is a high-level night monster. Erin activates a chain trap while Lunav uses a fire lance. The creature's feet are caught, forcing it to defend against the lance. Ellis is impressed that the two girls are far from weak. She decides she needs to show these Academy juniors that she's strong too. The creature roars and sends a blue attack their way. Lunav activates a protective barrier and Ellis appears behind it. But of course, before attacking, she delivers an epic line. She declares that as a knight of House Vert, she'll make this creature regret everything. She activates a water blade and chops off the creature's arm. Back in the hall, Sirika has cleared the area. Finally, it seems she's killed the last of them. She approaches to remove a mask, thinking these assassins seem like monsters, but something was off. And then she's startled. These assassins are actually puppets. A long forbidden spell allows someone to control the bodies of the dead, and to control so many requires an incredibly powerful person who has prepared for a long time. Something on this scale was certainly not done by just one person. Maybe someone is trying to start a war. Some of the assassins are killed, and someone asks if these are the last of them. A man collapses with his sword on the ground, and 2 knights approach from behind, asking if His Majesty is all right. He tells them not to worry, as at least he has them by his side. One of them, Eshel, offers help and says he'll assist His Majesty. Meanwhile, the blonde guy is just observing. The vile blonde says not to worry because the knights will handle the rest. The king need not concern himself, they'll keep an eye on him. The crawler is finally killed, and Elise wonders where all these monsters are coming from. But suddenly, they're surrounded by a bunch of assassins again. Back at the moment, Emily hands over Eshel's gift to Cian. Yelkin comments that he finds this very strange. After all, Eschel has never sent Shan a gift. He's always noticed that his boss harbors a sort of resentment toward his brother, something that seems much deeper than simple sibling rivalry. But then Karnan warns them that they need to run. Something extremely dangerous is coming their way. Emily, confused, asks why the girl's eyes are like that. And then suddenly, the wall behind them explodes. He turns and tells her to hide. Another high-level creature has appeared in that place. In another part of the castle, the rest of the guests are panicking and trying to escape. Among them is Sarika's cowardly husband, terrified of dying. He managed to be one of the first to flee, but right at the exit, a group of assassins was waiting. He cannot die there, no matter what, because he's eagerly anticipating spending quality time with his future wife. He asks the man beside him if the back door is truly safe, to which the man confirms it is. But just as he's about to seek further reassurance, something pierces through his head. The man is separated from his senses in an instant. The crowd screams in terror as the man's body collapses like discarded garbage. Everyone assumes this is the end for them. That's when a blue drop appears and Ellis activates a water explosion. She calls out to Luna to cast a freezing spell, creating ice spikes that pierce all the assassins. The knights stand there, dumbfounded, unsure of who these two women are. Elise confidently steps forward and introduces herself as Ellis of House Vert. This girl loves announcing her name. One of the knights spots Erin and celebrates her survival. Meanwhile, Luna struggles to get up, assuring everyone she'll recover soon. She warns that the next attack will start any moment and that they need to escape. The knights step forward, vowing to protect the princess. The nobles behind them are all begging for victory, but Erin tells them not to worry. She will give everything. She has to stop the enemy. She has realized that no matter how many times they kill them, the enemies keep reappearing. It's as if they're tracking something among them. What could it be? Nothing suspicious about that necklace around your neck, right, Erin? Back with Emily, a behemoth enters the room. She pleads with Yelkin to do something, or they'll die. But Yelkin can't understand why high-level monsters are appearing in the Empire. Still, after being protected so many times by Xian, it's his turn to protect someone. The only problem is that Emily is clinging to him way too tightly. The behemoth roars and Yelkin tells her to back off. The creature charges to attack and he manages to block with his sword. He's excited, thinking he might handle this, until he gets hit by a series of blows. Emily asks if he's sure, and he insists he will protect them. The creature lunges to bite both of them. Yelkin, seeing no way out, apologizes to San. But the behemoth takes a punch to the face and crashes to the ground. Yelkin is shocked and Emily asks what that was. Of course you already know. Nana is transforming back, revealing her true form. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, assassins continue attacking Erin. The knights are dealing with some while the others handle the rest. The problem is, it doesn't seem to end, and whoever orchestrated this planned it exceptionally well. At this rate, the Megs will soon start to fall. Erin realizes she needs to find another solution. That's when one of the knights gets slashed across the face and their mask falls to the ground. Ellis realizes they are fighting puppets or undead controlled by magic. She starts thinking about the most efficient way to deal with dark magic. The first thing that comes to mind is the holy magic of Lumendo's light. She knows there's only one way to do this. She calls out to Erin and asks her to bless her sword with light magic. Erin hesitates, explaining that this would remove the knight's protection. The knights tell her not to worry, they'll hold the line for as long as they can. For as long as they can probably means they'll die the second she lifts the magic, but oh well. Now Elisa's sword glows brightly with the blessing. Combining elements like she did with Luna was challenging, but combining magic with a spiritual art is much easier. It takes time, but she finally prepares to give it her all with the strike. Meanwhile, I wonder where Shan is. He better be doing something really important. And there he is, cutting down puppets and mandrakes. Our dear Shan knows this is all tied to Eschel somehow. He's convinced Boris has started working under Eschel's influence. Karen comments that he never thought humans with this level of necromancy still existed. Shan explains that the person who enjoys this kind of magic also has another favorite method, using stones from fortified creatures to create new monsters. Karen mentions feeling that magic emanating from a certain direction. Shan notes that the place is a bloody mess, but before resolving it, he needs a change of clothes. Meanwhile, Elise is channeling immense power. Luna recognizes it as the spirit of Miriam. She's baffled as to how Ellis summoned it. Magic and spiritual power are extremely unstable. She warns that Ellis needs to stop or her body won't withstand it. Miriam places her hand on Elise's head and asks why she's in such a hurry. She remarks it's a pity for a child blessed by Pruwina to face such a cruel fate. She prepares her arms and declares she's extremely irritated. With a single gesture, she creates an explosion, forcing everyone to back away. Erin is awestruck by the sheer power in such a simple movement. The problem is, as assassins are killed, others are reanimated. Erin pleads with Ellis to stop before she ends up dying alone. But Ellis knows she must finish this before things get worse. She resolves to make the most of the spiritual invocation. She prepares an attack using all the power of the Spirit King. But suddenly, someone grabs her arm. The goddess pauses for a moment, leaving Ellis confused. No one knew who that person was. Who could this mysterious figure be? Elise wonders who this entirely different kind of puppet might be, and she has no idea what this black mist surrounding them is. The problem is that she can't move or even pull her hand away. Shan stands still while his aura envelops her. The goddess then tells her it's time to say goodbye. It seems her journey will end today. Shan releases Elisa's arm and she collapses to the ground, trying to understand what kind of mist this is. As the goddess fades away, she tells Elise to remember she's always welcome in Pruwina. Erin is still confused, and Luna comments that the figure blocked Elise's spirit manifestation. The assassins begin advancing again. Poor Elise now unable to defend herself. But don't worry, there's a cool-headed guy around to take care of everything. Now Erin realizes the man in front of them isn't an enemy. Cyan continues cutting down enemies until he pauses for a second. As he suspected, the creatures seem to be following the scent of something coming from the princess. He asks Karam if she senses anything unusual in the area. Karam mentions sensing something magical from Lunav. Shan asks for something else, and Karam finally says there's a magical creature's energy emanating from the princess's necklace. He tells her he'll need her help as he moves forward. Shan slams the ground, creating a spatial distortion. A domain of mist begins spreading outward. The puppets start disintegrating into smoke, and the knights are alarmed as the space around them shifts. As the creatures attempt to advance, they become trapped in the ground and seem to die. Elise notices the mist is consuming the puppets. In a matter of moments, the entire area falls silent, as if nothing had happened. Erin is puzzled at how someone can handle so many creatures at once. That's when she notices Lunav on the ground. Just as she considers helping her, Shan appears behind her. Everyone turns to address the princess, but she already has a knife to her neck. Erin feels a strange familiarity with this mysterious figure. He strikes the necklace, risky even its location on her neck. Everyone screams for the princess, but suddenly he vanishes. He reappears beside Lunav, and Erin panics. She orders him to step back and casts a light ray. The attack hits him directly, but he merely turns into mist. Shan then leaves a message telling everyone not to worry because he has no ill intentions. He assures them that the creatures won't follow anyone anymore since the jewel has been destroyed. He instructs everyone to head to the front entrance, which he has already cleared. A knight approaches Erin, asking if she's unharmed. She's more focused on figuring out who that person was, but reassures him that she's fine. She then asks about Ellis and Lunav. Both are getting up, and Ellis suggests they hurry to the entrance. She decides to figure out who the stranger was later. For now, the priority is saving the girls. However, Lunav, with her magical sensitivity, seems to recognize Mr. Sheehan. Back with Nana, the behemoth lies defeated on the floor. Emily is trembling, questioning whether Nana could truly be a maid. Yelkin admits he has no idea since Nana has never done anything like this before. Not only has she killed the creature, but she was also devouring it. In Shan's past life, rumors surrounded the banquet's true purpose. Many believe it was orchestrated by Princess Erin, desperate to inherit the throne. But now Shan understands that the necklace given to her by Eshel was part of a grand scheme. Together with the prince, Eshel eliminated the creatures and became hailed as heroes of the empire. In the end, they were the ones who benefited the most from this incident. Karam asks if Shan is suggesting those two planned everything. Sacrificing so many lives for something like this makes her think humans are worse than demons. Shan responds that this is only the beginning. He adds that he's not much different, having participated in numerous massacres in his past life. Karam then asks if he's leaving already. He says yes, as Nana must be waiting for him. The Imperial Knights should be able to handle the rest. Karam mentions something that's been bothering her. Our boy asks what it is. She says the smell from the princess's necklace matches the one Emily brought. Back in the room, Nana comments on a delicious scent coming from Emily. Emily panics, insisting she isn't as good as she seems. Meanwhile, Yelkin can't understand why Nana has suddenly turned into a monster. Worse, she's trying to kill Emily for some unknown reason. He needs to stop her somehow, but he can't bring himself to raise his sword against her. Nana leaps, shouting that she can't control herself. Yelkin closes his eyes, unable to find a solution. A solution? Cyan steps in and takes a hit to the back. Karam sneaks behind Emily, and Cyan tells her to resolve the situation quickly. Karam removes the necklace and throws it to the ground. Before Emily can react, Karam crushes it underfoot. Karam commands Nana to wake up and return to reality, reminding her that her lord is there. Slowly, Nana reverts, confused about what just happened. She sees the destruction on the boy's back and asks if she caused it. Shan reassures her, saying it's fine, it doesn't hurt, and it wasn't her fault. However, she collapses to the ground in tears, crying that she didn't want to do this. Yelkin and Emily are at a loss for words, while Shan simply tells them they should leave since the place is in chaos. Meanwhile, Prince Sevelis is wondering what's going on. The hallways were supposed to be swarming with monsters, but there's no sign of them. The king comments that the creatures have vanished, and Sevelis celebrates, saying they're incredibly lucky. However, Eshel has already noticed that something is off. That's when they hear someone calling for their father. It's Erin and her group emerging safely. From Eshel's clenched jaw, it's clear he's not pleased. Erin embraces her father, expressing her relief that he's safe. She then notices her brother Lunel standing nearby. The king explains that it's thanks to Lunel and Eshel that they were able to stay safe. Sevelis comments that it's good to know Erin didn't die. Erin responds that she feels the same way. Though she has many questions for him, she knows this isn't the time. The knights approach to protect Erin and pay their respects to the king, who thanks them for safeguarding his daughter. Erin glances over and notices Eshel whispering something to Sevelis. She knows they're planning something. Suddenly, Sevelis turns and places a sword against Lunav's neck. He declares that he's certain who's behind all this. It must be the granddaughter of the Grandmaster of the Academy of Sorcery. He announces that from now on, she's under arrest. Elise is baffled, unable to understand what the prince is thinking, while Eshel remains silent. The king and Erin orders Sevelis to lower his sword, demanding to know what he's doing. But the prince argues that the situation is clear. The kingdom of Garen orchestrated this to bring down Usif. He claims Lunav was sent to create chaos and assassinate the Marquis. Lunav questions what evidence he has to support such accusations. Eshel suddenly mentions sensing strange magic near their location yesterday. The king asks if this is true and demands an explanation. Sevelis states they invited her in good faith but have always kept an eye on her. And with the evidence they have, it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light. The king acknowledges this and tells them to handle it. Sevelis assures him that they will. Poor Lunav realizes she's fallen into a trap. She wonders if this was part of her grandfather's plan. Lunav and the others from the Garan Academy are arrested. Meanwhile, Rezimus, who had been separated from the group during the battle, is with the noble knights. The next day, a funeral is held in the capital for all those who died in the massacre. Although Shan significantly reduced the death toll compared to his past life, the day is still remembered as the bloody banquet. Sometime later, Elise is applying bandages to Shan. Shan tells her she doesn't need to, but she insists, saying it's the least she can do. She expresses relief that he managed to escape the monsters, which were incredibly dangerous. She also mentions that if it hadn't been for that man, she wouldn't have survived either. But she's curious about who he was. She remarks that the man was strangely the exact same size as Shan. What a coincidence. She then comments that she's noticed his physique has improved significantly, and for his injuries, it's clear he's been training hard. Shan turns away, awkwardly agreeing, and she teases him, asking why he's blushing. Shan dashes off, telling her to stop teasing him. At that moment, Eshel appears, remarking that the two of them are as close as ever. He asks if Shan is alright, who responds that he's fine and thanks him for his concern. Elise notices that Shan seems to be preparing for something. Shan then asks Eshel about the progress of the investigation. Elise wonders if Shan has also picked up on Eshel's unsettling nature, which sends chills down her spine. The blonde man explains that he's there precisely because of the investigation. They found a bracelet in Lunav's room containing one of the stones that attracted the creatures. Lunav had claimed it was a gift. Shan comments that if that's the case, they should focus on tracking down the suspect. Eshel agrees and asks if Shan received any gifts himself. Shan says he doesn't recall receiving anything and asks if they've identified who gave the bracelet to Lunav. Eshel reveals that they believe it was a merchant who frequented the palace, but the merchant was found dead earlier that day. That's why they're working tirelessly to uncover the truth. Eshel presses Shan again, asking if he's absolutely certain he didn't receive anything. Shan knows this isn't a genuine investigation. They're merely looking for someone to pin the blame on. Elsewhere, Emily sits on a bench when a man approaches her. Shan knows she's in danger. Back in the room, someone complains of a headache. It's Shan. Ellis insists he hasn't fully recovered and needs to rest. She tells Eshel that Shan has a back injury and is losing a lot of blood, so he should go to the infirmary. Eshel agrees and excuses himself, but Shan states again that he has no memory of receiving anything. After all, anyone who tried to get close to him wouldn't have survived the massacre. Eshel thanks him for the answer, thinking to himself that he's lucky the girl didn't deliver the item. At least it spares him the trouble of eliminating another person. Yet at the same time, it frustrates him because Shan was supposed to die at the banquet. Alice suddenly calls for our boy Shan and gives him another smack on the back, ordering him to lie down. But then we see blood dripping onto the floor and a maid asks why he's doing this. She says she did everything he asked, delivering the necklace to the princess. She pleads, swearing she won't tell anyone about this. The man replies that this is why her role ends here. And now he must complete his task to finish what's been started. After all this preparation only fills him with anger. He delivers a clean cut and tells her to rest in peace. He pauses, realizing he forgot something. Opening his grimoire, he mutters that he really needs to learn to deal with bodies. Out emerge creatures with countless eyes, which he orders to devour the remains. Looks like someone borrowed the power straight out of a shady librarian's book. Back with Emily, a man approaches and she glances behind her. Oh, relax, it's Yelkin, or rather Brian, bringing her some apples. These people really know how to build suspense. He sits down, commenting on how nice the weather is, but Emily wants to know how much longer they'll stay here. Brian responds that they'll remain until Sion gives the order to return. Oh, it's the moment when Emily handed over Eshel's gift. The moment Shan saw it, he instantly knew what it was. He destroyed it and told Emily to listen carefully. Neither the Imperial City nor House Vert would be safe for her anymore. She was to hide until further instructions were given. He called Brian over, explaining that he was extremely busy and would need him to protect Emily, and of course to look after Nana too. He told them they'd need to stay apart for some time. Now, only after all this do we finally learn that his name isn't Yelkin. It's Brian. Brian is worried, noting that he's never seen Shin smile like that. Emily asks if Nana is okay, and Brian explains that she's having trouble sleeping but seems to be recovering. Emily reflects on how much has happened since Shin arrived in this place. It's wild to think his maid has dragon blood, but this only makes her want to help Shin even more. Brian agrees, mentioning he's been thinking the same. But he's distracted, recalling the moment she grabbed his arm. He's embarrassed, wondering why that moment sticks in his mind. Emily declares that together, they'll do their best for Shin. Brian blushes and smiles, agreeing. The scene shifts to Sevelis questioning his father. He demands to know what he means by this decision. Sevelis insists the evidence is undeniable, and they can't let the suspect slip away. The king, however, calmly tells him to relax, explaining the decision is already made. Sevelis accuses him of being weak, saying he'll never maintain dominance over the continent with this approach. Almost taking a blow to the head, the king sternly orders him to be silent. The king acknowledges Sevelis' ambitions of continental dominance as noble in theory, but he reminds him that the Yusuf Empire borders not just the kingdom of Garen, but also the demon world Espana and Proina. Starting a war with Garan would leave them vulnerable on all fronts. Even if, by some miracle, they conquered the continent, the cost in lives would be astronomical. As emperor, he refuses to choose such a monstrous path. Sevelis, however, persists, claiming clear evidence exists. The king asks if he's referring to the obscuring stone, which catches Sevelis off guard since he didn't expect the king to know about it. The king remarks that his expression says it all. Since childhood, Sevelis has never known how to stop when he doesn't get his way. Sevelis, trembling, denies knowing anything. The king orders him to be quiet, questioning how he's fallen so low. He declares that at this moment, Erin is far more qualified for the throne than Sevelis. Finally, he commands Sevelis to leave his presence immediately. Obviously, Sevelis doesn't take kindly to hearing Erin's name. To him, that accursed child is ruining everything. Outside Erin's room, someone asks what the prince is doing there. The door opens and Rezimus steps out, explaining the princess is still recovering. but Sevelis responds by punching her in the face, knocking her to the ground. Eren confronts him, demanding to know the meaning of this while he laughs maniacally like the Joker. Staring him down, she calmly asks if he's here to see her or if there's something else he wants to hear from her. Sevelis is suddenly startled. Her aura is different. She doesn't seem like the same person he knew. Eren then declares that maybe he wants to hear that she, Eren Sevelis, received nothing from her brother. The prince trembles, realizing she knows everything. The scene shifts to the king asking Eren if she's certain she knows nothing about the matter. She confirms. The king explains that the necklace she carried wasn't an ordinary jewel. The stone within it, though rare, originates from a clan of dark magic users. It's something used to attract and control creatures. He's received word from the Imperial City that someone secretly purchased this item. The known suspects are the merchant Gilbert and the maid Marilda. However, both are now dead or missing. The king found it odd that both the merchant Gilbert and the maid Marilda had frequent meetings with Sevelis. He asks Eren again if she's certain she didn't receive anything from her brother. Fiddling with her fingers, she responds calmly, no. She didn't receive anything from Sevelis. However, she comments that now that they've found the source of these stones, Luna should be released. She asks her father to free the girl who saved countless lives at the banquet. The king agrees and tells her she no longer needs to worry about it. Eren knows that if she reveals Sevelis was the one behind the necklace, the lives of those around her will become much more dangerous. The king might not execute Sevelis, meaning he'd remain alive and capable of harming those close to her. And she's tired of standing by while the people she cares about suffer. Back in the present, she asks Sevelis if he's satisfied with its outcome. He replies smugly that yes, he is. Exactly as she said, he never gave her anything. Eren affirms this, stating that's exactly what she told their father. Sevelis then questions her tone and suggests that if anyone overhears, they might think he's done something wrong. He mockingly suggests they so shut the mouth of her friend. Eren simply replies that it's unfortunate for him, but she has a visitor now. Sevelis asks if this person is really so important, and she says, yes, more important than you. Enter Cien, who apologizes for overhearing the conversation. Caught off guard, Sevelis didn't sense him at all and wonders why he's here. Shin, with his usual aloof demeanor, says he overheard everything. Sevelis demands to know how long he's been eavesdropping. Shan responds nonchalantly that he doesn't have much presence, so he's been standing there the whole time. Sevelis snaps, saying he's not in the mood for games and calling Shan bold for speaking to a prince in such a manner. But Shan just calmly asks, and what are you going to do about it? Planning to silence me too. Sevelis begins to wonder if the rumors about these two being betrothed are true. But realizing the tension, he quickly shifts gears. He knows there's nothing to gain from making an enemy of Cien Vert. Not only is she the daughter of his father's ally, but she also holds Eshel's favor. In a prior conversation with Eshel, Sevelis had explained that he wanted to eliminate Eren because she was threatening his position on the throne. What he couldn't understand was why Eshel wanted to deal with his own brother, given their father's unwavering trust in him. Eshel's response was chillingly simple, because he bothers me. Eshel was convinced Cien harbored secrets beyond human comprehension. Back in the present, Sevelis remarks that now he understands what Eshel meant. He doesn't know why, but an immensely powerful aura radiates from this boy. Changing his expression, Sevelis raises his hands and says it was all a misunderstanding. Now that the confusion has been cleared, he'll take his leave. Shan relaxes a little, noting that Sevelis isn't entirely depraved yet. He remembers how in the future, Sevelis would be called a mad emperor, committing acts that would terrify anyone. As he departs, Sevelis even apologizes to Resimus, who forgives him, asking only that they be more careful in the future. Finally, the door closes. Eren curses her damned brother and thanks Shan, but Shan says it was Eren who handled everything. She smiles and says she only acted confidently because she knew he was nearby. Shan sits down, claiming he's just tired of standing. Eren adjusts her hair nervously, mumbling that it's okay if that's the case. Resimus is baffled that Cien doesn't pick up on the obvious, while she commends how composed he was before the prince. Cien starts to leave, saying that now Sevelis knows their allies, Eren won't face as many risks. Resimus bids him farewell, realizing that he only came for business and is already gone. The scene shifts to Sevelis questioning Eshel about what they're going to do next. Sevelis swears the plan was perfect, but the people they wanted dead are all still alive. Worse, he's lost his father's trust entirely, and to him, he was supposed to be the sacred savior of the Empire. A voice cuts in, saying the plan wasn't entirely a failure. It's Boris reporting for duty. He apologizes for the delay, explaining that he was handling a mission for Lord Shelley. Sevelis mentions hearing that Emily has gone into hiding and asks what this fruit business he referred to is about. Boris admits they underestimated the people surrounding Princess Eren. Sevelis fumes, accusing Boris of suggesting they should reflect on their actions. Boris apologizes and clarifies, showing a crystal. He explains that it contains the magic used by Eren's allies. Most of it is ordinary, but then a dark mist begins emanating from the crystal. Boris declares this to be an extremely rare and potentially dangerous magic. Some might even call it dark magic. It's the power of a cursed magical blade. Sevelis is stunned to learn that one of Eren's allies wields something so blasphemous. Meanwhile, we cut to a comical scene of Yelkin staring at a blue creature on a plate. He asked Emily what kind of gratin she said she was making. What's stranger is that Shan and Nana are eating it calmly. Emily cheerfully tells them to take it slow. Yelkin, however, wonders if the food is actually moving. Shan remarks that he's had enough and is full. He apologizes, explaining he has to leave before Eshel discovers this place. He only came to check on the three of them, but the danger is still too great. Shan explains that he's placed people to keep an eye on the house's surroundings, making it the safest place for now. He chuckles, but Emily asks him to promise he'll come back. He reassures her not to worry and instructs Brian to look after the two of them while he's away. Brian, unenthusiastic about the odd food they've been eating, mutters that he'll take good care of them. Outside the house, Surika appears and sarcastically comments about his free time for strolls. She demands an explanation. The bloody banquet, her fiancé's death. How did Cyan know all of this would happen? She warns him to be careful with his answers, as she might end up becoming his enemy. She asked again, who exactly is Cyan Verde? Shin simply replies, why does it matter? The Marquis was already a target. Surika retorts that it matters a great deal, as he could be a spy for another organization. Shan asks what she plans to do if that's the case. She unsheathes her sword, declaring the answer is obvious. She lunges at him, but Karam intercepts the attack. Surika demands to know if Karam will really stand in her way. Karam reminds her of the last time they fought, warning that she won't let anyone touch her master. The two immediately reignite their rivalry, both vowing to defeat the other. Karam conjures a red energy sphere, saying she'll show Surika something interesting. Surika, excited, readies herself, saying she's prepared. Karam unleashes the unyielding black mist, which seems to chase Surika. Surika dismisses it as useless, boasting that she can dodge anything, but the sheer explosion rattles her confidence. She realizes that being hit by it would mean instant death. She admits it's better for Karam to remain in her sword form, as otherwise she could be far deadlier. Karam grins, declaring the warm-up is over, and it's time to get serious. Surika grins back, ready for an all-out fight. Before things escalate further, Cyan activates sword manipulation, slamming Karam into the ground. Karam whines, asking to continue her fun, but Cheyenne commands both of them to stop. He reminds them that their commotion undermines the point of his hiding. Surika admits he's right and advises him to relocate. Cheyenne tells him to clean up and closes the door, leaving the two standing there with dumbfounded expressions. Inside, Cheyenne announces a change of plans, instructing everyone to prepare to leave. That's when a voice greets him. It's Lunav. She comments that it seems his family has grown since the last time. Shin, surprised she bypassed the mist barrier, asks how she found them. Lunav explains it's just a simple talent of hers and assures him no one else knows she's there. She asked about the commotion outside, but Shan dismisses it, asking why she's there. Lunav responds that she came to thank him. Shan shrugs, saying he didn't do anything deserving thanks. But Lunav insists she knows everything since the day he entered her. Everyone looks confused, trying to decipher her words. She clarifies she's talking about the aura that entered her when she was unconscious. She demonstrates her ability to summon fire and water, combine them, and modify them. She can even use a form of magic to locate specific people. She proudly asks if he doesn't think this gift from her grandfather is amazing. Shan dryly responds that it seems more like a curse, pointing out her injured body. Luna blushes and accuses him of being the one who entered. Shan ignores her and tells everyone to prepare to leave, saying he'll have a chat with her. Emily eagerly asks where they're going, and Cyan replies it's her Ruin Academy. Emily beams with excitement, saying she can now take care of him daily. Ryan, however, looks disappointed, already dreading the food he'll have to endure. Later, Luna reflects on her childhood in cold, dark places being the subject of painful experiments. She endured it all, believing it was her duty as Rain River's granddaughter. She asks Shan if he feels a similar sense of duty. He bluntly says no. Curious, she questions why he saved everyone but didn't want anyone to know. Shan explains it would only cause more headaches, which she probably understands. Luna pauses, saying she does. She then reveals that when their auras connected, she discovered his magical attribute. At first, she thought it was darkness, but now she isn't sure. She confesses that during their brief contact at the restaurant, she gathered information about him. Shan is surprised, not realizing she could deduce someone's magical attribute through touch. She asserts that on the day she collapsed, he implanted his magic into her. She demands to know what it is, certain it's not of this world. Shan acknowledges her curiosity and asks if she plans to report it to her grandfather. Lunav dispels her magic, saying no, it would only bring more trouble. Shan smirks, asking if she's rebelling against Rain River. Lunav cryptically says he probably understands the reasons. She suddenly hugs him, thanking him for freeing her from a long-standing burden. Shin explains that her body is like a cauldron of flames, filled with magical attributes constantly clashing and mixing. However, someone had placed a sort of cap on her magic. The intention was to prevent her from losing any magic entirely, but it was also causing her power to heat up excessively. What overflowed from this cauldron was slowly extinguishing the flame of her life. All Cyan did was create a hole in that cap. He explains it was because he didn't want her to live as someone else's puppet. Still, he tells her there's no need to thank him. If she has nothing else to say, she can leave and keep their secret. But of course, she shouldn't overexert herself, it would be dangerous. Lunav simply thinks to herself how adorable Cyan is. As she suspected, Cyan is a genuinely good person. Meanwhile, at the Garen Magic Academy headquarters, her grandfather slams the table, demanding to know what they're saying. The butler informs him that Lunav has been exonerated and released. He asks if they should file a petition against the kingdom of Yusif. The grandfather replies with a resounding no, saying that's not the issue. Instead, he wants to know how she had the audacity to stop anywhere else before returning to him. He declares they must finally like this video that helped. And you guys remember how last chapter ended with that old dude saying it was time to find Luna. Meanwhile, our boy was on the carriage ride back home. He wanted to know why Emily was so excited, and she said it was because she could finally go back to serving him again. She thought it was kind of weird though, right? Especially since she heard that servants weren't allowed at the academy. He explained that the headmaster would probably make an exception for him. But we already saw the headmaster and he made it clear, no way in hell Our boy tried to argue, saying he'd make sure no one even noticed her and all he really wanted was to bring Emily with him. The headmaster asked for a good reason, and he said he promised not to skip class if she could come. The old man slammed the table and snapped at the brat like, "That's the bare minimum, kid. And what's this about wanting to bring 2 maids? That's even worse." All he wanted to know was whether this had anything to do with the blood banquet. He figured Cian wouldn't ask for something this bold unless it was serious. Just by looking at the kid's reaction, the old man was already sure, and Cian said he'd tell the truth, but only if he got permission. The headmaster had already given up on trying to control him and basically said he knew the kid was going to do whatever he wanted and bring those girls regardless of what he said. So our boy finally admitted that it was hard to explain. The only thing he could say for sure was that he wasn't behind the blood banquet. The headmaster asked if he was really sure, and our guy said he honestly didn't get it. Like, why would someone as honest and humble as him do something like that? The headmaster just said, fine, and told him to get back to class already. So yeah, the talk kind of worked out. What he didn't expect, though, was how that guy would feel once he found out the whole blood banquet mess was actually because of his own grandson. But honestly, it probably wasn't just Lunel's doing. That guy's not smart enough to plan something like this all on his own. Of course, that bastard Eshel had to be behind most of the plotting. And Boris, he was the one who carried it all out. That's always how they operated. Right then, he saw that buffed-up dude from earlier busting out 1,287 push-ups like it was nothing. He already knows something's coming, and right then the bastard stands up saying the time has come for him and Cyan to fight it out once and for all, to see who's really the strongest. The door slams shut, and our boy walks into his room. Seriously, that bastard does train every single day, always pushing for it. But Shan's not in the mood for any of that right now. Then suddenly, he trips over a hand on the floor. He looks down, and damn, it's his own servant lying there looking dead. He jumps back in shock, and that's when Emily shows up. He wants to know what happened to the guy. Eating her totally normal but horrifying food, she says she has no idea. He ate that delicious little cookie and passed right out. Maybe Shan wants one too. Right away he shouts, "Emily, you damn lunatic, you are never cooking for poor Brian ever again." Then he flops down onto the couch, already stressed out about what's coming in their future. That's when he notices a letter. He decides to take a look, thinking it might be from Lunav. But right at that moment, someone walks in asking who he is, and boom, it's her. She shows up wanting to know how he's doing, and tells him she ran away from home. The scene cuts to some sewers, some underground tunnels, where a group of people are talking about how the association's guards will be showing up soon. One guy tells the other not to worry, but the older one reminds him not to forget. This was the only way to put an end to the source of the Rainriver bloodline. And damn, this girl's got quite a mouth on her, and it's not just sharp, it's loud too. She says she's not that concerned. The old man tells her she better not be, since she's his student. Oh boy, that's her. Nella Aronis, the super cruel instructor. And she says she's not dumb enough to feel bad for that monster. Then she tells the group she's going on ahead, since their comrades should have already captured Lunav by now. The old man leans forward and prays for glory to the kingdom of Garan. Meanwhile, there's our boy sitting down for a quiet little dinner with the troublesome one, who's teasing him, saying she didn't expect him to be such a bold and aggressive little guy. As soon as she arrived, he just grabbed her arm and dragged her off. He shoots back that there should have been a magic barrier cast on the dormitory doors, right? So how'd she even get in? Lunav explains that it was simple. She analyzed the barrier with her mana and disabled it. He's thinking to himself, that's not simple at all. That's insanely powerful. Magic is crazy complicated. You can't just glance at a barrier and break it like that. Then Lunav asks if he read the letter. He says no. She walked in right before he could. She replies that she came in person because she couldn't wait for his answer. And right away, San wants to know, was it Ridgens who got her into this situation? She doesn't answer. He pushes again, asking if that guy was the one who told her to reach out to him. That's when she lowers her head and says yes. At first, that was the only reason, but not anymore. Even so, she knows that in the end, it's up to him to decide whether to trust her or not. Cian says, I don't trust people that easily. So what are your intentions? Lunav says there have been some strange things going on at the association. 2 dragons they were in contact with vanished without a trace somewhere near the Luan region, and people who used to smuggle certain items around the world found dead. She thinks Cian is involved in all of this. At first it was just a weird hunch, but now she's certain. Shen had no idea the association was in contact with dragons, and since there's no more hiding it, he says fine. He just wants to know what she plans to do now. Out of nowhere, she says she's going to die soon. He may have helped her, but even so, she knows her own body way too well. Unfortunately, it had already reached the point where there's no fixing it. Still, thanks to him, she got 3 extra years of life. Shan says none of this makes sense. Why is she so calm? Why isn't the thought of dying so soon getting to her? She just smiles and says it's okay, as long as she can feel something. Shan's losing it. He stands up and says none of this is his problem anyway. She should get back to her room and he's already on his way out. She asks why and he just says he doesn't want to get involved in that kind of situation. She just waves goodbye and says she'll see him later. And just like that, he's gone. Even Karim asks if it's really okay to leave the girl there like that. But Shan's certain it's the best thing to do. The Garan Association had been keeping an eye on them for a while now. And sure enough, Lunav says she thought her escape plan had been solid. Turns out they showed up way earlier than she expected. That blonde guy calls out to her right away, telling her it's time to go. Mr. Ridgens is looking for her. She doesn't react and the guy asks what's wrong. She looks at him and says that usually it's Victor who comes to get her. So who is he supposed to be? He says Victor's busy today and that's why he came instead. They're from the 6th security branch. But Lunav isn't having it. She calls him out, saying she was lying. There's no Victor. Then boom, she uses a wind skill and bolts, trying to figure out who these extremists are that came to snatch her up in broad daylight. But before she can get away, someone hits her straight in the face with a sleep spell. Instantly, she collapses. Someone mutters that they didn't think it'd be that easy. The bald guy says they were discovered quickly, but it doesn't matter. They'll just toss her in the carriage and be done with it. Meanwhile, Karam senses something and says she feels a fight coming from that area. That makes Shan suspicious. Weren't those guys from Guran? Why would there be a fight going on if Lunav seemed to be going along with it? Scene cuts to the carriage, now arriving at some kind of church at night. The bald guy says he's brought Lunav Rainriver. Someone seated on a pew says she's a poor child, used as a test subject her entire life, and now they're just throwing her away like garbage. The seductive, sinister, Professor Nella is right there and says they'll be using the girl for a far more noble purpose than her own life. But the guys from the carriage are noticing a strange mist gathering under their feet. Everyone's getting tense when suddenly, slash. The first one gets cut, like a flurry of arrows, but it's actually glowing slashes flying through the shadows. The weird-looking guy, whoever he is trying to figure out what's going on. He looks behind him. Guess who's there? Shin. Right at his back. The bald guy hears the screams, and Nella immediately realizes they've got another guest. She tells Ralph to show them what happens to anyone who gets in their way. Ralph, the bald one, steps forward and says he'll silence them all. Outside, Karam comments that it went way smoother than she expected. But Shan says, nah, this won't be quick. There are much stronger people inside that cathedral. Then Ralph shows up from a distance and says Shan's not bad for a kid. But is he really alone? Shan answers that he is. Not like that guy seems to be, though. Right then, the bald guy launches an attack. Sia notices his energy. It's similar to Lunav's, but even more unstable. Ralph declares he doesn't need anyone's help to beat a child. Meanwhile, Nella shows up and asks if Ralph's finished. But her expression changes right away. There he is, her guy lying on the ground face first, completely wrecked. Shen just asks if the last one has arrived. But first, he wants to know why they're trying to take Lunav. That crazy professor says you won't charm any girls interrogating them like that. But Shen's already focused. He noticed her first attack had a unique blend of elements. This woman probably had something similar to Lunav's abilities. Then comes a lightning bolt wrapped in flames, but he dodges it just in time. The important thing is he's found the perfect person to interrogate. She's trying to figure out how he's deflecting all her attacks with just a dagger. But in the blink of an eye, he's already in her face and says, got you. But that sly little thing used an aerial jump and put some distance between them. Realizing the kid was dangerous, she knew she couldn't leave him alive. She immediately tried to fire off a charge blast at his back, but Karam, watching closely, saw it and said she'd gotten distracted. That's when Karam grabbed her by the shoulder. The spell still tried to activate, but it missed. The blast tore through the ground, the church, everything, and Cian realized she had a ton of mana. Now she was immobilized, but still saying she wouldn't reveal anything. Karam told her to stop struggling. No human could break through a heart-bound restriction like that. Then Cyan stepped closer and told her to just spill it already. Who gave the order to kidnap Lunav? And how many of you are still out there? Nella just laughed and said he was a funny kid, because he'd be finding all that out real soon. They were all coming for him, and they'd meet again, in hell. She was putting on a whole dramatic act, but Karam was right there calmly pointing out that this was just the reaction caused by a heart restriction. Shen already knew what that meant. An artifact that kept the user's mana sealed in the heart. That's why she couldn't transfer mana through her body. Now he was sure Lunav had something similar going on. While the woman was trying to figure out how they figured all that out without her saying a word, Shen made a comment. This twisted organization running these experiments, they saw it as the path to evolution. That made her shift completely. Now she wanted to know who he was to know all that. He said she could figure that out for herself in hell. She started begging, saying she couldn't die like this, but too late. Boom, right to the gut. In his past life, Shan had found documents in a Garan lab. One's describing how to use a certain artifact called the heart restriction, and how it was used to control different experiments. He also knew how to destroy the item when it failed to work. Now with it in his hands, he could tell it was still active. Karam asked what he was going to do with it, and he just told her to take Lunav out of the carriage. Told her to obey, otherwise he'd have to take control of her by force. The student noticed, yeah, this guy's little weapon here was getting way too disobedient. Still, she laid the girl down. And here he goes pulling some crazy move, saying he's never tried this before, but in theory, it should work. He shatters the crystal, presses it to her chest, and says if she's got something like that embedded in her heart, then this should be able to destroy it. The girl starts glowing, and from the looks of it, the sun's already rising. She opens her eyes, but hold up, we're in the next chapter now. Watching the sunrise, she wonders what that sensation was. Her body felt light, like everything had been restored. Not to mention, she could feel Shan's mana more clearly than ever before. Over on the balcony, looking cool as ever, Karam wants to know what he's planning to do. He says he figured he might be able to use her again for a future plan, so it'd be a waste to just kill her like that. But Karam calls that what it is, charity. And what if she betrays him later? Shan laughs, saying it's funny hearing that coming from her. She says, yeah, she knows his body's going to be hers eventually, which is why she wants him to take better care of it. He tells her to quit the act and says they should just get going already. There's nothing good left there. Elsewhere, Selma slams her hand on the table, saying she doesn't remember anything after being kidnapped. But how did she end up there? Lunav insists she's telling the truth. She doesn't know what happened. But the guy ain't having it. Slams the table again and says there's no way he's buying that. The kingdom's in chaos because of that blood banquet, and she's just sitting there all calm. The butler steps in and apologizes to Mr. Regents, saying it was his fault. He should have summoned her earlier. But Regents tells him no, it's not his fault. It's hers for acting on her own. He's trying his best, and his damn granddaughter just keeps making everything worse. And just when he thought he was going easy on the butler, no, he lights his own arm on fire, saying he knew all along the man had betrayed them. And from the looks of it, the guy had been trying to hurt his granddaughter too. The poor butler tries to beg, saying it's all a misunderstanding, that he just wants to explain. But Regent simply responds that just hearing him talk is sickening, that ignites the guy's body in flames and blows him up. Yeah, this guy is not right in the head. Started out all calm and proper, then stood up and just blew the man to pieces. Lunov stands there, hand over her mouth in shock, while Regents coldly says that man was one of the people who ordered her kidnapping. And now he wants to know, what has she learned about Cien Verde? Lunov realizes he's asking that even though he already knows the answer. Still, she decides to stick to her line. She says she didn't learn anything special. He steps closer, asking what exactly she means by nothing special. She says she was late, ended up meeting with him, tried to talk, but yeah, just like she said, she didn't learn anything unusual. Then he puts his hand on her shoulder, cue the dread, and says that's not the answer she was supposed to give. She better tell them right now what that boy is hiding. He's a Virgay. Regents is sure something's not right, or someone is helping him. Lunov stares him down and says the boy only has a guardian knight and a useless maid. There's nothing linking him to the accident, so why is Regents so obsessed? He slaps the table and demands to know why she's asking questions now. She shouldn't be questioning him. She's a Rain River, born to obey. And in this house, she only does what he says. Then he turns away and tells her to disappear. She doesn't have a proper answer, but at the same time, she's not allowed to leave the castle. Looking at the chart of old man on the floor, Lunov can only think she's had enough of this. Enough of this family. Back at Leuven Academy, the musclehead is still passed out by the door. Our boy's just trying to get back to his room. But nope, that guy's always there. So he decides to wander off and stretch his legs. That's when he hears a group talking about how classes were canceled. He looks over, not really understanding what the conversation's about. Turns out the word going around is that a professor, Nella Aronis, has disappeared. And right on cue, Sirica shows up asking if he was the one who killed the magic instructor. Poor guy stammers, no, it wasn't me. I don't even know her. Who is that? She tells him of course he doesn't. He never goes to class. But Nella was a highly skilled mage from the kingdom of Garen. There were rumors that she was against Regents of Rain River, which is why everyone had their eyes on her. But no one expected her to go as far as kidnapping Lunov. They were planning to intervene, but she took care of everything herself before they could act. And now it hits Xian. Yep, he did kill that woman. Sirica tells him to relax. She's the only one who knows. So she's giving him an assignment outside the academy, just so he can lay low for a while. He asks who's going to replace that professor. She says for now, they'll have to take turns covering her classes. They'll need a powerful mage to fill that position. The job opening is already being posted. Scene shifts to an open field. Someone says they love that view. An older guy asks what he's doing all the way out here. The man replies that there's a job he wants, and he heard the position just became available. Wait a minute. Hold up. It's been so long I nearly forgot. But isn't this the guy who slashed our boy back in the very beginning? That's right. It's Boris. Now I remember. Meanwhile, Emily's face is on the floor, saying she's bored out of her mind. But here comes Karam, walking in all smug, telling her to get up. That spot belongs to her. Emily fires back, no way. This dorm belongs to Master. I'm staying right here. Nothing here is yours. When Xian walks in, he finds Emily with 2 giant lumps on her head, clearly been beaten up. He just calls out to Karam to hurry up. They've got a mission. Emily wants to come too, of course, but nope. Xian tells her no, he's got something even more important for her. She's got to make sure Nana doesn't go hungry. Emily's about to say that it's not important at all. Clearly, he's just trying to avoid her. But too late, he's already gone. That's when she suddenly remembers, if that girl goes hungry, she'll transform. Right as she opens the door, boom, one of those horrifying cupcakes smacks her right in the face. Good thing she actually likes that kind of stuff. Emily tells the boy not to worry. She'll take care of everything. Our boy shows up again and says, yep, he believes in her. Good luck with that. He just asks her, please never feed Brian again. The poor guy's still taking forever to recover. Then Karam wants to know, where are they heading this time? He says it's southeast of the Yusif Empire, a region known as Lambaster, a place ruled by crime, money, and violence. Real family-friendly spot, of course. Cut to a bunch of guys making bets, shouting not to disappoint. Classic underground UFC vibes. Everyone's hyped for Zelward to crush the other guy. One long-haired dude says he's up against a monster, and the massive brute just wants to know, how exactly should he kill him? The bastard crouches down and says this'll just be a warm-up, pig style. Then the freak blasts the ground, the guy tries to dodge, but gets caught midair, and yeah, looks like he's about to be devoured. He's getting crushed completely. Someone shouts that Saber lost. And yeah, looks like the guy straight up got blown to pieces. Damn, what a brutal ring. The city's crawling with drunks and criminals. Even Karam says the place is disgusting. Shan explains that the Lewin region is neutral thanks to an agreement between nations, but this place, it's unofficially impartial and completely lawless. Karam's about to ask what that even means when suddenly a trio of creeps shows up, telling her she should have fun with them instead of hanging around some kid. They call her Miss and she's confused, like are they talking to her? The deranged one, not remotely subtle, says she won't be able to handle it because they're too hard. He also tells the kid to get lost. And Shan, hearing this mess of nonsense, doesn't even blink, keeps it humble and just beats the crap out of all 3, leaves them laid out on the ground. Honestly, I thought he'd just start killing folks. He tosses a bag of money on the table. Best room you've got. The girl at the counter wants to know how old this kid is to be dragging women around like that, but he just tells her to hand over the room key and quit whining. She's all flustered and just welcomes them in. Up in a room, looking out the window, he notices a certain crowd starting to gather, which means it's time for him to make his move too. He heads downstairs and asks someone if she's Lisa. The girl confirms and welcomes him, asking how she can help. He says he's interested in using the cage. She says she understands, but new customers don't have access. He stares her down, asking if she's sure, because he knows full well these scumbags are selling drugs in there. Then he asks what happened to all the other customers. Is he the only newbie? She glares at him, and he can feel the killing intent. But suddenly, she backs off and apologizes, saying she's just doing her job. Shan laughs, thinking she's an interesting one, wondering why she's being so cautious. Out of nowhere, the girl whips out some daggers and lunges straight at him. He's having fun with it. Ducks deflects her attack with a coin. She's in total disbelief that this killing intent she felt is coming from this kid. He says she's a difficult woman, and that she just wrecked his gold coin. She apologizes, but he still wants to know. Why did she attack him? Girl's straight up bipolar, says she didn't want to attack him. But he replies that he's not happy. She's going to have to take responsibility for that. She gives up, realizes it's better to just show the kid the way and get him off her back. She hands over a license, a VIP badge, and tells him to go straight in from there. Only special clients get that kind of pass. It's basically his safety net now, even though she doesn't really understand why he's so fixated on visiting the cage. He really shouldn't go down there unless he's got a bunch of extra lives saved up. But hey, if he wants it that bad, good luck. Shin obviously has things to deal with, and he says he's never gonna forget how she tried to threaten him. Karen wants to know why he didn't just make that woman bring the owner of the place. The letter's instructions were to bring a woman known as Linz Ngalaf. Here comes another goth villain we're totally here for. He explains that she's extremely secretive, and she's the owner of this place, but tracking down any real info on her is nearly impossible. Karen wants to know why they were given such vague instructions. Shin shrugs, says the only way to find out is to head down those stairs and see what happens. He'd been to this city a few times in his past life, at least before this place collapsed during the Civil War. She asks what exactly goes on in this place, and he just says she'll find out soon enough when she sees how things really work in the cage. Cut to a guy with a cigarette asking if he really got beat up by a kid. It's that creep who hit on Karam earlier. He says, yeah, it was some weird little kid came out of nowhere and wrecked everyone. The long-haired dude finds it strange. Why would a child be interested in the cage? The blonde says he has no clue. They did what they could to survive, and now they're just passing on whatever info they've got. Then one of them stands up and asks if that boy is the son of some noble family. The bruised-up guy says he's not sure, but it felt like it, and begs Lord Gunther for help. Says he can't even show his face in public anymore because everyone's laughing at him. Gunther stands up and says this is getting interesting. Hell, look into what this kid's deal is. Scene cuts to the cage, and someone's catching a knee to the face while the crowd goes wild. Damn, looks like it's Buff Girl Hour. From afar, Karam finally gets it. This is why the city's such a mess. Xian confirms it, says the place is always busy, because betting on fights is just one of those things people love. And that's exactly why they're here. Getting to Linz and Helloff won't be easy, so they'll have to make her come to them. Karam's confused when suddenly someone yells at the kid, saying this ain't a place for children. Shin just smirks, says the timing's perfect, and goes straight to beating the crap out of them. First, a punch to the gut. Then Baldy shows up all wild, asking what's going on. Only to have Shin grab his buddy by the dreads and smash his face in. Well, at least the other guy doesn't have hair to grab. Shin calmly says he just wants to know where he signs up to start betting and fighting. On the stage, people are freaking out. There's no way the cage has fallen so low they let this kind of contestant in. This has to be a joke. But of course they're reacting like that because Cheyenne just stepped into the arena. Then someone calls out to him saying he didn't expect a special event like this today. He looks fired up, can't wait to see how he's going to kill the kid. People on stage start whispering that the host must have lost his mind. This fight's way too one-sided. But the mustached guy, he says it's even better. Finally, they get to watch a kid get beat up. That's weirdly specific. The ogre charges in, saying the most fun way is to just crush him. He goes in to finish Shin off with one finger, but Shin already snaps the guy's finger and launches himself straight at his face. Hits him so hard in the nose it collapses inward, and the beast just drops to his knees. No, past his knees. Face plants into the dirt. Everyone's standing there, mouths wide open, trying to figure out what just happened. Looks like Simon of Lemia won. Yeah, he gave himself a nice little alias. Our boy explains he can't have his identity revealed in a place like this. Karam comments that it's kind of funny for someone who doesn't want to be exposed to go leaping into the middle of the stage, grabbing everyone's attention. But he tells her not to worry, he's got an active ability for exactly this kind of thing. He's got it covered. Right from the start, she knows this is probably the work of that hooded god, the one who hides his authority with a mask or whatever else. Basically, people can only see his true face if they directly greet or interact with him. Karam complains that this is getting boring and says she's going to sleep. But suddenly, someone up on the stage calls out to Simon Nilemi. It's Gunther. He says he's accepting the challenge and tells him not to disappoint. The scene cuts back to the inn, where the girl at the front desk is trying to figure out what's going on. Then boom, one of the girls from the red light district steps in and gets straight to the point. She demands to know where that boy who stirred up the chaos is. She knows he's there, so they better hand him over now. The girl at the front desk says she has no idea what this crazy lady's talking about, but Delkia just warns her it's gonna get ugly if she makes her whole crew act. She better stay out of a problem that landed right on their turf. But the girl at the desk stands her ground, pulls out her little weapon, and says she won't tolerate any threats against her guests. That's when Delkia gives the order, everyone move in. And the front desk girl is still wondering what the heck that weird kid did to cause this much of a mess. Just then, Cyan shows up and calmly asks if they're looking for him. The girl's shocked. She didn't even notice him appear. He walks right up to the blonde and tells her to deal with him and to stop threatening the girl. But something weird happens. Delkia suddenly starts seeing him like he's some sort of prince, apologizing to her for being rude. He starts to explain that someone provoked him, but she grabs his hand and says it's fine. All she wants is his name. He tells her it's Simon, and she starts caressing his hand, saying the name's beautiful, but not as beautiful as his face. Meanwhile, the girl at the front desk is just frozen. This is a crime happening right in front of her. This boy is a minor. She immediately tells Xian to run, but he just says it's fine. He'll handle it. She tries to warn him he has no idea how dangerous that woman is. That's when Delkia pulls out a shiny little card and already halfway out the door, tells him that whenever he wants, he can come have a deep conversation with her. He looks at it, and sure enough, it says Delkia's room of pleasures. All desires welcome. She walks off and he realizes, yep, she's even crazier than he thought. But weirdly enough, she suddenly shows back up at the door and says that if it's him, she won't even charge. They're both just standing there like, what the hell just happened? And then Cyan tears up the card. The receptionist stares at him and asks if he even heard what she warned him about earlier about not causing problems. He tries to apologize but says this city is full of lunatics. She says that's no surprise after the fights he's been in and the ones he's won. This kind of reaction was bound to happen. But he should know, he's not going to win that kind of fight in Delkia's room of pleasures. He just looks at the stairs and says he's not thinking about that fight. He's leaving. And just then, another gothic villain-type woman appears, saying it's good Delkia backed off. The receptionist turns her head, and there's Linz Nihaloff, the owner of the cage. She tells the receptionist to stay close and keep an eye on that boy. The receptionist is okay. She'll treat him like any other VIP customer. But Linz isn't convinced, says she saw the girl giving the boy advice. The receptionist says it wasn't anything personal. It's just that he's a kid. Gunther suddenly steps in and says she's underestimating that boy way too much. This place is already falling apart, and maybe it's time for a full renovation. Lynn says she was the one who called Gunther there. The receptionist wants to know why. Lynn says it's because she wants her to arrange a fight between Simon and Gunther. That seems to hit a nerve. Apparently, this kind of match is forbidden because Gunther was kicked out of the cage a long time ago. But Gunther walks right up and says himself he wants a fight with Simon Nelemia. Scene shifts again to the red light district, where someone's shouting behind a door, saying that this isn't what she wants. A couple guys are standing outside, one laughing and saying the girl would stop thinking about that kid. Another guy, hair all over the place, says it looks like she'll do whatever it takes to bring him over. The guy in red agrees, after all, she always gets what she wants. He just feels bad for the kid, honestly. Good thing they're a bit tougher and she doesn't seem all that interested, at least not right now. I thought there was something crazy going on in that room. It turns out she's just sitting there drawing. Looks like she's trying to remember his face, but can't. And then, yep, she loses it. Starts screaming, desperate, crying, demanding to know where that beautiful face went. It's like her mind is all fogged up, everything blurry. But somehow, that just makes her want him even more. Everyone loves the crazy girls, until the real crazy one shows up. And this one, she's way past the line. In this place, it's all alcohol, women, and gambling. That's how things run in the red light district of Lambaster. You can indulge in every kind of pleasure and ecstasy here. But our boy, he'd rather not get too close. He didn't expect to run into that woman, the one with some seriously questionable rumors floating around. While he's thinking about checking out the other parts of the city, someone bumps into him, knocking a bunch of books to the ground. He looks down and asks if she's okay. The little girl, looking all cute and nervous, apologizes politely. He finds it weird, doesn't get why she's apologizing so much. Wait, hang on. At first it looked like she was carrying a Bible or something, but no. It's a box full of cigarettes. He asks again if she's okay. She says yes and thanks him for his mercy. He tells her to cut that out, hands the box back, and asks if she's selling this stuff. She says yes, they're exotic cigarettes from the Grey Merchants Union, and asks if he wants to buy one. He says nah, he doesn't smoke. Still, something feels off. He's never even heard of this Grey Merchants Union. She explains that if she's lucky, she can sell all of them in the western alleys of the red light district tonight, then head home before sunrise. And just like that, our boy gets a little soft, can't help but feel bad. The girl clearly doesn't have an easy life. He pulls out a gold coin and asks if that's enough to buy everything. She finds it strange, asks why he wants them all if he doesn't even smoke. He shrugs and says, starting today, he's a smoker, then hands her a second coin. Her eyes sparkle, and she runs off all happy, thanking him like crazy. Of course, he just burns the cigarettes right away. Karen wants to know why he's doing charity now. He says that where she was heading, that's the city's trash dump area. He's gonna follow her. Karen wants to know why. He tells her, just keep watching. Meanwhile, the girl's already been thrown to the ground, and the guys are demanding to know where she got those coins from. They're convinced she's lying about selling cigarettes. She must have done something awful to get that money. One of them's already itching for a fight, says he's been needing a way to blow off steam ever since that brat Simon pissed him off. The girl tries to explain she didn't steal anything, begs them to believe her. And right at that moment, guess who shows up right behind them? Shan, calmly asking why they don't believe her. A bunch of full-grown men robbing a little girl? That's pathetic. You'd think the guys would be afraid, but nope. They're mad that he came straight into their base by himself. They say this time they're not gonna let their guard down. Yeah, sure. They immediately get stomped. One guy takes a heel to the head. Another ends up in a leg lock, begging for mercy, swearing he'll never do it again. Shan tells him yeah, it's a leg, but he's really enjoying making this scumbag suffer. And yep, from the sound of it, he snapped the guy's leg. The dude's crying now. Shan picks up the coin and says this guy won't be talking anytime soon, hands it back to the girl and tells her to be more careful. Don't let it fall again. And right then, guess what shows up? Gunther. He says this Simon kid is seriously impressive. Shin finds it odd. This guy shouldn't even know who he is. Not with that special item he's got equipped. But Gunther says he already figured it out. He must be Simon the Lemmy. Pleasure to meet you. The name's Gunther Lictus, and he runs this whole district. Shan says it's actually great that Gunther showed up. He was about to question those guys, but they all passed out. Gunther looks over and says, yeah, those bastards are completely useless. The bearded guy starts to say something, but before he can finish, boom, Gunther blows his head up. Says that was his way of helping out. The little girl's shaking and San tells him that killing him wasn't really necessary. Gunther apologizes, but he's just excited. He just came back from a meeting with the owner of the cage and he's itching to fight the kid. And just like that, San realizes this guy knows Linz Nihalof. Then boom, Shan's already launching a strike, but Gunther blocks the knee. Gunther's a little confused. How the hell does a scrawny 50-kilo kid have such a heavy hit? But hey, he wanted to fight. Let's go. He sways a punch and Saiyan flips over it. The hit still cracks the ground beneath them. That's when Saiyan figures it out. This guy's got some kind of strength enhancement. Gunther laughs, says there's no need to wait for the official match. They can have fun right now. Then he transforms, appears right in front of Xian, and says the kid's even better than expected. This is perfect. He just hopes the fun keeps going. Shin's starting to realize, yep, another full-on psycho in this city. And then bam, he takes a clean hit to the chest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dimension of the Black Mist God, Sirika is practicing her dark powers. Someone comments that the mission she gave Shan is interesting. Apparently, the boy's not even on voters' list. He's not scolding her, but it's odd she's pulling a kid into something so personal. Sirika admits it. Yes, she won't deny it. Linz Halof is someone they were gonna have to eliminate eventually. She was just eager to see if Xian could really be trusted as a successor. The man says the boy might even end up turning out just like Linz herself. Sirika replies that they'll find out soon enough. After all, no one can predict the future. Back in Lambaster, Xian's still standing after that hit. Gunther's impressed. He's even happier now that he came looking for him. Time to keep going. He wants to see the boy really put on a show. Explosions echo across the city, the two of them throwing punches and clashing hard. Shan asks him straight up, what does he know about Linz? Gunther raises a brow. Surprised he's asking about her now in the middle of the fight. Tells him not to underestimate her and to focus. He fires off more attacks, but Shan keeps dodging. Still, he notices something strange. None of his strikes are doing any damage to the guy's arm. Gunther tells him, try blocking this, and sends a punch that leaves a massive crater in the middle of the city. Then he grins and says the kid's even better than expected. But he better bring it because they're just getting started. Karam calls out to Xian, asking if he wants her to step in. He says not yet, someone else is watching, and he wants to see that person show themselves. Suddenly, a set of throwing knives hit the ground right at Gunther's feet. Yep, we all know who that is. It's the front desk girl, and she's brought soldiers, saying Gunther can't just start a fight like this with one of her valued clients. Gunther yells that the brat attacked first, but nobody believes him. Shan notices something strange though. Those two already seem to know each other somehow. Gunther just says whatever, he's done for now. But his real fight is gonna be with that kid. As soon as Shan hops down, the front desk girl rushes over, asking if he's okay. Only problem? He's pissed. That guy had exactly the information he needed. It was the perfect opportunity, and she ruined it. She tries to explain he's a VIP. It's her job to protect him. He cuts her off and tells her to just say what she came here for. He knows she wouldn't come all the way out here without a reason. He already heard from Gunther that the guy requested a match with him, and he's willing to accept on one condition. They've got to give that little girl a job. Shin figured the condition would be something like, I want a meeting with Linz, but hey, feels like that's basically guaranteed at this point anyway. Meanwhile, in the city, rumors are already flying. Gunther Lictus is coming back to Cage. And apparently his fight will be against the Dilemma Ape, the one who wrecked that giant dude. The whole city's buzzing with gossip. And during the week leading up to the fight, Shan occasionally dropped by the cage just to beat up some poor guys. The place didn't have many rules. First, no weapons. Second, you stop if your opponent loses the will to fight. Third, don't kill your opponent. But today, the blonde guy steps up and announces that none of those rules apply. The owner of the cage gave both fighters permission to go all out. Shan's thrown off, and the announcer just confirms, yep, that's exactly what he heard. Only Shan hadn't been told anything about this. Gunther's already slipping on brass knuckles, saying he's been waiting for this fight all week. Shatton starts to argue that this isn't fair, but the ref has already vanished. Poof, gone. The fight's about to start. Off in the distance, Linz is watching with that cold, unreadable black lipstick look, saying she's curious to see what the powers of Simon Nelemia are really like. Gunther asks if no one told him it was a no-rules fight. Says whatever, just grab a weapon or something. But Shen just sighs. Says he'll have to fight without one. He didn't bring any. And then boom, he starts summoning the red mist, saying he's got a plan in mind. Gunther grins, tells him to use as much magic as he wants. He was actually worried about accidentally killing the kid too fast. Shen's still a little off, saying, wait, this isn't a fight to the death, is it? But the lunatic just licks his lips and says Shen has no idea who he's dealing with. The moment he found out how good it felt to kill a human, he couldn't stop. Shin's face shifts. He gets it now. He knows exactly what kind of person Gunther is. Gunther says the first thing he's taking are those pretty eyes, and he lunges with a punch. Instantly, all the bets flip. Now that people know what kind of psycho he is, the odds shift. And right then, Saiyan draws Karam / cuts Gunther's arm clean off. Gunther passes right by, but his arm doesn't come with him. It goes flying. He screams in pain and everyone on the stage is left stunned. What just happened? The guy hits the ground, panicking, trying to figure out where his arm went, shouting that he'll never forgive Sin. But Shan just tells him to sit still. If he moves again, he will die right here. And Gunther says nothing. Everyone on the stage can tell, yeah, the guy just crapped himself. One chubby guy with a mustache seems to recognize the red mist and that strange mana. He's convinced this is a demonic sword. Shan's confused now. Why didn't anyone tell him this fight was rule-free? Why was he the only one kept in the dark? Maybe Lin's had something to do with it. The scene shifts again. Now the sweet little girl comes up with a drink for him, saying he was amazing. She's all smiles. Shan thinks it's great she already got a job. She says the receptionist made her an assistant, at least for now. He notices her name is Lewis, pats her on the head and tells her to keep working hard. Right then, the receptionist shows up finally. She apologizes, but Shan cuts to the point. Just tell me why you hid the rules for today's fight. She says she didn't hide anything. The truth is, only the owner and Gunther knew. Shan says fine, then take him to meet the owner. Of course she says no, that's not possible. The owner prefers to stay anonymous. So no, it wasn't going to be that easy. Shan accepts it, says fine. Just focus on taking care of the little girl. Right then, the same chubby guy from earlier approaches and calls out to Sin. He introduces himself as Morris from the Grey Merchants Union. He says he's here to talk to Sin because he recognized a certain demonic sword, and he's very interested in buying it. Shin's face changes instantly. He says he has no idea what this guy is talking about. But Morris just smiles and tells him to drop the act. He knows exactly what that sword is, and he knows that Shan is the only one who's actually recognized it. He used to work for the Albus Merchant Union until the boss of that place was assassinated 2 years ago. Ever since, he's been with the Grey Merchants Union, operating right here in Lambaster. Their specialty? Rare swords and other unique weapons. And today he's absolutely sure. He saw the mist of a demon sword. He knows it. That weapon's been waiting for its true wielder for years. He tells Shan to just name his price. He'll buy it. But Shan's already got him lifted up off the ground, and says that since he's the only one who knows, he's the only one Shan needs to get rid of. Suddenly, assassins start crawling up from the floor behind him. Out of nowhere, he's surrounded. They warn him, if he doesn't let go of Mr. Morris, he's going to die right here. But Shan, with that demonic aura flaring up, just smirks and says it's hilarious. They really think this little crew is going to stop him. He recognizes them, the shadow assassins of Sparnia. That fat guy must have spent a lot of coin hiring them. Too bad, they're not going to kill him before he snaps his neck. Right then, the maid and the little girl walk into the room, calling out for Simon, asking what's going on with all these people attacking him. Shan realizes now, this situation's starting to drag in people who don't need to be part of it. Lewis is here too, so he drops the fat man and says fine. This time he gets to live, but he better get lost before Sighing changes his mind. The assassins ask if they should proceed, but Shan just tells them all to lower their weapons. Morris, even after that, bows and apologizes to Simon, says he's backing off for now, but his offer still stands and Shan should think about it. Then the bastard walks off. That merchant union, yeah, it's looking a whole lot more like a criminal assassin network. Lewis comes over worried, asks if he's okay. Shan pats her head, tells her not to worry about it, then turns to Lisa and says he's got a little favor to ask. It's about time she figured out a way to get him a meeting with the owner of the cage. Yeah, let's see you dodge this one now. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, explosions are going off. Gunther's going berserk, slamming his fist into the ground while everyone begs him to calm down. They say he's reopening the wound, but he's lost it, missing an arm, screaming Simon's name, saying he has to kill that kid somehow. The moment he looked into Sin's eyes, he was so terrified of dying. It made him feel completely powerless. Now he's desperate to find a way to erase that boy. And then he remembers, Shan was protecting Lewis. Perfect. He's got a way to destroy Simon now. Back at the hotel, Lewis is working, happily running around helping guests, when one of the doors opens. She smiles and welcomes them to Lambaster. But then, yep, it's Gunther, standing there, greeting the little girl, asking if she remembers him. She says she does. He grins and says, good. She's going to be useful for something he needs. Scene shifts to another room. Shan's there trying to understand why he can't meet the owner. Liz explains. Lin's not someone you can just meet casually. That's not how she works. Shin's curious, asks why Liza defends Linz so much. Liza finds it strange that he even knows her name and says she's sure he's no ordinary kid. And just so he knows, Linz is watching him too. She's the one who allowed him to fight Gunther in the first place. That's why Liza says he should leave Lambaster now. Otherwise, he's going to end up dead. Shan's confused. She's giving him warnings and defending him, but also seems scared. Of what? Then suddenly, they hear a scream from the front desk. They rush out. The place is trashed. And Shan immediately knows. He sees the name tag, Lewis, lying on the ground, covered in blood. He tells Lisa to stay right there. He's going to deal with this. She tries to say something, but he cuts her off, says he's not going to repeat himself. She's staying put. Meanwhile, in the room of that crazy girl, yeah, she's still there trying to draw San's face, or at least remember what it looked like. Someone comments that a beautiful lady's room shouldn't be so messy, and she immediately wants to know how the bastard got in without permission. And yep, of course, it's that weirdo Morris. He says he's there for the obvious reason, to make her an offer. She tells the pig to get lost, but he just calmly says he has something to tell her about the boy she's in love with. She snaps back that her feelings for him aren't any of his business. But Morris cuts straight to the point. He's holding the strongest paralyzing potion in the entire kingdom of Garan. With this, she could have the boy, all to herself. He hands it over and Delka demands to know what he's getting out of this. The chubby guy smiles and says he just wants one little item from the boy. She can keep the body. Delka narrows her eyes and asks if he's sure that's all he wants. He nods, says yes, and that he's looking forward to their cooperation. Morris is clearly deep in this little scheme, thinking it's all going to work out, but little does he know the guy's not even remotely interested in that woman. So how's that gonna happen? Scene change. Gunther's sitting on top of a crate, saying he's been waiting for Simon. Our protagonist shows up and demands to know where the girl is. Gunther tosses something at him, calling it a gift. Dude, it's a freaking ear. Then tells him the rest of her is under the box. If he wants her, he better dig. Shane calmly says that if Gunther wanted to die, he just had to say so. But then, Gunther's missing arm starts regenerating. He grins and says that's exactly what he wants. Now come at him, Simon. Scene cuts to Linz asking Lisa if she really thinks that kid's going to kill Gunther. Lisa says yes. Linz asks if she's worried. Lisa says it's been a long time since she had any ties to that guy. That's not the issue. She just wants to know, why does Linz seem so obsessed with that boy? Linz smiles and says she'll explain, then tells Lisa to try remembering Simon's face. Lisa suddenly gasps, starts digging through her memories, but weirdly, she can't picture him. It's completely blank. And that's when Linz explains it's an ability tied to an authority of Eru, one that causes others to forget the user's face. Lisa stares at her. You're talking about the god of darkness, aren't you? Linz nods, says yes. Looks like her past just caught up to her. Lisa starts to panic, asks if Linz is in danger. But Linz says no. She's excited. It's been a long time since she's had such an important guest. So Lisa Lichtis better treat him very well. Back in the fight, Gunther charges at Xian, taunting him, demanding to know where that courage from earlier went. The blast from his attack sends Xian flying. Gunther growls, where's that ability you used back in the arena, huh? He better start putting in more effort, or he really will die here. Every time Xian hits the ground, he lands near more bones. Gunther says those skeletons are proof of how worthless those people were. Lambaster was full of trash, and he took it upon himself to purify it. He and Lisa grew up in that filth, just trying to survive in that hellhole. He'd bite anyone who tried to lay a hand on either of them. Until one day, he met a certain someone. A guy with an eye patch shows up, begging to be spared. Wait a second, is that Eschel? Gunther says that on that day, this boy showed up and wiped out the manager who'd been tormenting them. Apparently, he dropped out of Loon Academy for a while just to enjoy himself, used the opportunity to clean house. Eschel gives a casual, hey, and says the kid's safe now. Gunther admits he never forgot that angelic face. Okay, sure bro. He decided to admire that person, and from that day on, his life changed. He started dreaming about cleaning Lambaster of every last piece of trash, and expanded his influence bit by bit until he became the boss of this junkyard. He started making money in the cage, but after a few killings, he was kicked out. That's when Lisa cut him off completely, but he didn't care. His goal was to cleanse this place, and he wouldn't stop until it was done. Cheyenne, midair, finally shouts, enough with the backstory. I'm still standing. If Gunther really wanted to take him down, he was gonna have to try a little harder. Gunther says that's fine. He'll go all out. He activates some kind of ability, and suddenly his arm starts morphing, covered in chains and scrap metal junk. He grins and says now things are about to get interesting. Cheyenne notices immediately, this guy's using some kind of artifact. But how the hell did he even get his hands on something like that? Gunther holds up a glowing cube and says it's called the gravity chamber. It creates a mana field in a designated area and multiplies the gravitational force by more than 20 times. He compliments the kid for holding up so well under the pressure, but says it's time to end this. The attack slams into the cube and Kiram calls out to see if he needs help. But the boy, already beat up and glowing with anger, says no. He doesn't need her help to take out this worm. Then in a blink, he disappears from inside the cube and reappears right next to Gunther. Hits him with a vicious uppercut straight to the gut, and Gunther has no idea what just happened. Should have been physically impossible for Xian to even move in that gravity zone. Next thing you know, he's flying Teen Rocket style straight up into the sky, and Shan's already behind him midair, calmly warning him to brace himself. He's about to be crushed so thoroughly, the only thing left will be his ear. Delivers a spinning kick, Rock Lee style, bam, drives it right into his ribs. Airborne beatdown, followed by a body slammed straight into the ground. Cratered. Gunther's broken, embedded in the dirt, completely wrecked. But he's still smiling. Says he always knew he was destined to die like this. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't have any regrets. A child born in Lambaster was always doomed to become garbage, just like him and Lisa. That's the rule in this city laid down by its mistress. He just asks Shan, please don't let that happen to Lisa. He's sure he can do it. And just like that, it's over. But Shan's left completely confused by everything the guy just said. He walks over to the box where Lewis was supposed to be locked away. But just as he's about to check, someone calls out from behind him. It's Lisa. She takes one look at Gunther, collapsed and destroyed, and just sighs. She kind of figured this would happen. She quietly tells one of the soldiers to check on the boy, make sure he's all right. Then she sees Xian standing there. She asks what's going on, and he turns, the light behind him casting a glow, and tells her Lewis is okay. She's not hurt, just asleep it seems. He straightens up, says he's heading out. Lisa asks where to, and he just says, I'm going to clean out all of Lambaster. That city was split into 4 districts. Right in the center was the cage. To the left, the junkyard. To the right, the merchant zone. And below it all, the entertainment district. There's absolutely no real law enforcement there. At best, there's this fragile little power balance between the heads of each region, each run by a different manager. Shan asks how he even knows all that. In the past, Eschel had answered, because that city is rotten to the core. I've seen how it really works. And when he said it, Shan had felt a bit annoyed. But now he realizes the guy was right. Shan wondered, how do you take over a place this broken? If it were a normal country, he could declare war, set up negotiations, but none of that applies here. Maybe the only option was to take out each of the regional managers one by one. But Eshel told him no, that wasn't necessary. That place was already on the verge of collapsing on its own. All they had to do was wait for the right moment to step in and take control. Cut to Cian holding a teacup, looking unimpressed. Says the smell gives it away instantly. She didn't even try to hide the fact that the tea was drugged. Delkia is clinging to his arm, all flushed and giggly. This city really is rotten from top to bottom, and today he's going to rip it up by the roots. Delkia, grinning ear to ear, says she's glad he accepted the invite, and tonight's gonna be fun. He agrees. Oh, it's gonna be fun all right, he says, especially with a special tea like this. She freezes for a second, he noticed. But he just smiles and says, yeah, tonight's gonna be a long one. Then he downs the cup, drops it, and either collapses, or pretends to. Delkia is thrilled. Smiling wickedly, she declares, now this little boy is all mine. The scene shifts to the merchant district, where the butler informs Morris that a message just came in from the entertainment district. The big guy's fuming. He gave Gunther that gravity chamber artifact, and the idiots still went and lost. But it's fine. Soon enough, the demon's sword would be his. One of the shadow operatives nearby says they should be cautious. Everything's going way too smoothly. Morris tells him to get lost with that bad omen nonsense. But the spy insists his instincts have never been wrong. First, they should head out and do some recon. Morris agrees but warns them not to do anything unnecessary. In his head, though, he's thinking these damn fools from Sparnia are just getting in his way. Maybe they're even planning to steal the demon's sword for themselves. Meanwhile, in town, people are being shoved aside as Morris carriage barrels down the street. He swings the door open and calls out to Delkia that he's arrived. And there she is, straddling Shan in bed, casually telling Morris he could have taken a little longer to show up. She was just about to get to the part she really enjoys. Morris doesn't care. She can do whatever she wants. He just wants the kid's item. The body's all hers. Delkia tells him not to rush her and says he's gonna be shocked when he sees this. She pulls a rope and the curtains fall. Morris freezes. What the hell is this? There's a different Delkia tied up in the back, along with a bunch of taxidermy humans. The guy immediately turns around, panicking, who the hell is she? And of course, it's Karim, who tells him flat out exactly what he was looking for, the demon's sword. He stumbles back in shock. How the hell did a sword turn into a person? Cyan sits up and says Morris knows way too much. The bastard starts screaming for help from the assassin squad, but all he gets is a jab to the neck that shuts him up. Cheyenne tells him since he's so eager to see those guys, he'll go ahead and send them his way. Spreads his arms, opening up a rift into the mist swamp dimension, and it looks like the shadows start dissolving into it. Then he tells Morris that, yeah, he knows he's the one who gave Gunther that artifact and slipped Delkia the paralysis potion. Morris starts begging for forgiveness, swearing he'll never do it again. Shane calmly tells him he's sure he won't, because he won't be doing anything ever again. The guy's still crying for help, but gets dropped straight into the mist. And down there waiting for him, all the assassins he'd hired. Shan says that just leaves Delkia. But Karim steps forward and tells him she'll handle it herself. He can go. He just asks her not to go overboard. She flat out says she will go overboard. And oh boy, she is livid with jealousy. Starts shouting, demanding to know who the hell gave Delkia permission to touch what's hers. She knows damn well Delkia is not really out cold, so no point faking it. Tells her to brace herself, she's gonna get broken into 1,000 pieces. The blonde tries to plead, says she never should have tried anything, but gets clocked right in the face. Meanwhile, Shan just closes the door, knowing full well tonight's gonna be rough for Delkia. But right then, he feels something. A mana signature. Familiar. He looks around and finds himself inside the domain of the mist. Someone speaks up. That expression of yours, priceless. And just like that, Linz Nihaloff steps forward, introducing herself as one of the regional managers of Lambaster. She starts to materialize from within the mist, and Sayan realizes she is part of it. She casually mentions that apparently Surika didn't tell him anything about her, which explains why he's been running around killing off the other managers. Shan immediately powers up, thanking her for finally showing her face. Now he doesn't have to go searching anymore. Says he can call her Linz, or senior colleague, the backstabbing traitor. But Linz says he's got it all wrong. She's not here to fight. Right then, he senses something from the side, barely manages to dodge an incoming attack. Linz tells him to say hello, because the two of them already know each other quite well. And sure enough, it's Lisa, the one who always seems so kind, so trustworthy, now standing beside that monster. And she coldly declares Simon Delemia is going to be eliminated. She charges at him again, but he blocks it, telling Lisa to stop, that this has nothing to do with her. His problem is with Linz. Lisa doesn't need to die. But she's not listening, not one bit. Only option, knock her out cold. He activates the bloodlust wave technique, bam, launches her across the room. But of course, she's already back on her feet. That's when he realizes, damn it, she's been training. Most enemies wouldn't have been able to withstand that. Linz just watches, saying she knew the boy could have finished it, so why did he hesitate? All San wants to know is how long she plans to keep hiding in the mist. Linz tells him she just wanted to see the skills of the child Surika had trained, especially since Lisa was her student. Now that throws him off. Linz knows Surika. So what exactly is the connection between the two? But Linz vanishes, telling him he should be paying attention to someone else. Suddenly, Lisa begins summoning a rain of needles and hurls them at him. Sin flips backward, dodging, but she's already following up with another strike, forcing him to catch her arm midair. She says she might have cut ties with Gunther, but he's still going to pay for killing the last member of her family. As he defends himself, he notices it, her eyes. That personality of the shadow, it's been activated. Most likely, Linz implanted some kind of memory fragment to stir up that resentment. But she made one mistake, getting too close. He slams her down and raises his hand. Not a punch, though, just enough to knock her out clean. With her down, he says, "All right, that just leaves two of us. Come on out, Linz." But she tells him to stop playing games. You should know by now that she is this entire Mist realm. Shin admits he's surprised. Not just that she belongs to the Mist, but that she's a traitor and a thief. She asks what the hell he's talking about. He tells her he knows exactly what that ring on her hand is, the Ring of Anbari. An artifact that lets you absorb anything. Mana, authority, whatever. And she's using it to pretend she's part of the Mist. He doesn't know how she got her hands on it, but he's sure of one thing. She's a fake. That sets Linz off. She shows the ring, shouting at him to kneel before its absolute power. Shan, meanwhile, is grinning. Everything's going according to plan. But just as he thinks he's got her, her mist expands violently. In seconds, she's right there in front of him, whispering that it's time to wake up and face the truth. This is how the real mist works. It's a shame, she says, but it's time to say goodbye. She's about to stab him when suddenly, a voice interrupts. This little kingdom of yours is lame as hell. Cracks start to form behind Linz. Boom. Karam appears, furious. What's this? Another woman going after my master? Linz stares in shock. How? How is this place broken so easily? This mist was a copy of the realm of the god of mist. It should have been impenetrable. There was only one other being who could have done something like this. Yeah, she didn't even need an introduction. Karam. The demon sword. Karam cracks her knuckles and snaps her fingers. First order of business. Let's destroy this dump. The entire domain starts fracturing, shattering into countless shards. Linz can't believe it, that it was broken this easily. Meanwhile, Shen complains. What took you so long, damn it? Karam scowls. Excuse me? I just saved your ass, and that's what you say. Linz watches this couple bickering scene and loses it. She yells at Xian to shut the hell up. No way someone like you is the successor. That person disappeared over 300 years ago. There's no way it's some brat like you. While she's throwing her fit, Karam just raises an eyebrow. What's with her? Xian shrugs. Said a few things earlier. Guess I got her riled up. Now Linz is totally unhinged, screams and charges at him with full speed. But Karam dissolves into a blade. Xian grabs her and smirks. She'd make a terrible assassin. Together, the two unleash their technique, Miss Storm Surge, and charge in for the final clash. Of course, Linz, fake as ever, goes flying across the ground like a ragdoll. Meanwhile, Shan's just standing there cool as hell, dripping with swag, saying it's about time he showed her the true power of divine authority. As soon as Linz manages to get back on her feet, he activates the Mist of Adamant, and bam, a giant orb appears behind him. He's in full demon mode now, face darkened, voice chilling, daring her. Go on, try to block this with that little ring of yours. And then he swings. The cut flies toward her and she knows. She knows. She doesn't stand a chance. Cut to a long time ago. Back inside the Temple of Black Mist. Sirika asks where Linz thinks she's going. Linz says she's tired of sitting around, waiting for some supposed successor to show up. She fires back, you planning to kill me now or what? But Sirika calmly answers, there's already too many awful people out there to deal with. Why would I bother with you? Though if Linz ever turned corrupted, then yeah, she'd be hunted down and purified. And when that day came, Sirika would take back the item Linz stole. So she tells her, think real hard before walking away. That's how Linz left. She walked out of a group that had real power, but stayed hidden in the shadows. To go build her own group that had no power, but at least it existed out in the open. She was sick of waiting, sick of hiding. She really thought she'd made it. But back in the present, Shan's attack tears through her, rips into her side and arm. She was beautiful. She was strong. But what a shame, she went up against him. Now he just walks up and asks for her last words. I hate when these stories end all sad. She says, tell Sirika, she was wrong after all. And then she begs him to finish it. It hurts too much. Shin just sets her ablaze. No hesitation. Because he knows, nobody ever sees the moment they'll be defeated. And that includes him too. As soon as the domain starts to unravel, he sees he's already right in front of the hotel, which saves him time. Lissa shows up and says she tried to kill him and knows about the mist. So there's really no reason you should be letting her live. He asks if she's going to tell anyone. She says no, and he goes, all right then, it's fine. But she herself doesn't really know what she's going to do. Right then, Lewis comes running out of the hotel calling for the manager, asking if she's okay, saying she was worried because she suddenly disappeared. Lisa, looking a little shaken, asks if Lewis is all right, tells her to stop worrying about her, and says she's not going to let her leave this place anymore. She was the kindest person she ever met, and there's no way she was going to just let her go like that. Lisa says she understands now, and that's when our guide chimes in, saying it looks like she's already found her purpose. It'd be good for her to manage the whole place now, especially since all the other regional managers are gone. And she should make sure Lewis doesn't end up like Gunther. She agrees, and our boy gives her a pat on the head. Of course, Lewis is sad he's leaving, but he says, unfortunately, his stay here is over. He waves goodbye, saying he'll come back someday. Lissa yells after him, saying he definitely has to come back. As he turns to leave, he thinks to himself that he hopes to return, but not to see a scene like the one from the past. Holding the dagger, someone says he was successful in purifying Linz Nihalov. Then Sirika, looking kind of pissed, says it must have been really tough. He asks why she sent him if she already knew it was going to be that hard. She just tells him to go ahead and ask what he's dying to know, because she knows he's curious. So he asks what her connection is to Linz, if she was part of the Mist. Sirika says yeah, they trained together, but it seems she wasn't too fond of the future it laid out for Linz and ended up leaving. And when she did, she took the ring that was only supposed to be passed down among the masters. Cheyenne shows it to her, and she says that's exactly the one that should have been hers, but now she's leaving it with him. He finds it strange, after all, that thing's only meant for masters, but she replies that she doesn't need that anymore because she's already strong enough. A little confused, he says he doesn't get it. He thought the mission was to retrieve that thing. That's when the other Gothic one pops up out of nowhere, saying there must be some beef between the two of them, and that's why he got sent in the first place. Sirika turns and says it was just part of a promise, but now that it's settled, the ring doesn't matter. Shin already knows she's trying to see if he'll be tempted by the power the ring offers, and so he asks if she's not going to say that usual thing. If you fall victim to the ring, I'll have to purify you. But she replies that she's more curious to know whether he's a disaster for humanity or a hero. And sure, a simple commercial test wouldn't be a big deal, but she still thinks Karim might have made the wrong choice. Kiram's clearly biting her tongue, and our guy says it's obvious Sirika cares a lot about him. Then the scene cuts to the principal's office. He's saying that after Nella disappeared, student anxiety has skyrocketed. He knows this is going to be a heavy burden for him, but now that he's been appointed, he believes in himself. And here comes that bastard Boris, saying he's an understanding guy who gets the student's situation, and he'll do his best. The principal thanks him, and the bastard says he's going to take a stroll around the academy. Honestly, that principal's asking for trouble. He's already noticed the guy has some really strange mana. Right then, Sirika shows up asking if the principal called for her. But the moment Boris introduces himself, her expression totally changes. He says he's the newly appointed instructor. Nice to meet her. As he walks past, he says that they'll see each other soon, while Sirika just picks up on the fact that he reeks of blood. It's clear this guy's seriously dangerous. The principal says he's from the capital and that she should keep an eye on him. He's skilled and well-mannered, sure, but his mana is weird. Director, we gotta get this guy out of the school seriously. You can't just throw someone that's shady into a classroom with students. But Sirika's standing there cool as ever, saying she understands. She knows full well what that smell is, no matter how hard anyone tries to hide it. It was like death itself was walking through the hallways. Then the scene cuts to a bunch of guys raising the banner and welcoming people to the city of Harmony. And wait a second, look who it is. Erin. Long time no see, girl. Thought you vanished from the story. She comments that the place has way more guards than usual. And of course, that probably happened after the blood banquet. Someone calls out to her. It's Lunav, popping out from the corner, saying it's been a while since they last met. In another part of the school, Erin says it's good to see she's doing okay. Lunav says it's all thanks to her, but Erin disagrees, saying Lunav helped her out a lot too. Then she introduces Resimus, her new friend, who's already blurting out how gorgeous Lunav is, clearly smitten. But hold up, here comes trouble. Boris just rolls up like the scumbag he is, already introducing himself to all three of them. He wants to know if she's Princess Erin. She, all sweet and innocent, says she heard he was the new instructor and asks if he's the one who's going to be teaching about mana. He says he's honored that she already knows who he is and asks if she has a moment to talk. She's a little confused and asks if he means right now, and he says yes. It's nothing important. He's just going around checking out the students' mana rankings and wants to take a look at her mana sphere. She shows him immediately, without a second of hesitation, and he says that's exactly what he was hoping to see. Lunav, though, tells him to stop right there, saying she's got a bad feeling about this. Erin finds that odd. Wasn't it just a mana evaluation? What could go wrong? And then he raises his hand and says she doesn't need to worry. This will all be over soon. Look, I don't know what exactly he was planning to do, but I do know our boy showed up just in time, gave him that death glare, and demanded to know what the hell that bastard was doing in Lewin. Then the next chapter jumps back in time, like way back, 2002 years before the founding of everything. The soldiers are raising their shields, shouting that the creatures are approaching. And holy hell, the thing is massive. Like, what even is that? Yeah, no surprise, the poor guy got blown to bits right there, splattered into a puddle of blood. The troops in the back are yelling to hold formation, saying if the monsters keep advancing, everything's going to collapse. Then one of them shouts that someone is coming. And here he comes, striding in with swagger from above, slicing red arcs through the air, just mowing everything down. The soldiers cheer, saying the rumors were true. They thought he'd been sent to a western front. It's the young master Xian, arriving to save everyone. A monster charges up an attack, but he dodges another laser and says he's actually excited. He'd heard this creature was high-ranking, but he's already standing on its head, realizing it's way too slow. He activates the void sphere and obliterates the thing. And of course, creepy Boris shows up again, clapping like a freak, saying Master Xian's incredible. No wonder Eshel admires him so much. Xian doesn't even entertain the flattery. He just wants to know what Boris is doing here, when he should be back in the rear with Eshel. Boris, kind of shifty, says he came up this way after hearing the North needed reinforcements. But now that Xian's here, everything should be fine. Xian, though, says nothing's fine. Everyone here is on the verge of death. This war doesn't end. It's been over a year now that he and the Verdi have been leading the charge. And while the elite knights are out fighting on the front lines, supporting the Emperor's crown at Lunel, the monsters are using the distraction to push deeper and deeper. This war is endless, and all of it, every last bit, is because of the Emperor's greed. If it weren't for Eshel's request, not even Xian would have come here. The place would have already been wiped out. Boris tells him to be careful with his words, but admits that, yeah, given the state of things, there's no arguing it. The protagonist finds it strange. He says he thought Boris had come because of the Emperor, but Boris says nope, he's here because of the talents he possesses. It's just that his personality lines up a bit more with Mr. Eshel's. Our guy tells him to go ahead and show what kind of talent he's talking about. Right then, Boris pulls in a misty kind of mana into his hand. He says that all he can really do is gather traces of the mana someone's used and compress them into a sphere like this to store it. Then, locking eyes with him, he comments that Shan's mana is extremely unique. He can sense that the kid has great potential and might just be the person he's been looking for. At that moment, Shan realizes maybe this was when the hunt for him actually began. Back in the present, Eren asks what's going on. But there's no way our protagonist is making the same mistake twice. He knows the worst idea right now would be to hand over different types of mana to this guy. And wow, Boris doesn't even know who Shan is yet. This is literally the first time he's seen the vert boy. Rezimus asks why Shan's acting like that and why he's pulling on Eren's arm. Boris, all flustered, says it must be a misunderstanding. He was just assessing the student's abilities, as an instructor. But Shan immediately shoots back that he's never heard of any kind of evaluation requiring something like this. And right away he realizes this bastard's been appointed as an instructor. Boris, still trying to play it cool, says Shan doesn't need to feel pressured. It was nothing serious. He wasn't even going to feel uncomfortable. Shan says he accepts the apology, but it'd be best if Boris left now before everyone starts feeling even more uncomfortable. Boris, he's a scumbag, but he's not stupid. He picks up right away that the kid's so hostile there's no point trying to argue. So he just says alright, bows, and says he'll take his leave. They'll come back another time. But the moment he walks off, Luna is already wondering why that name, Boris, sounds so familiar. Rezimus tells our guy to let go of Eren's arm already. He apologizes and she says it's fine. She knows he had his reasons. She's totally sure he's always looking out for her. She even says it out loud, turns bright red from saying it, then grabs Rezimus by the arm and walks off. Yeah, she was embarrassed about saying that, grabbed the wrong person, and dipped. Luna immediately asks Shin if he knew that instructor. He says something like, kind of. She finds that weird. She has access to tons of information, but she's never heard of that guy before. Shen just gives her a serious look and says she'd better not investigate. She shouldn't look up anything about that man. Luna stands there, realizing that whatever it was, it clearly bothered Cien deeply. Maybe she missed something, and that just makes her even more curious. Cheyenne taps the ring and boom. Now it's raining candy in his room. All of their reward because his daughter behaved and everyone's still alive. Brian says of course everything turned out fine and it's good to know Shan's doing okay too. Meanwhile, Emily complains that life's been tough. Brian won't let her cook even once. Shan asks why that bothers her. Last he checked, she liked it when people cooked for her. She says yeah, that's true, but now it feels like someone took her job away. So Shan says alright, time for him and Brian to go train. Brian tries to get out of it, but our guy tells him to hurry up and follow. The scene shifts to the academy's training grounds. Turns out someone's already there practicing. Looks like it's Rezimus, though not totally sure. Might be someone else. Ryan's impressed. Whoever it is, she's wielding a massive claymore like it's nothing. Shin says of course it looks easy. She's going to be named the best swordswoman on the continent one day. Then he grabs a sword, saying it's time to see how much she's improved. She's caught off guard, asking what this is all about. She just came out for a chill evening. But he tells her nope, not tonight, come at him. Rezimus hesitates, makes sense. She's holding a real sword and he's only got a wooden one. She's worried the poor guy might actually get hurt. But before she can even finish the sentence, bam, he almost smacks her right in the face. She manages to duck and block just in time, then compliments the move. Still, she can't believe that was a blow from a wooden sword. She deflects his attack and comes at him full force, saying she's not going to go easy on him anymore. He parries one of her strikes and praises her movements. Too bad though, he says she's still got a long way to go, because this right here looks like her current limit. Rezimus is confused. He's saying all that, but she's the only one attacking. She finally says enough and goes in for a strong vertical slash, only to get tapped right in the forehead and drop like a chump. Shannon tells her that letting her emotions take over like that is exactly what creates openings in her attacks. She's slumped there, frustrated, admitting she's no match for him. Must be nice, being that strong. But when he compliments her, saying she's actually really skilled, she goes totally red. He says he's sure that if she keeps up the pace she's going, no one will be able to beat her with a sword. She's all flustered, saying it makes no sense to get a bunch of compliments after getting her butt kicked. But with his hand on his chin, Cian says there's really not much more he can do for someone at her current level. So he tells Brian to help her train. Poor guy wasn't ready, but he turns to Rezimus and says, alright then, the two of us are gonna practice every day. Shen hands him the sword and asks where he's going. But our boy just says he's got something to take care of and leaves. Brian's left standing there awkwardly, muttering that he's really looking forward to training with her. But he better be ready because Rezimus looks like she's going to take it seriously. He's starting to realize he's got another little menace on his hands. While walking through the halls, our guy feels a strange, familiar sensation. In the middle of the academy, yep, there's Luna. As curious and sneaky as ever, that menace. So he walks up, wanting to know what she's looking at. She says it's the research lab of instructor Boris. Shen already knows she's definitely trying to sneak in. She asks when he got to know her so well. Says she's just looking, that's all. But he tells her to cut to the point. What is she trying to do? She says she's just super curious. She's never heard of that guy's name before, not even from the Goran Association. And yet the man's supposedly an 8-circle mage. How could someone be that powerful and still have zero information out there about him? Shen's clearly over it. This girl just got out of one mess and she's already trying to dive into another. She asked if he's not going to help and he says he doesn't want to get involved. She stares at him, saying he sure sounds like someone who knows this guy pretty well. Almost like he already hates him. Poor Xian, once again being dragged into a problem he didn't ask for. He probably should have just walked away, huh? But no, here he is, standing in front of the lab, saying he doesn't sense anyone inside. He tells her to stay behind, he's going in first. He grabs the doorknob, activates a mist ability, and opens the door. Turns out, It's more of a library than a lab. All that's inside are scrolls and handwritten books. Looking around, Lunav comments that it's all about ancient magic. And right at that moment, Karam suddenly steps out from Cian. He asks where she's going. She says she's just checking the rooftop and tells him to keep doing what he's doing. He's a little confused. Why is she heading to the roof? But whatever. Lunav calls him over, saying she found a text that looks super old. But Cheyenne, he realizes what it actually is. That armor. That's Boris of Armor, the one known as Hearthcree. Oh boy, even the name sounds cursed. Up on the rooftop, Kara mutters that this smell, it's sickening. No matter how many times she catches it, it never stops being disgusting. And he better show up soon. Oh, she's talking directly to that Hearthcree guy. Right then, too bad. Someone appears and says it's been a while since he last saw her. An angel shows up, asking how she's doing after waking up from a 300-year nap. From a high of angle, Karam says she was doing just fine until he showed up and ruined everything. Hearthcree replies, your personality hasn't changed a bit. I guess that's why you chose that master out of all the other options. Karam's already getting ready to fight, but he asks her to calm down. He's not here to fight. She demands to know what he's doing there, and he says this is just a little chat. But Karam isn't buying it and tells him to cut the act and say what he's planning. Meanwhile, back in the library, Lunav says she's never seen magic texts like these. It's almost like some weird history book. But all the texts are written in a kind of code, so it's going to take a while to decode. From what she's been able to make out, that's all she can understand for now. On a page with a strange sun, she says it looks incomplete, and she really wants to know what it means. A sun, black clouds, mist, what else? Suddenly, Sam closes the book and says they need to destroy all of it. She wants to know why. That's what caused the blood banquet, along with a lot of the other disasters. Then boom, someone shows up and says it's a shame, but he can't let that happen. Right away, Shan recognizes Boris's voice and wonders how he didn't sense his presence. The book starts glowing gold and suddenly materializes in Boris' hand. And that's when Boris says he was actually thinking about having a talk with the boy. What an incredible coincidence that he happened to show up there. Too bad it had to happen in such an unpleasant way, getting spied on and all. He raises his hand and asks Miss Lunav to excuse them. Poor thing, he's already flung her out the window, sending her all the way to the dorms. And now the two of them need to have a little conversation. He's very interested in the boy, specifically in the version of him he doesn't show the public. Shin's already figured out this isn't good. It'd be great if he could just kill this guy. But Hearthcree is a major problem. Not to mention, Karam suddenly vanished from his side. She's up on the rooftop, lying back all calm, wanting to know what the bastard's even talking about. Hearthcree says the person her master serves is someone chosen by the gods, and basically they're playing a game they already lost. Karam says she doesn't care. A demonic spawn like her would never ally with Lumindal. The angel says there are other ways. For example, she could take over her master's body. Surely that wouldn't be so difficult. Karam demands to know what the hell he's trying to pull. And now, the chapter shifts again. This time, it's about good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Two opposing forces always at war. And in these epic tales, light always wins. It's been 3 centuries since the Great War ended and the demon died. The surface world seemed to be thriving, but little by little, people were forgetting about them. Looks like we're seeing things from the angels' point of view. One of them says it's getting harder to find the fear and reverence people once had for them. So they came to a conclusion. In order to be worshipped again, they needed darkness. It's the darkness that makes their light shine brighter. Karam just calls that reason completely idiotic. Now it all makes sense. They want her to take over her master's body, so that they can defeat her and be hailed as saviors. The deranged angel smiles, saying it's amazing, she figured it out perfectly. And bam, he immediately takes a slash to the face. She tells him to quit talking crap. But of course, the little immortal thing just regenerates, saying it's a shame. He really thought this was the perfect chance to talk with her. Karam answers bluntly. They're the ones who decided she was the bad guy. But she's already figured out that these so-called angels are way more concerned with their own problems than protecting anyone else. The angel shows up again, saying it's a shame. He really thought talking to her would be as easy as it was with Eru. It was a nice visit, but now he's heading out. And just like that, he vanishes while Karam's left wondering, what the hell did that idiot Eru do? Back with Boris, the bastard's calmly serving a fancy high-class tea from Sparnia, saying he hopes the boy enjoys it. Obviously, Cheyenne doesn't give a damn. He tells him to get to the point and explain why he's so interested in him. Boris, fake as always, says he's just a teacher concerned with a promising student. Cheyenne tells him to cut the crap. He doesn't even show up to class. Boris wants to know why, and Cheyenne flat out says it. He's got nothing to learn from them. Now Boris is curious. He wonders if the headmaster knows about that. Cheyenne just tells him, for the love of all that's holy, to stop stalling and talk. So Boris gets a little more direct and asks Cheyenne if he knows who he is. Shannon asks why he's even asking that. Boris says he felt it immediately. Shannon hated him the moment they met. The way the kid looked at him, it was like he already wanted him dead. But Boris swears he's never seen Shan before in his life, so how could he have known about him already? Shannon stirs the tea a little and says what's even weirder is that no one's ever heard of an 8-circle mage. Boris replies that he likes to live a quiet life, and Syan tells him to just say where he's from. Of course, the bastard claims he's from some super rural village, nothing but cows and lumber out there. No way Shan would know it. Both of them know the other's lying. Obviously, Boris wasn't going to spill anything. Even in his past life, the guy kept everything hidden. And now he asks if Shan has any other questions. Shan says no. Boris says good. It's gotten late, and they can talk more another time. Sometime later, staring down at the book, Boris says now he understands why Ishel felt so threatened. That kid, he must be the one helping Princess Erin. He's speaking with that Dan Hearthcree. who says it's ironic that the younger brother of the so-called savior is the one wielding the demon blade. Fate's got a funny way of working. It also seemed like Karam might just be the darkness they've been searching for all this time. And if he's right, that boy might be the perfect opportunity to make Ishil shine brighter than ever. It's just like it was foretold in the black mist that hides the sun. Boris closes the book and declares, the rebirth of the savior is about to begin. Cut to Karam in the Hall of the Black Mist. Someone says it's surprising she came all the way there on her own. It's Eru. He wants to know what brings her. Karam says it's funny he's even asking. You should already know. She just met with Hearthkree and didn't realize the two of them were so close. Eru asks if Hearthkree tried anything, but Karam cuts him off. Just tell her why he didn't do anything. Apparently, he'd forgotten the reason he was kicked out. Eru says there's no lower place than where he already is, which means he's got nothing left to fear. Karam tells him he's got to be joking. These people are trying to use both her and Sion. The Lord asks if her wish is really to protect Xian. If that's the case, he can help her make that wish come true. All she needs to do is take this decree, and all the mists will support her and the boy. She takes it, but she's already figured it out. He's just handing that over so he doesn't have to do anything himself. Exactly like what happened with Lumindal. Eru tells her to quit nagging. He insists he already made the best decision for her sake. But Karam walks off, telling him to stop making pathetic excuses, and says she hopes he stays trapped in that place forever. The scene cuts to a statue of an angel, where a man in front of it says he intends to bless it for acting in accordance with the representations of Lumindal's light. What she needs to figure out is whether she truly intends to become the ray of light that'll save this world from darkness, and if she swears to stand on the front lines and die on the battlefield. Whoa, Alice Vert swears that she does. She accepts the will of the god of light, Lumindal. I almost forgot our boy had a turbocharged sister. She made the vow, but she's still wondering if this really is the right path. Lately, the Empire's been gathering up talented individuals for the Knights of Light and sending them all to the front lines. That's why, during the disaster of the Blood Banquet, there were no royal guards around to help. Still, helping the Knights of Light has always been her dream. What she doesn't get is, what exactly is she supposed to be protecting out there on the front lines? Right then, someone congratulates her. She turns and sees it's Cecilia, who says Alice finally achieved her big dream. Alice says it's nothing, she just became a rookie knight. But Cecilia tells her there's no need to be so formal anymore. They're equals now. Weirdly, this lunatic drops to the ground and says, no way, I can't do that. You'll always be my senior. Sometime later, it looks like Alice confided her worries. Cecilia tells her it's impossible she picked the wrong path. She's known her for a long time. This has always been her dream. But Alice says she's still unsure. She could hear people screaming for help. So if her friend says she knows the perfect way to find out if the front lines are really where she belongs. When she gets there, they'll fight together. Apparently, this Duke Villiarth confirmed an important mission. It would be Alice Vert's first official assignment, but she finds it kind of odd, since the one who gave her the mission was her father. Boots are on, swords in hand, Brian's ready. The girls ask where he's going, and he says he doesn't even know. Xian just told him to be on standby. That's when our boy shows up, saying they won't take long this time. He tells Nana not to worry and tells Brian to move it. Brian asks where they're headed, and Sion says this time it's to the Lemia Valley. Emily points out that for someone saying, we won't take long, that place is super far away. But Xian opens a portal right there with his ring, saying they won't take long if they go through that. And it had to be now, because today was the day Alice was supposed to die. On the battlefield, someone yells for everyone to hold formation. A man turns to the young lady and says it must have been a tough journey, but Alice tells him not to call her that. The guy praises her, says he's super proud and she's finally standing among the Knights of Light. She awkwardly tells him to stop, she still has a lot to learn. Still, he's confident she's going to do great and that the Duke will be proud. Suddenly, she steps forward and introduces herself. The eldest daughter of House Vert reporting in after receiving the summons. Her father turns and says the third and fourth princes, as well as the second princess, are all coming to visit. She better be prepared. Alice notices he didn't praise her at all. Still cold as ever. He already tells everyone to greet the guests. They should arrive by now. And there they are. Third prince, Fagin Severus. Fourth prince, Nerovian. At least their names are easy to remember. And then comes the second princess. All right, why is she showing that much thigh? Who is she trying to seduce here? Me? Her name is Violet Severus, the bold one. Right away, everyone from our boys' family bows and greets them. But Nerovian's already done. He says they've finished the formalities, so can they leave now? Fabian's nervous. He's scared that white-haired guy's going to get attacked by monsters. But Shan's dad tells him to relax. They're in the rear guard. Monster activity is super low here. Plus, the best knights are stationed right there, so there's nothing to worry about. Well, look who's here. That damn bull-headed Eshel. Alice gives him a quick glance, and her father turns to him and says he better fulfill all his duties. He says he won't disappoint, while that Fabian guy over there says they better take out the monsters before they get any closer. His body's too valuable, unlike theirs. Okay, your highness is really asking to get slapped. Now here's a body that is actually valuable. Violet's already thanking Eshel for his hard work. He just replies that it's an honor, and she wants to know, where's Lunel? He's not the type to miss formal events like this. Eshel explains that Lunel had an important matter to attend and couldn't make it. She side-eyes that answer, saying it's good to have him as a bodyguard. Wait, what's going on here? Did something already happen between these two or what? Everyone's in formation and Alice is getting a weird feeling. Eshel always protects the first prince. That's just how it is. But now he's here with the twins and the second princess. What is this? A coincidence or something else entirely? Eshel then mentions he heard she joined the knights as the top of her class and congratulates her. But it didn't sound sincere at all. She immediately recognizes that familiar look in his eyes. And we flash back to her 9th birthday. He patted her head, congratulated her. That day, Eshel gave her a magic scroll. A 4-star spell scroll she couldn't even use yet. The idea was for her to one day get strong enough to finally use it. Years later, she did reach 4 stars, and finally it was time to activate the scroll. But the moment she started, someone grabbed her hand and told her to stop. It was Cecilia. She asked what was going on. Her friend explained that scroll would summon a mid-level monster. They could have died if it actually went through. What the hell, man? Eshel planted a live bomb when she was 9 years old. He's the king of Counter-Strike. Now here she is staring him down, wondering if he really gave her that scroll on purpose. If so, why would her brother do something like that? The group's still escorting the carriages. Inside one of them, Nerovian asks if Lunel is the one who assigned Eshel to this escort. Fabian says the whole thing's suspicious. He wants to know what they're planning. Violet agrees. Having someone as skilled as that acting as a bodyguard, that's a red flag. Everyone already knows what kind of person Lunel it is. They better stay alert, or they're gonna end up dead. Right then, the carriage shakes. Alice comes running, shouting it's an ambush and everyone needs to fall back. A special creature called Antararch is attacking the area. The tower soldiers are already freaking out from the monster's roar. The coward prince starts demanding answers. Why didn't anyone warn them something like this might show up? A strike from the boss monster sends everyone flying. Alice yells for them to retreat immediately, but a massive tail swipe is coming right for the group. No worries. Big Sis blocks the hit. But now she really wants to know why something that powerful is showing up in the rear guard. The princes are already running for their lives. One of the white-haired ones yells for them to turn back. If they keep running, they're gonna get killed alone. Violet's totally panicked when suddenly, Eshel comes toward her. Nothing sketchy at all, right? He tells her to come close. He'll protect her. And right then, Violet realizes, this bastard planned all of this chaos just to kill him here. And judging by Alice's face, she's picked up on something fishy too. Then, bam, a windflower spell slams into the boss monster. Cecilia shows up to help and yells at Alice to escape through the side path. Right away, she grabs her friend and also pulls Violet along, who's just confused and being dragged, but honestly, anywhere away from Eshel is the right move. Still, Alice's gut is telling her something seriously wrong. She felt an overwhelming bloodlust coming from her own brother, and when she looked back, she saw the monster about to land a clean hit straight at his neck. But then, out of nowhere, a strange barrier blocked the strike. Alice's head is spinning. What's going on here? But Cecilia just shouts at her to move. The monster is still flying, going in for another attack on Eshel. But more troops show up nearby and yell for everyone to get back in formation. She glances to the side and realizes the 3 damn girls are gone. Meanwhile, the soldiers are shouting not to let that creature, Antararch, get anywhere near the royal hairs. The monster starts charging up another purple energy blast, and Eshel looks like he's losing it, growling that this thing's really starting to piss him off. Then a golden light bursts out from his back, and he orders everyone to stand down. Boom! Massive explosion. Did that deal with the monster? Maybe. Or maybe not. Everyone's still standing back, squinting to see what's going on. And there's Violet, that sneaky brat, just randomly trips like an idiot. Alice runs over, asking if she's alright. Violet says she's not, but she's not dying that easily. Then what the hell? Cecilia just smacks Alice on the back. Alice stumbles, looking shocked. What the hell is this? And now she's on the ground in pain. What the hell? The two of them are just standing there staring her down. They really got us with this plot twist. Didn't see that one coming. And at Dan, Violet just glares and says, "So you're Eshel's little sister." Alice Vert. She says she knew something was off when Eshel showed up and Lunel didn't. And she's sure Alice was planning to kill them all during the chaos, so everyone else would get blood on their hands. That's why this was self-defense. Damn. Even Cecilia's just standing there, completely silent. Alice tries to explain. It's all a misunderstanding. She just wanted to protect them. But Violet cuts her off and tells her to shut up. So she knows exactly how ambitious the Veres and Lunels are. She's not going to sit around like some idiot while everyone lines up to kill her. If Alice has got any excuses, now's the time to give them because she doesn't have much time left. Violet throws down a scroll and says she hopes Lumindel won't save her. And poof, looks like the two of them just teleported out of there. Alice, though, she's not thinking straight. She's sitting there wondering how impulsive Cecilia must have been to betray her like that. She has to be under some kind of mind control, or there has to be another explanation. Tears in her eyes, she mutters that it can't be real. But now some creatures appear in front of her. She struggles to stand up, saying she has to pull herself together. She can't die here. She has to survive and asks Cecilia why she did this. She begins activating a power, calling out to her dear mother, the source of all life, the monster's charge, and she begs the goddess to act through her hands. She triggers a skill from Udine and the spear, sending blasts flying in every direction. Meanwhile, over at the Varda hideout. Yep, it's the two traitors, Violet and Cecilia, just lounging. Violet throws herself onto the bed, saying that was disgusting. Cecilia agrees, sitting quietly thinking about little Alice from her childhood. She closes her eyes, maybe a little conflicted. Then Violet asks, "Why'd you let Alice live? You could have killed her right then and there." "Girl, close those toothpick legs, you're acting weird." Cecilia, a bit hesitant, says, "She'll die soon anyway. The monsters there will finish her off for sure." Meanwhile, Alice is still out there, flinging spears left and right, but she's exhausted. And honestly, this is the perfect moment for our boy to show up like a total Chad. She's drained. She mumbles that she has to get back. Problem is, what is she even going to tell the knights? That Princess Violet tried to assassinate her? That Cecilia tried to kill her? Who's going to believe that? That's why her best bet now is just to get the hell out of there. But more and more monsters keep closing in. And not just any monsters, high-ranked ones, salamanders. She tries to come up with a plan anyway to escape alive. But those beasts are already charging up their fiery breath, slobbering all over the place. She knows there's no way she can dodge it. The monster comes in close, but its aim's off. Good thing. Still, Alice knows if she takes that hit head-on, there's no surviving it. But hey, Big Sis is a beast. So don't worry, because little bro just showed up. Our boy slices right through it, and Alice immediately looks up, trying to figure out who it is. Before she can even process what's happening, someone grabs her by the shoulder, apologizes, and takes off with her. It's Brian coming in clutch to save her. And the moment she sees him, she realizes if Brian's here, then that must mean he's here too. Those salamanders were still creating a sea of fire. Brian and Alice were hiding nearby, and he told her to just hold on a little longer. But she knew that holding on wasn't going to cut it. Those things were closing in fast, and they were going to catch up any second. That's when, bam, Karam drops right in front of them. Off in the distance, an explosion lights up the sky. The creatures all turn toward it, staring. And Karam, of course, shows up saying those damn things must have eaten something poisoned. Why else were they spewing out everything inside them like that? She tells Shan to hurry up and finish the job already. Alice hears the name and is visibly confused. Shan, did she hear that right? And then, there he comes. Third form of the descent of mist. The monsters shoot out their flames, but he cuts straight through, rips one's head in half, explodes the body, unleashes a bunch of void orbs. Yeah, looks like he wiped everything out. Not long after, Brian's carrying Alice away from the battlefield. She spots the boy in the distance and walks closer, thinking to herself that she always had a hunch about who was behind that mask. The mask hits the ground. She starts crying. And who is it? Come on, you already know. It's Xian. Of course it is. He looks at her and says, I hope I wasn't too late. Later, as she's being healed, things finally click. Cecilia had always been Violet's spy. She feels like a fool, thinking she was carrying on her family's will and trusting someone like her. But Shan says it's not her fault. The blame lies with that damn Cecilia, with the princess. And obviously, with Eshel too. Alice wants to know, was it all planned by their brother? Does Shan know something about it? It's weird because the mission orders came from her father. Shan tells her that the only reason the mission even happened was because Eshel suggested it. And of course, her father does everything that guy says. She wants to know why. Shan says it's because that bastard wants to be the only one who carries on the family legacy. Alice scowls, saying that apparently he's even willing to kill his own sister for that. Though the tough act doesn't last long, she collapses to her knees, completely drained. Still, she wants to know, does Shan really believe that about Eshel? Is he sure? He just stares at her and says, of course I do. What? You think I'm joking? Alice admits she always felt something was off, and it looks like Shan did too. What she can't understand is, how did no one else see it? Why did her father and everyone around them not notice anything? It's like Eshel has something she doesn't, some invisible power. And during the battle, she felt it too. Something was protecting him. When he should have been hit by that deadly strike, something blocked it. Shan remembers that moment clearly. He knew the dagger had landed right on the guy's neck, but something strange stopped it. And even now, he still doesn't know what that was. Something powerful enough to block even the demon blade. As far as he can tell, there's only one possible explanation. Alice says they need to tell their father, but Shan just goes, what? Girl, please. That's an illusion. He's not going to listen to us. Alice insists if it's just her, maybe not. But if they go together, maybe there's a chance. Shan sighs and tells her she needs to start trusting him more. If they go through with this plan and it fails, all the Knights of Light will turn on them. Alice is confused. Why would that happen? But Shan remembers. In his past life, Eshel was always the center of attention. Everyone adored him. Everyone trusted him. He was the great savior. Even Shan himself had been a fanboy. He was the hero. There was never a doubt in anyone's mind. Looking back, it was strange. He wasn't just a knight. He felt like a religious figure. Even their father, who was sharp and observant, died trusting him. The Emperor, Lunel, ambitious as hell, also trusted him. Boris, a man obsessed with truth and sharp as a blade, he trusted Eshel too, without question. Even the idiot version of Shan didn't stop trusting until he was lying dead on the ground. But in that final moment, one question echoed in his mind. Why did I trust Eshel? There could only be one explanation. Shan says Eshel was the ultimate figure who inherited the authority of the most powerful god, Lumindal himself. The authority he received, the role of world savior. Back on the battlefield, it's total chaos. Everyone's yelling to protect the princes. Redhead and Albino are absolutely losing it, panicking like they're seconds from death. Meanwhile, Eshel is right there on the front lines, holding off a dragon. Mr. Platinum Hair starts gushing over him, but Eshel just snaps, telling the idiot to back off before he gets himself killed. The dragon charges in for another attack. Eshel activates the Judgment of Regis, his dark technique. The beast fires off a huge laser while the two brothers are over there practically clinging to each other. These two are something else. What the? Eshel just summoned the dark titanic wall or something to tank the entire blast. The laser hits dead on, but then it just dissipates. Through all the smoke and fire, Eshel is still moving, still channeling attacks. The dragon watches, then Eshel lunges and slices it clean down the center. Yeah, no joke. That thing got cut 50% straight down the middle. Immediately, Eshel turns and asks if everyone's okay. And everyone starts cheering, praising him, calling him amazing. The great savior. Even the princes are saying they'll tell the king how incredible he is. Ah yeah, Eshel's not dumb. He's milking that clout from the royal brats. Meanwhile, back with Alice, she still doesn't understand why Eshel was chosen by Lumindal. Shan explains that Lumindal only needs one person, regardless of what kind of person they are. And obviously, once Eshel was chosen, trying to deny him was like denying the entire Church of Light. If they did that, every follower of Lumindal would come after them. Alice says it's hard to accept. These are the things she's believed in her whole life. What she can't wrap her head around is, how does Shan know all this? He just says he can't tell her. He's trying to keep her from getting too deep into this mess. But she's understanding. She places her hand on his shoulder and says she gets it. She knows he can't tell her yet, but someday she hopes he tells her everything and that he won't carry this burden alone. She bows her head a little and it's kind of sweet. Meanwhile, she thanks Brian and he turns bright red. Shan immediately tells him to calm down. Don't get that happy just because you talked to my sister. Then he turns to Alice and wants to know, when is she planning now? And a crazy girl says she's going to find Cecilia and get answers about why she betrayed her. Thank God Shan says he's going with her. Like, seriously, girl, what's your death wish? He says he's got the ring. He's sure they haven't gone far. Then the scene jumps to Violet's hideout. Suddenly, Cecilia's expression changes. She says someone's getting close, a manna she's never felt before. Violet tells her to relax. No one knows about this place. But mid-sentence, boom, the whole place explodes. An attack nearly takes her head off. A sword comes flying through the window and slams into the wall. And Cecilia instantly knows. That's Alice's sword, but she shouldn't even be alive. Next chapter kicks off back on the battlefield. Eshel detects a trace of teleport magic and a spell scroll. He tells everyone to find shelter. One of the soldiers asks him, do you really think Princess Violet is okay? Eshel just says, we'll find out soon enough. Obviously, the whole squad's spooked. There are monster corpses everywhere, lava flowing across the ground. Chaos. Back to Cecilia, now running. She's muttering that she thought the kid would be skilled because of the mana and that bloodlust. But turns out, it's just a child. He couldn't possibly be traveling with anyone else. She activates a skill from the Wanderer of the Wind and closes in. She's coming in fast with a sword strike that looks like it'll land, but the kid dodges. She commands to know who he is. Why has she never seen anyone from the Veers move like that? He just stares at her silent. She orders him to answer. Why does he have that sword? Did he save Lady Alice? Still no answer. So she gets ready. Says if he won't speak, let's see if he can scream. She charges. Left, right, up, down. Swipes near his stomach. Swipes past his ear. She's going for blood, but she hasn't landed a single hit yet. While thinking to herself that only a handful of knights could keep up with her speed, Cecilia pushes off a tree and launches in for another strike, yelling that it's over. But he just does a calm little hop to the side, dodging it like it's nothing. Now she's starting to wonder, does he actually move faster than me? Cheyenne, dude, the enemy is right there. Stop standing around like you're in a Kalan commercial. She's burning with rage. He hasn't even drawn his weapon. She darts left and right like a damn Pikachu, charging again and yelling at him not to underestimate her. Sharp tempest. A clean slash, massive explosion, shockwaves everywhere. Blades cutting everything in their path, but Cheyenne's just standing there, orb in hand. Cecilia can't believe it. And Fen. He activates the void sphere, makes one clean motion. Boom. He slices the mountain in half. She's blown away again. Literal explosion. In the middle of the dust and rubble, he approaches her body, crumpled on the ground. She mutters, barely conscious. What a pathetic way to lose. I never thought I'd die in a place like this. He really is the Grim Reaper, not even saying a word. But now that she's dying, she just wants to know, is Lady Alice still alive? That's when, for the first time, Shin actually speaks. He says he's curious. Why does she look so relieved? Most people about to die would be terrified. Cecilia responds, that's called retribution. In the end, this is the fate I deserve. Then, retribution for what? A voice cuts in. Cecilia flinches. It's Alice. Walking up, eyes locked on her. She wants to know why. Why did she betray her? Cecilia's crying now, completely emotional. Says she's just happy to see Alice alive. But Alice isn't having it. She tells her to shut up and answer the damn question. Here comes the tragic backstory, folks. Let's go. We're taken to Cecilia's hometown, a small village that was wiped out during a monster attack. She was just a starving orphan digging through scraps to survive when someone finally found the survivors. A group from the army showed up claiming they'd defeated the monsters and that she was safe now. They picked her up, gave her food and water. She was saved. Right when she was about to die, the Megs arrived. And the one who saved her back then was Princess Violet. Even at that age, she had that smug face you just want to punch. But she was talented, powerful. So of course it made sense for Cecilia to dedicate her life to the person who saved her. Not long after, she was given the chance to repay that debt. The order was clear: get close to the Veers and wait for further instructions. That's how she ended up working in the household. And that's when she met little Elise. So sweet, so kind. But now, she regrets everything. She should have just died in the ruins of that village. Then just today, Violet arrived and said, today, Alice must die. She's a threat. Alice, confused, asks, what threat? What the hell are you talking about? Cecilia explains. Violet has always seen the Veers as threats. Because of their connection with Lunel and Eshel. She always believed the Veers were allies of Lunel. So when she saw herself under attack, she must have thought it was all a plot by the Veers and Lunel to wipe out the rest of the competition. Cecilia says Violet is nothing like Alice. Alice actually trusted her, believed in her until the very end. But Shan cuts in. Don't. Stop trying to justify it. Just admitting she was wrong doesn't mean she deserves forgiveness. Cecilia is shaken. Alice tells him to hold on, just listen a bit more. But Shan already drew his blade. Tells her this isn't some light matter. Cecilia, she accepts it. Says she's ready. Meanwhile, Alice is desperately pleading, asking him to wait to listen to think. Brian gently tells Alice to calm down. Trust in Master Shingen. Then, Shan raises the dagger. Swipes it. Blood hits the ground. Looks like she's dead. And the scene cuts. We're in Violet's room. Everything's been torn to pieces. She's looking around, demanding to know who's there. She wants to know where Alice is. But the person who walks in, yeah, it's the worst possible option. Yeah, it's him. Bullhead himself, Eshel, walking in and saying he's here to escort Her Highness. but Violet's trembling, barely holding it together. She blurts out that he looks way more like he came to kill her. Kind of rude barging in like that. Eshel doesn't even bother lying. He says it straight, yeah, he was planning to kill her. The perfect setup? She, Fabian and Erovian, all of them dying in the monster attack. Violet reaches for something behind her, saying he's not going to get away with the consequences of a move like that. But he flicks a divine sting, knocks the item out of her hand. It burns. He tells her to calm down. He hasn't even finished explaining yet. Violet growls at him to just spit it out. What exactly was his grand plan? He steps in, cool as ever, and says, no one knows. But then he spots Alice's sword jam in the wall and asks, where's her sister? Violet smirks, says she killed her. She didn't know if Alice was working with Lunel or not, so she figured she'd play it safe and make sure she was dead. And hey, Eshel probably liked that too, didn't he? Wasn't he planning to get revenge on his sister? But Eshel says not this time. He was actually planning to change the plan. Now she's confused, shaken. He draws his sword and says she's being way too calm for someone who's been killing off every suspicious person in her circle. Smart strategy. He admits he's surprised. She's nothing like Lunel in that way. Now Violet's bluff is backfiring. She faked the whole Alice is dead line, but now realizes Eshel really doesn't care. Eshel then says the whole plan was doomed from the start, so he's just going to report back to Lunel that everything failed. Violet, on edge, demands to know what he really wants from her. And Eshel calmly replies, he's suggesting that she joins his plan. That gets her attention. She asks, isn't he always been on Lunel's side? But he answers that they're just business partners, nothing more. Violet sits back on the bed, arms crossed, not buying it. Says she doesn't believe that for a second. Eshel doesn't care. He tells her to believe whatever she wants. Lunel was just another piece in the bigger picture. Right away, Violet's mind is racing. She's convinced Eshel's trying to take control of her entire empire or something, and there's no way she's helping him with that. But he shuts that down. He's not interested in any empire. She presses him. So what do you want then? He answers, I want the eradication of evil. He says he's going to remove everything bad from this world. Violet's skeptical. Are you serious right now? He readies his sword and says, you'll find out. Only thing he knows for sure. A piece of that evil just showed up nearby. The ground starts cracking. A weird, creepy mana floods the room. It sends chills up his spine. Something primal, hungry, something he's never felt before. Suddenly, boom, one of Shan's summoning orbs comes crashing through. From a distance, a blood-red star flares in the sky. Oh yeah, our boy's going in. Shan flies in toward Big Bro, ready to throw hands. Eshel shouts, who are you? Cheyenne answers, I'm the evil you've been looking for. And just like that, he unleashes the 8 floating piddles. Blades flying in every direction. Eshel scrambles to defend, cast a barrier, and yeah, he manages to protect the blonde one. She's flung to safety, sobbing because her little princess hideout is getting obliterated. Girl, your whole castle's going to the moon. Eshel gets blasted back. She asks if he's okay. He tells her to get out of there. He's still under attack. Another blood-red bomb comes flying toward hhim. She activates her Askelin skill, slashes the blast in half. It splits clean through and wipes out the area around it. But Shan's not done. He teleports out of thin air and strikes again. And this time, he lands it. A blind spot. But no good. Eshel's got this broken barrier that nothing seems to pierce. Shan realizes it. There's no opening. He gets knocked back hard. Eshel stares at him and thinks, whoever this is, he's not normal. But he's confident. In the end, he'll win. And there's Violet, looking way too flush, way too excited. Like she thinks she's the main heroine now. Then Cyan turns to Karim and asks, what's wrong? And she winces. Says, it hurts. It hurts like hell. Like her entire body's being torn apart. Obviously, that pain was from Eshel's barrier. He turns to Cyan and asks why he stopped. Didn't he show up saying he was gonna bring the end of everything? So what's he waiting for? Truth is, Xian would love to kill him right then and there. But seeing how he can't even scratch that barrier, and not even understanding what the hell it is, yeah, best move now is to fall back. That's when he pulls out of the ring the shield and umbrella soaked in Cecilia's blood. And Violet immediately wants to know what the hell he just did. He simply says, that girl's been purified. Violet doesn't get it, and Eshel spells it out. She's dead, sweetheart. Now he's starting to put the pieces together. He just wants to know who ordered Xian to do this. Xian replies, I am the mist, and the mist, they don't forgive anyone. But this wasn't some divine purification. This had a different purpose. Eshel seems surprised. So if the mist is acting again, before he can say more, Xian disappears. Eshel's left alone, frustrated as hell. Why are so many people suddenly standing in his way? All this time, maybe it was the mist screwing up his grand plans from behind the scenes. Scene shifts to a nearby waterfall. Karim's clutching her head, groaning that it hurts like hell. Shan's confused. She says she's never felt anything like that. It's like she couldn't even touch him. Yeah, the situation's way worse than they expected. But Shen has got a possible solution. A Durin Dark elemental stone, a crystal of divine purity. It's just a theory, but he believes they can beat Eshel with it. That's when Karim grabs his arm and begs him not to do it. That item could straight up kill him. Just then, Alice shows up. Cyan shrugs it off for now and says they'll talk later. Right now, he's got people to protect. He's not repeating the mistakes of his past life. Also, seriously, why didn't he just kill Cecilia already? Forgiving that traitor? But no, he swore if the enemy's stronger than expected, he just has to get stronger himself. Sounds like a solid plan to me. A while later, Alice hands him something. It's the symbol of Marion. Normally, no one's allowed into the spiritual realm, but with this, he can enter a place called Fruina. She tells him to be careful. Oh, for the love off. I thought the hooded figure was Shan again, but nope, it's Cecilia, crying her eyes out, whispering thank yous. Alice turns her back and says she hasn't forgiven her, and she better not show her face again. Cecilia says she understands and walks off. Up on a rock, Karam watches the whole thing and asks, are we really just letting that girl go? Maybe we should have just killed her. But Cheyenne says he already did kill her in his past life. And thinking back, there was no need to kill her then either. When he found her, she was already broken, crushed by guilt for murdering his sister. All he did this time was lighten her burden. Maybe one day she'll pay that debt. Then we cut to the moment earlier when he killed her. Turns out it wasn't a death slash, just a clean cut on the shoulder. He removed her armor and told her to stay hidden and wait to be summoned. Back to Cecilia, she's convinced Stan believes she has a shot at redemption, and she swears she'll repay the debt she owes them. Karam, though, she's squinting at Sheehan like, are you sick or something? This guy's been way too soft lately. Sheehan slaps her on cheeks like, what's happening to the Sheehan the Slayer I know? Suddenly someone calls out, it's Cecilia again. She says she already delivered the girl and thanks Karam for saving her. While Karam's sitting there like, this is crazy. I'm face to face with a possessed demon sword with emotions. She has no clue how she's supposed to deal with someone like this. Karam shrugs it off, says it was nothing. That's when Alice lights up. She's all smiles, saying how happy she is to finally meet someone close to her brother. Karam immediately shuts that down. Yeah, nah, it's not like that. It's just a master weapon kind of deal. Nothing more. But it's good to know that the boy's body belongs to her. So to be smart, not to try anything. Alice quickly realizes this demon weapon is definitely not on the good side. Scene shifts to the Lewin Academy. Someone's writing a letter saying they found answers to all the questions they had. And because of that, they decided to leave the Knights of Light. Ah, it's Alice, of course. She says those people have strayed from the path of righteousness. The ones they're trying to protect aren't the ones who should be protected. And the conscience of her own household is being corrupted by all this. Even her father is letting it happen. She says she'll be visiting him soon because there's something she wants to talk about regarding her brother Eshel and Prince Lunel. But for now, she just asks him to take good care of Cian. The headmaster sighs, thinking how messed up all these noble families are lately. One thing that hasn't changed, though, Alice worrying about her brother, like always. At least he can pretend he'll look after the kid like she's always asking. He then apologizes for making Boris wait. Boris says it's fine. The director asks how things are going at the academy, and the bastard calmly says he's adjusting just fine. Then the old man hits him with the real question. So when were you planning to tell me you're working for Prince Lunel? And why the hell he's been keeping it a secret? Boris, totally stone-faced, says he never hid it. No one asked. Besides, it's got nothing to do with his job there. The director now wants to know the real reason he's even at the academy. Boris says he was looking for someone. The director, did you find them? Boris, yes. And boom, he's fired on the spot. The director says if the person he found is who he thinks it is, Boris needs to get out before he tries anything else. Boris is practically shaking now but says he understands. This director's playing the badass role, but honestly, he's not even good at threatening people, especially not this shady old fox Boris. Outside, Boris mutters that he didn't expect that kind of reaction. Clearly, Qian's built some very strong connections. He sends out a message saying he's got fresh intel to report every single day. Hearthcrea wants to know what he's planning to do. If another party gets involved, things are gonna get a lot harder to control. So it's best he treads carefully. Unlike him, Karam has a physical body. Boris just says it's fine. He just needs to sever the connection between the two. The angel compliments his resolve. Right at that moment, someone speaks up. Did you want to see me, Boris? Oh snap, it's Sirica. Boris thanks her and says he's been wanting to ask something about the boy Shan. He explains that Cyan spends most of his time in the dorms, skips all his classes, yet is still incredibly skilled. Sterica agrees, maybe he's just some kind of prodigy. She asks if he's caught Boris' attention. Boris says yeah, he did at first, but now he's more interested in the people around Cian. For example, Miss Sirica Nigrathi, who just so happens to be part of the mist. Boom! Sirica immediately reaches for her dagger, but Boris raises a hand and suddenly she's caught in a trap full of sharp, snapping teeth. That power, it's giving off serious librarian's grimoire energy. It looked like she got devoured by some hellhound. But no, she steps out calm and deadly, slicing through everything like some gothic menace. Why did I even say that? She's terrifying. She activates the power of the god of the black mist. Boris is straight up shook. He wasn't expecting this. She's actually forming an entirely new domain. Turns out that's how she's been hiding her mana from the rest of the world. Sirica says she has no idea how her identity was found out, but now that he's pulled this stunt, his life has to end here. If death is what he came looking for, she'll happily grant it. Boris opens the book saying this isn't going to be easy, and Sirica replies that he may be full of confidence now, but she wants to see how long that's going to last. Suddenly, they're both surrounded by a bunch of assassins, and she calls out to Boris, saying it's time to begin his purification. The pages flip, and he says fine, he can handle everyone there. The scene shifts to our boy's room, with Emily calling for him, saying that Dad's home. He steps through the portal with Brian, who looks like a total fool. Nan throws herself into his arms, saying she missed him, while Brian immediately heads over to Emily, asking for something to eat. Our boy notices that strangely Nan is growing bigger. He asks if she's okay, and she says yes. She's been getting along with Sirica just like he asked. He realizes that her training with Sirica must be going well then. Some time ago, he asked Sirica to start training Nan so she could learn to control her emotional collapses. He didn't want a repeat of what happened at the blood banquet. Sirica's training obviously isn't easy, but when it comes to controlling instincts, she's the best. He compliments Nan, telling her she's really putting in the effort. She agrees, but says that today, Sirica told her there wouldn't be training because she had other plans. San is already curious. What plan? Karim says it's probably a purification. That's because, well, Karim was the one who requested Boris be purified. Shan looks confused and she explains that Boris is working here as an instructor. And of course, it'd be easy for Sirika to get close to him since they work in the same place. Shan responds that there's no way Eru would have allowed something like that. Didn't he know who she was fighting against? Karim asks if he's talking about the scripture, like Sirika and Misty couldn't handle that. Then right away, our boy says she must already know about Hearthcray too. And it looks like he didn't realize she didn't know because now both of them are confused. Honestly, I thought everyone was already in on everything. She's standing there looking all dazed and half asleep, saying she thought it wouldn't be necessary. Sometimes we forget she doesn't really know he can see the future. He's hiding it, she's hiding stuff too, but they're still on the same side. It's a whole mess. So he says they don't have time to waste. That guy's bloodline is the real threat. Then he tells Brian and Nan that he's heading out. But when he sees Brian eating that poison Emily made, he has to ask why. Poor Brian says he was just too hungry and asks if Shion wants him to come along. Our boy says no, he's only taking Karim. And strangely, he's amazed Brian is still alive after eating that. He tells him to take Nan and Emily to Brno. Nan, confused, asks if Dad is already leaving. He says unfortunately, yes, it's too dangerous for them to stay here right now. They don't need to worry though, he'll take care of it. He leaves them in Brian's care. Cut back to Sirika, who says the more she looks at Boris, the more disgusting he seems. Seeing the number of zombies around, she suspects the blood banquet might have been his doing. Those puppets all give off the same aura. Smiling, Boris asks if she's already getting tired. Strange, since that was just the appetizer. The main course was on its way, with dessert. Sirika dodges another attack, but she's surrounded on all sides. She activates the Raging Mist Tempest skill, and every skill in this series is a whole mess of slashes flying everywhere. She unleashes 8 fluttering petals along with Bloodthirst Surge, but even then, Boris is still just floating there calmly, casting Lance of Judgment as the clueless ones run for their lives. She notices, strangely, that he's using a ton of high-level skills, and she doesn't even have time to breathe. One more puppet sneaks up behind her, and she has to dodge its grab by stepping up onto a pillar. Oh my god, the girl doesn't get a single second to breathe. She can't even pull off another skill. She uses something called Nadusting and Boom. Explosions everywhere, sweeping through the sky. She can't understand how each one of those puppets had that much mana inside. Clearly, that's not normal at all. Whoa, the whole area just got vaporized. You're not killing my little purple goth like that, Boris. I'll come after you myself. But it seems the bastard doesn't care because he just says it's time for her to die and activates his war hammer. The attack lands straight on Sirika. It looks like she got crushed and Boris comes down. She says now she understands how those puppets work. Apparently they can track an opponent's mana, different from the usual kind. And probably that book he's holding is the source of all their power. At the very least, it's something incredible, judging by the mana she's sensing. Probably a weapon of the gods. Boris claps his hands, saying her battle sense and vast knowledge are truly impressive. But none of that matters right now. Suddenly, he activates a skill called Imaginarium. The puppets start acting weird, either coming out of the ground or glitching. It's hard to tell what's going on. But Boris warns her that he still has plenty more of those to play with, so she might as well give up. Come on, Sirika, don't give up, my goth queen. She gets up and says she's not throwing in the towel just yet, activating a secret technique of expansion, total jujutsu style. Out of nowhere, there's some Shikamaru-like move from behind. Summon the familiar? Man, she pulls out a full-on demon. This is new to me. Mammon, god of greed, sounds almost like Mamora, but not quite. Boris is confused, trying to figure out how she pulled this off. The mana he felt coming from her earlier, completely gone. Mammon is roaring and the puppets are all trembling, but they still charge in recklessly. Obviously, they get slapped silly and smashed into the ground. Wait, nope. Turns out they're like cursed ants clinging to his arm. But then Mammon activates some kind of spikes and pierces through everything. From a distance, Boris says it's unthinkable that she would create a demon like that with her own mana. She's truly talented. But even so, all it was going to do was buy some time. At this point, she's completely drained, just a hollow shell with no mana left. Oh no, what just happened? Why is Sirika's hair white now? I've got a bad feeling about this. Boris says that even casting a simple spell will be hard for her now. Unfortunately, her choice was a mistake. But she suddenly lunges at him from the side, saying it looks like he thought he wasn't in any danger. She strikes, and those protective shields of his show up again. Every time that same pattern. Boris is startled he can't keep track of her movements. How is she still this fast with no mana at all? That rapid combo of attacks back and forth. The barrier starts cracking, then shatters. She spins her blade and slips through the gap. He's completely panicking. She goes in for a heavy blow, telling him it's checkmate. Come on, Sirika, for the love of everything. Win this. If you die now, I'll be seriously heartbroken. She swings her huge hand down toward his face, about to slam him into the ground. Boris realizes he doesn't have enough time to cast anything. She's ready to finish him off, but he prepares a spell in his hand, saying he'll at least try to cast it without chanting. He summons a mine right beneath himself, and the explosion launches Sirika away. Then he comes right back with those lances of judgment clearly exhausted. But the badass drops and instantly dashes back in at full speed. The guy's definitely not great at handling close combat. She's dodging everything he throws, closes the distance, and spins into a wild move. Even I'm getting confused trying to follow what's happening. She's upside down, kicks down from the sky with a Rock Lee-style flying strike. There's no way he's getting up from that one. Then suddenly someone says, that's enough for today, Boris. She was coming down to finish him off from above when a strange golden barrier appears. He calls out to Lord Hearthcree. Right away, Sirika realizes that's the divine weapon protecting him. The book then states that it had no information on this girl. It thought she was just some low-level servant of Eru. But with skills like hers, at the very least, she got to be a high-ranking officer. And in his current condition, Boris didn't stand a chance. Holy hell. Good to know, but now I'm worried. Sirika's staring him down, and she notices that black blood is leaking out of Boris. She asks if he's a member of the Black Blood tribe. She thought they were extinct. Wiping his face, he says that's exactly why he avoids getting injured. It was really unfortunate that she figured it out. The puppets at the blood banquet, the stunned stones, all of it came from the Black Blood tribe. And now Sirika is sure he was the one responsible for that massacre. Boris, totally unbothered, says that, well, it looks like the secret's out. It's going to be hard to keep working around here now. What a shame. Sirika charges at him again, telling him to shut up, but he simply activates the book, saying they'll meet again some other time. But she's not letting him go that easy. The demon comes up from behind and smashes both him and the book. The double strike hits dead on, and even the book groans that she's such an annoying woman. Boris looks up and says he completely forgot that this damn monster had been summoned, and all of his puppets have already been used as sacrifices. Meanwhile, Sirika notices her dagger isn't making it through the shield. Suddenly, the space she created starts cracking open behind her. She assumes someone's arriving to back up Boris. But hang on, it's Xian showing up. Boris is already stunned, trying to figure out what the hell that brat is doing here. The kid walks in silently, Karam in hand, and lands a solid blow right on the shield, shatters it, explosions and lights bursting everywhere. Karam appears, saying the whole scene makes her feel sick, clearly talking to that bastard Hearthcree, who wants to know how she found him and how the two of them even got there so fast. Karam just replies that she has good instincts, and she can smell the stench of hypocrites like him a mile away, especially the kind that reek with such vile energy. Hearthcree answers that he warned her. She picked the wrong side in this fight. Her expression shifts, and the guy morphs into some glowing egg covered in glyphs and wings, activating the authority of the Seraph god. At the same time, the book is glowing right in front of our boy and Sirika. The creature lets out a blast, energy expands outward. And my god, this damn Boris still won't die seriously. Sirika calls out to Xian, and man, he's holding the line, not backing down one bit. The kid's resisting divine authority, but she can't understand what kind of power could even pull something like that off. The demon sword alone shouldn't be enough. As he pushes forward, Xian says that Eru had been hiding something way more dangerous than they thought. Then Boris speaks up, saying he'll help Hearthcree after all. Because, well, the wielder of the demon's sword they were supposed to eliminate was standing right in front of him. Hearthcree, however, tells Boris to stop and not interfere, because they weren't strong enough. Looks like something's already taking over him, battling with his mind. Suddenly, the book senses something strange. A dagger slices through it. Wait, did Xian just tear through the book? And then he stabs Boris right in the chest. Boris can't even comprehend how that brat managed to break through Hearthcree's protection. Now he's sure that cursed fog covering the sun, that was the symbol of Xian Vert. That boy is the blade destined to be pointed at Eshel in the future, and he has to get rid of him now. From afar, Sirika can tell by the amount of mana he's using that Xian won't last much longer. She has to act before it's too late, and she's clearly getting pissed, teetering on the edge of horns coming out, going full rage mode. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Our boy's got the knife lodged in the idiot's chest. The guy's trying to push him back, no idea who's overpowering who right now. But Xian activates the unshakable roots of the great tree. Boris clenches his teeth and sends a hellhound lunging in for the bite, but Sirika jumps in to save him. Look at her activating the unified demonic human form. Our boy is stunned, then suddenly, he sees that strange egg-shaped thing again, covered in glyphs and wings. The mana just keeps growing and the whole area is exploding around them. Right then, Sirika realizes her mist domain has been completely overridden, and in the blink of an eye, they're back in the forest. It failed the purification. Xian instantly gets up, demanding to know why the hell she stopped him. She just replies, obviously, that she saved his life. All dizzy, he tells her that in the end, he was the one who saved her. Then he asks how Karam is doing. She simply answers that she's going to need a nap. Just like in the fight against Eshel, she's exhausted after dealing with that barrier. And our boy is convinced this battle was inevitable, and he's not going to have a choice anymore. He'll have to use that. What is it? No clue. You don't know either because he's hiding it from us. The scene then shifts to Breniel, a trade city located near Lewin. Is that Lunov? Probably not. But a blue-haired girl shows up, saying she doubted he'd come, but the bastard really did. Now that I realize it, I might be losing my mind. And Alice, yeah, our boy's sister, has gone to meet with the useless school director. They're having the most obvious conversation ever. She doesn't go to school, and the old man doesn't lead the school. But he says he's there because of the letter she sent. Sounded like a serious matter. She assumes it's about her leaving the Order of Knights, but he replies that he figured she'd eventually follow her own path. What the family wants doesn't matter. It's what she said about Eshel and Luenel that really caught his attention. Alice grabs her glass and wants to know if he has any information on Eshel. The old man says no, but asks what she thinks would happen if Eshel became the family's leader. Alice says plenty of talented people join the Knights of Light, so he'd probably become the leader of the Empire's strongest army. The director agrees and says Luenel would side with him and would also lead the Knights of Light. Alice says that's exactly what worries her most and wants to know what the old man thinks. He tells her about that time when Santa asked him what was more important, the Empire's prosperity or the family's honor. It was almost like the kid already knew what was going to happen. And now he realizes he hadn't been careful enough about what they might have already done. Alice questions what he means by Xian knowing the future. He stands up, saying he's not certain. But for now, she should leave the Empire. She doesn't understand why. He just says a major disaster is about to fall on this place. He'll do what he can to set things right, but there are no guarantees. She's still confused, and he brings up the possibility of a coup d'etat. He's starting to see signs of internal power struggles for the throne. Back in the trade city of Brno, our boy's daughter is all emotional, going on about strange fruits, weird people, and things she's never seen before. Brian has to keep apologizing to everyone who looks ready to hit the girl, telling her she can't just point at people and call them weird. On top of that, he reminds her that they're supposed to keep a low profile here. The priority is to reach the shelter safely. Emily agrees and says that for now, everyone's going to assume they're just a normal family. Right then, the boy's face turns tomato red and he tells them to hurry up and follow him. Emily starts running after them, but of course, the troublemaker runs the other way instead. At the window, Alice remembers what the director said about a possible coup. She hadn't imagined Eschel and Lunel were planning something like that. Maybe she forgot they literally tried to kill her, huh? What she doesn't understand is how both the headmaster and Xian already know about it. Right at that moment, the door behind her starts to open and someone calls out to Alice. It's Emily and Brian saying it's been a long time since they last saw her. Alice immediately realizes those two must have been living with Xian at the academy. And she's already doing the math, figuring the kid's been surrounded by women this whole time. Then Brian says that the young master had urgent business to take care of and sent the three of them instead. Alice asks who the third one is since, obviously, there's no one else there with them. Only now do they notice the dragon girl's gone missing. Ryan's just standing there like it's no big deal, saying that literally a second ago she was right there. Alice puts her hands on her hips and says if she's someone important to Xian, she's going to help find her. Cut to the port of Bruneo. Some guy closes the door and says they're ready to set sail, and at this time the payment's gonna be good. They'll deliver the messages, but suddenly they spot that same kid from before. Wait, what is Nana doing on someone else's boat? They start wondering if the child isn't scared to be walking around alone like that. One of the men at the front calls out to her, asking where her parents are, but she just points toward the ship and says she smells a strange but familiar scent coming from in there. The two men look at each other, seeing a perfect opportunity for easy money. They turn back and say there's lots of yummy food on board. She asks if it's sweet. Of course the guy says yes, thinking to himself that this girl is way too old to fall for the candy trick. He has no idea who she is, but she's clearly not all there. Nana asks if she can have some. The two guys say of course, they're nice people, trustworthy even, and she can have as much as she wants. But then she remembers what Sayan told her about people offering her sweets. Seems like she remembers, but just doesn't care because she walks straight toward the ship while they tell her to go on in. It's full of tasty stuff. She also remembers Cian warning her never to go into random places, especially if they're dark and closed off. And yet there she is, stepping right in, while the guy's thinking to himself that she really is an idiot. In her memory, we see the moment they kick the door shut, and one of the thugs says they got another prize. Today's their lucky day. Inside, Nana sees a bunch of cells. She asks where the candy is, but all she sees are a bunch of kids. That's when it hits her. She stares at the door, realizing she got lied to. The poor thing starts crying, apologizing to San, saying she got tricked even after all his advice. But then her nose picks something up again, something familiar. She heads to the back of the room, finds a cage, and when she pulls the cloth off, she sees a high-ranking monster, a red null. The monster is raging with fury, but she gently pets it, and suddenly it's acting all soft and sweet. She wants to know how it ended up there, and decides she's going to let it out. With a wag of its tail, she opens the cage by hand, telling him he's free now. Then someone calls out to her, and it's the other kids in the cells asking to be freed too. And of course, she's going to go around freeing every last one of them. The scene shifts back to the guys who kidnapped her. They're meeting with the captain, saying everything's ready. A chubby guy named Tolino says all right then, it's time to set sail. The dwarf on the crew wants to know if they're going to negotiate with their own kind. The guy says yeah, Morris has disappeared out of nowhere and the Grey Merchant Union is done for. Now that they don't have to pay taxes to anyone, all that money's going straight into their pockets. Especially since the Guren Association pays extra for young children. The dwarf, though, is already sensing danger. Chaos is coming. This whole situation with merchant unions getting wiped out left and right, definitely not a good sign. Is that what they call women's intuition? No way that bearded dwarf is a woman. Everyone's confused, just like I am. The person just says they should be cautious. But Tolino insists there's nothing to worry about. The Null champion is on their side. Except off in the distance, the whole ship explodes. And right as he's about to ask, who the hell did that? Someone steps in front of him. Nana says they're bad adults, and she can't forgive that. Right away, the chubby guy at least realizes she's a Dragonkin. Nana points right at them and says they're bad people, and they're gonna pay the price. The guy's already annoyed. Tell her to stop pointing at everyone. But she steps forward and says, then today, I'll just go without this finger. They charge in recklessly, only to each take one punch and drop flat beneath her foot. Tolino, though, activates a mark on his hand and says, oh, so you want to play. That's when Nana notices the Null behind him start to move and charge at her. Could that be the parent of the one she saved? Imagine that, Mom or Dad. The attack looks like it landed square on her, and Tolino even says it would have been better to leave her alive. He calls her an idiot for damaging such a valuable product. But of course, Nana blocked the attack with one hand. She notices that the Null's collar has the same mark as the one on Tolino's hand. The monster tries a few more attacks, but she dodges with ease. Meanwhile, Tolino's losing it, wondering how these guys can't be a child. He activates the mark again and says she's big enough to take this down now. The Null charges in again, but this time Nana charges up a purple energy in her hand and slams it right into its chest. The creature gets launched straight into Tolino, crushing him entirely. Back in the city, Brian and the others are running when they spot a giant cloud of smoke from far away. The moment they see it, they know that much mana doesn't belong anywhere near here. Talina was getting back up, growling that this damn brat isn't leaving alive. He tries to activate the slave mark one more time, but obviously, the shackles have been broken. Now the null used to control is glaring right at him, reaching for his head. Looks like he's about to be completely crushed. Nana walks up and just stares him down. This girl, seriously, she's growing up, and yeah, she's getting kinda scary. She gives the null a look and then pulls out his kid. Right, knew it. So cute. She tells him she already figured out that the mom was looking for him. Nana smiles, all blushing, grabs the little guy and starts walking away. And just like that, she starts thinking about how much she misses her own dad too. Suddenly, someone behind her says thanks for saving them. She turns around and sees the kids from the cages. Now the problem is, she doesn't know what to do with all of them. And of course, those 3 crooks in the background try to sneak away. She tells them to freeze right there. They'd be taking responsibility and escorting these kids back home. If not, they'd get eaten, literally. The poor guys have no choice. And that weird little dwarf just says they got the message. With that, the terrible trio heads off and Nana's left wondering if Shion will praise what she did. She finally managed to do something good, for once, without causing any problems. Then someone puts a hand on her head. "Where did you even come from, you sneaky thing?" she says. And he praises her, telling her she really did something great. She asks how he found her, and he just thinks to himself. With mana like that, it's harder not to find her. The moment he saw the shelter was empty, he already guessed she disappeared. And now when he catches Emily and Brian, they're seriously getting scolded. All gentle, he tells Nana that he can find her no matter where she is, because he's her dad. While Nana celebrates, he can't help but notice just how insanely powerful her mana already is. Then here comes Brian, yelling out for the young master. Completely panicked, saying he's so glad Nana's okay, and that he was really worried something might have happened to her. Shin calmly says it's pretty clear Brian knows exactly how badly he messed up. Meanwhile, Alice realizes the person they've been looking for this whole time was a Dragonkin girl. The scene shifts to the empire of Yusuf in the Quizelle mansion. A blonde guy is running down the stairs, demanding to know why this person came here. He never leaves the academy. And then the headmaster shows up, and the blonde boy calls him father. The old man says they need to talk. It's been a long time since they've seen each other. In another room, he says it's been 10 years since he handed over the title of Duke. That's why he doesn't interfere much in how things are run. What he doesn't understand is why the property taxes have dropped so much while the imperial family's funds just keep increasing. The blonde son says he should know very well that the current empress's family has been funneling massive amounts of money, and their political standing is going to deteriorate if they don't pay those amounts. Unless, of course, his father doesn't want Luenel to become emperor. The old man slams the table and asks if he truly believes Luenel has the qualities of a real emperor. The blonde kid, now clearly rattled, says it doesn't matter, as long as it's someone from the Quizelle family. At that, the father practically drags a corpse out of the past, saying this is just like when he married his dead daughter off to the emperor. He says he won't speak another word about it, but all support for Luenel is to be withdrawn immediately. As he turns to leave, the son asks where he's going. He replies that he's heading to the palace. Cut to the Verde estate. Man, it's been a while since we've seen that place. Eshel is there, saying it seems they've figured out who the owner of the demon sword is. Even after preparing the perfect plan, it looks like he'll have to worry about everything falling apart again. And on top of that, Alice leaving the order came as a surprise. At least now he holds an even stronger position as heir to this place. But he noticed something. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Could she already know something? That thought is starting to make him angry. Suddenly, a portal opens beside him, and out stumbles Boris, completely wrecked. Eshel immediately wants to know what happened, and if this is the real appearance of the Black Blood tribe. Boris apologizes, saying he didn't want to reveal this form. But Eshel just demands to know who did this to him. He thought Boris was still at Lewin Academy. Boom, truth bomb. It was his own brother, Sion, who left him like that. Eshel is visibly shaken, but Boris says that at least he completed the mission. He acquired the mana from the demon sword that was found at the blood banquet. Now, he finally knows who the blade belongs to. It clicks for Eshel. From the beginning, it was Sion. He was the one ruining all their plans, and to think he never even suspected it until now. Boris apologizes for not having the strength to eliminate that thing. Eshel tells him it's fine. He'll take care of it himself. He's already fought the boy, and it won't be easy, but he knows he can do it. Even so, Boris warns, it's not time yet. Eshel is confused, but Boris explains. The followers of the Black Nerva are with that boy. In a situation like this, it's far too unpredictable. The blonde wants to know why, and Boris simply pleads with him to follow the prophecy. The sake will guide him to the sacred sword, the blade known as Duran the Ark. And damn, it turns out one of Shan's people is right there, witnessing this whole thing live. He's hyped to report back to the young master. But suddenly, Boris appears right behind him, saying he's found the little rat. He grabs him by the neck and demands to know if he's one of Eshel's subordinates. If so, why is he running away after hearing all that? Eshel steps out of the room, saying the guy really was acting suspicious. And now it's obvious. He's been deceiving him this whole time. Yeah, that guy's definitely dead. Back at the academy, Luna is flipping through some books, saying this isn't what she's looking for. That ancient text she found in the lab and the clues in it, they were in some kind of ancestral language she's never seen before. If she hadn't been thrown out the window, maybe she could figure out more. At least she managed to learn that there are only 2 books in the world written in that language, the Divine Scriptures and the Demonic Scriptures. From what she could tell, that one was part of the Divine Set. But why would something like that be in Boris's hands? As she's there, deep in thought, trying to understand how this all connects to the Garan Association, Erin suddenly appears and calls out to her. She wants to know why Luna looks so serious, but Luna, of course, wants to know what she's doing there. Strangely enough, Erin jumps straight to the point, asking if she's seen Xian around. Where's that black-haired boy? Luna replies that no, she hasn't seen him. She spends all her time in the library, and he rarely comes by. But is Erin missing him by any chance? The braided girl immediately flares up, saying, not a chance. It's just that the weirdo said he was coming to school, and then suddenly stopped showing up. She doesn't get it. Lunav says he'll turn up soon. Erin asks how she can be so calm about it, and Lunav simply answers, because that's just how he is. Erin's left speechless, staring at Lunav while the contemplative music practically plays in the background, until suddenly, Rezimus bursts in saying they've got a problem. What is it? Rezimus hands over a card from the palace. Erin takes a look and immediately recognizes her father's handwriting. Something on it confirms strong ties between the Vert family and the palace. It was a marriage notice between the 5th princess, Erin Severus, and Cyan Verte. Wait, what? This was a promised engagement, some kind of future union between the two families. Hold on a second. Did he just marry off the kids? This can't be right. These cursed adults, man. Erin's face turns as red as an exploding tomato. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Emperor's room where he's thanking Violet, telling her not to worry. It's just a common cold. But then someone calls out to His Majesty. The old man arrives too, offering his formal greetings. The two women bow as well and politely excuse themselves, giving space for the two elders to talk. The Emperor immediately comments that the headmaster must have come from far away to visit. But the deep-web Gandalf is more concerned about why the Emperor looks like death. The guy's practically skin and bones. The Emperor apologizes, saying he didn't want to welcome such a valuable guest while in this state. All right, what is happening here? Are these old men about to kiss or something? Everything's way too polite all of a sudden. Anyway, the headmaster wants to know what exactly happened to get him looking like this. The Emperor explains that he thought it was just a cold, but his condition hasn't been getting better at all. Great, now I'm stressed. I always call these old guys, but now there are two of them in the same scene. This almost never happens. My brain is crashing. The Academy head says he should have come sooner, but the Emperor waves it off and says it's fine. There's something serious they need to talk about. After all, he knows full well the headmaster wouldn't leave the Academy unless it was important. Then he asks, does he have any concerns about Luminel? The director confirms it. From the sound of it, the Emperor already knows. At first, the headmaster didn't think it was that big a deal, but things are definitely serious now. The Emperor starts forming a little energy sphere in his hand, saying that as long as he's alive, that boy won't cause any problems. Yeah, well, you're forgetting the part where you're basically dying in bed, aren't you? And the Academy director notices that too. The Emperor's mana, while still strong, is wildly unstable. It's not just his appearance that's decayed. But then the Emperor brings up something else that's been bothering him. He wants to know how Princess Erin's been doing at the Academy. The headmaster says she was Eshel's student. Not only did she work hard, but she had real talent too. He's confident that before long, she'll become a true princess, and that the Emperor has nothing to worry about. The father lets out a relieved breath, saying she was always such a crybaby, and used to worry so much about what would become of her. But it looks like she's changed a lot ever since meeting a certain boy. Obviously, right? It's the black-haired kid. And yep, now the Emperor says he's decided to marry her off to him. Just like that. Doesn't even care. Strangely enough, the headmaster just sighs. The Emperor picks up on that. He sees the guy isn't surprised at all. Then he coughs and says, well, it does feel like an obvious plan. Especially since he was the one who recommended the royal dorms to Cyan in the first place, right? The Emperor asks what he thinks of the boy. And without hesitation, the headmaster says he's terrible. The kid skips class all the time. He's never seen him read a single book. In the Academy, it's going to take decades before a student worse than that shows up. The Emperor starts to wonder if maybe he made a mistake. But there's something worth mentioning. Even with all that, he's still the most talented person the headmaster has ever seen. As long as Cyan is by Erin's side, no one will ever be able to lay a finger on her. All right, calm down with the hype. The Emperor says that's reassuring, but even so, he's still worried about blood being spilled between the brothers. Meanwhile, just outside the room, someone calls for Violet. At first, I was about to ask, who's this girl again? Oh right, it's that sweet little brother of hers. He knows she was in a conversation with their father and grandpa, and now he wants to know what that old guy is doing there. But Violet just chuckles and tells him to go in and ask if he's that curious. He tells her to knock it off, but she just tells him to shut his mouth because he's too damn annoying. Now the brat's ready to throw hands, but she grabs his chin and pulls him in close. She reminds him more than anyone else. She's made it crystal clear. She knows exactly what he tried to do to their brothers. In that moment, he tears off her arm and tells her to stop messing around. He's going in to speak to his father. But he already knows someone betrayed him. And now, this girl knows too much. Little does he know, it was Eshel all along, the one pulling the strings. Violet, still looking beautiful as ever, just stares him down. You're my enemy now. Back with Erin, who's still basically a melted tomato at this point, completely confused about the whole marriage to Cyan thing. Her father can't just make a decision that important without her. Lunav tells her not to worry, it's simple. Just say no. But Erin, face still buried in the desk, says maybe it's not so bad. It's not the worst idea she's ever heard. Allied families do grow stronger together after all. Resamis, though, jumps up and stomps on the table, shouting that she fully supports this marriage. It would be amazing. She's witnessed everything they've gone through. This is fate, or the will of the gods. She's already going off about what she'll have to wear to the wedding, until Erin grabs her and tells her to snap out of it. Then suddenly, someone walks into the room asking what all the yelling's about. It's Cyan, telling them to keep it down. The princess looks super uncomfortable. Then, out of nowhere, she grabs those two and disappears from the room. He's left standing there, confused. Lunav looks at him and asks if he likes Erin. He immediately throws out a no. Of course not, right? The guy acts like he's 40. To him, she's just a kid. A head pat, nothing more. Lunav looks off to the side and says, all right then, I get it. She's smiling to herself. Yeah, she's not all there either. Shen wants to know what all these books are for. She tells him she was looking for clues about the scriptures. She remembers what she saw in Boris's notes and is convinced it's written in some kind of secret ancient language. But Shan says he's sure she won't find anything else here. She'd have to go into the forbidden archives, the ones with sacred scripture records from Hearth Korea. Then he hands her a book to read. She sees the title, Chronicles of the Swordsman Penelon, and asks if it's just a travel diary. These girls, man, they're all a little odd. He goes to show her something in the book and she's already blushing, jumping away. He's talking about some mountain where demons sleep and lost a blood war or something like that. But she's not even listening, completely flustered and confused. She asks if he's interested in learning more about the sacred scriptures. All dark and serious, he replies no. He's actually looking for the demonic scripture, to face it head-on. Luminov looks shocked. That's because barely anyone in the world is even supposed to know that demonic scriptures exist. Only a select group within Garan. She quickly closes the book and says she's never heard of anything like that. He tells her that's fine and starts to leave, telling her to send a message if she finds anything. Right then, Lunev summons someone named Lamela. A tough-looking night girl appears and immediately bows, saying she's sorry for leaving her side and that she should never have been left alone. But Lunev knows this woman is here more to spy on her than to protect or help. She then asks how many people in the Garan Association know the names Hearthcree and Lemharam. Lamela warns her to be careful. Very few people know those names, and they're considered forbidden to prevent the spread of that knowledge. Lunev asks her to check the records related to Lemharam, who she suspects is the demonic god. Lamela hesitates and says that if she's caught, she'll be executed. But Lunev reminds her that Regins, her father, will be furious depending on what she tells him about Lamela, so she better cooperate. The poor knight just turns around and says she understands. Now Lunev is determined to figure out how Cian even knows all of this. Her top priority now is to get closer to that boy. He's definitely hiding something. Meanwhile, as Xian walks through the hallways, he's surprised that Lunev really didn't know any of this. It looks like he'll have to investigate things on his own. Oh boy, look who's still waiting in front of his room. This guy doesn't give up. He tells Xian to open up and talk about whatever's bothering him. He's emotionally perceptive and can tell the kid is worried. Xian's just standing there, wondering if this guy has completely lost it, and what the hell he's even doing here. He walks past him, saying it's a shame, but now's not the time to play around. The guy asks him to wait. He has lots of advice and might actually be able to help. But Xian figures this musclehead must be ridiculously dumb. There's no way he'll be useful. Then he remembers this guy lives in a desert, so Xian asks if he's ever heard the phrase mountain full of sand trees. The guy tells him to explain properly, and Xian says the name Lemharam. The man laughs and says it's been a while since he heard that name. Then he crushes his own glasses and says that was the first opponent who ever made him taste defeat. He met Lemharam in some nameless ruins. Back then, he was 6 years old and had already set out on his journey to grow stronger. Dude, at that age, my longest journey was from the bed to the couch. Of course, he had no muscle, no experience, and that creature was pure terror. Honestly, no idea how he survived. He had absolutely no way of beating it. Eventually, he lost consciousness and only woke up the next day, relieved at least that he hadn't been killed. Apparently, after getting beaten so badly, he fled by instinct. It was humiliating. Xian then asks if Lemharam is a monster and not a book. Seth confirms, yes, it's a creature. Xian immediately feels crushed, and now he knows he'll have no choice but to track this thing down. He asks where it is. Seth says he doesn't know the name of the ruins. The best he can do is tell him it was somewhere in a region called Medeli. That's because in the ancient tongue, Medeli means mountain full of sand trees. Xian immediately tells him to take him there. When? Seth asks. Right now, Xian replies. Seth hesitates, but then remembers calling for his mom as a kid. This guy was basically born with abs. He explains that his friends always run off because whenever he invites them to spar, they almost die. His mother tells him not to worry. One day, he'll meet a friend as strong as him, someone who will like him for who he is. Instead of telling him to stop beating up his friends, great job, Mom, truly raising a model citizen. But she reassures him again. One day, they'll grow up and find someone to go on adventures with. And now here's another lunatic, face bright red, yelling that it's fine. Sanvert, he's getting ready, and they're heading out right now. Xian, however, is confused. Something about this guy doesn't sit right. He's too excited, so much so he could run through a wall. Nearby, Lunev is sneaking around, listening to everything. As soon as Xian steps into his room, Emily and Brian are both startled, saying an interesting letter from the palace arrived, and they didn't know he was already so advanced. He snatches the letter out of their hands and tells them to stop reading his stuff. He opens it, and right away they blurt out he's getting married. Xian, confused, asks to who. Emily says it's obvious, Princess Erin. Our boy doesn't even look surprised. Now here's why Lunev asked that weird question earlier. Still, he just folds the letter and says he'll think about it later. For now, he's pretending he didn't see any of it. Next thing you know, he's dressed in desert gear, no idea where he even got it, and says goodbye. They'll be gone a while. Meanwhile, Namna, sitting on the couch, wants to know who the new mom is. Then says she's not having a mom, ever. He's a single guy, a Sigma. Emily's devastated, and Brian tells him to think carefully. He'd be going against an imperial decree. But Xian says the life he's about to live won't be peaceful. He's going to be hunted for the rest of his life or executed. It's probably better if Erin doesn't stay close to him. Otherwise, she'll get dragged into the mess too. He slams the door behind him, leaving everyone in this super sad, heavy silence. Emily gets emotional, saying it's hard to watch him live like that, especially when it's Eshel who's behind all the evil. But Brian places a hand on her shoulder and says not to worry. They won't let anything bad happen. They're going to do everything they can to support the young master. Nana adds that she'll help too. But something seems off when they turn around. They see she's basically transformed into Cian 2.0. Scene cuts to the kingdom of Esparnia, deep in the southeastern part of New Delhi. Oh boy, they're all riding on a flying carpet like Aladdin. Our boy's loving it, saying this thing's awesome. Seth says yeah, it's insanely fast for traveling around here. What Shin wants to know is, does Seth actually know where they're going? Seth tells him not to worry. His memory is perfect. All they have to do is cross this tiny sandstorm. The only problem is, this is Esparnia's sandstorm. Apparently, it didn't go so well. Shin opens his eyes to find they've already made it through. He's collapsed on the ground. Seth immediately tells him to get up and asks why he fainted. He's totally fine. Our boy tells him to shut up and demands to know how much longer they're staying in this desert. They've been flying on this carpet forever and still haven't arrived. Just as Seth is about to respond, San says he finally sees something. Off in the distance, he can make out the ruins. Seth says Shin might be one of the only people besides himself to ever step foot there. But Shan doesn't agree. Seth picks up on it. Looks like Shan's noticed someone else. He announces it. Someone got there right before them. And sure enough, there are some people on camels already near the ruins. The white-haired guy tells everyone to stay sharp. They don't know what's inside, so it's best to be cautious. As they watch the entrance, San says they'll need to stay hidden for now. But suddenly, Seth jumps out. He almost throws a punch, but the guy dodges it. But one attack doesn't even recognize Seth, and our boy's just standing there, wondering what the hell this lunatic is doing now. At first, Sam thought they knew each other, but the loudest guy suddenly shouts out that he's Seth the Chaharkan and demands to know who's in the Esparnia region. And just so they know, he's not alone. His buddy Cian Verti is right behind that rock. Strangely, the guy seems to recognize the name Cian Vert, and immediately, our boy realizes the situation just got complicated. Even so, the guy says he doesn't care if the troublemaker and the youngest member of the Vert family are there. Now that they know about this place, they're not allowed to leave. He activates some sort of volt surge and slashes forward. It looked like a direct hit, but obviously Seth just used a sand construct to block the attack and countered with a punch. Fast exchanges, like it's Tyson in his prime, crash into the wall. Turns out the strike didn't really land. It only scratched the guy's face. Snowhair is starting to realize he overestimated both of them. Meanwhile, Seth's more upset that he missed than concerned about the fight. The guy yells at him to stop being arrogant. This is serious. He could die here. Then he glances back, only to see Shan had already dealt with his team. Our boy went full Dragon Ball Z, flared his aura, and declared they wouldn't be forgiven. But suddenly, another voice tells him to stay where he is. He glances to the side, and what the hell? There's Lamella growing stronger beside Lunav. Yeah, it's safe to say Shan might actually have a shot with this one. Lunav calmly tells the guy, rings for it to lower his sword. She says both of them are with her. He immediately apologizes, bows his head, and is turning red as a beet. Why? No idea. But it kinda looks like he's flustered. He's clearly into her. Weird guy. Lunav turns all cheerful and asks how Shan's doing. He just replies that he's fine, but he doesn't understand what she's doing here. And strangely, the weirdo responds by saying she found him because he smells nice. Cue Karen fuming with jealousy. Yep, it's obvious now. He likes Lunav. Better call the FBI on this oddball. Something ain't right. Back to Nana, who's now using Polymorph to become Xian 2.0. Sirikit is standing in front of her, saying this proves she's entering the age where she'll become a true dragon. The transformation wasn't perfect yet, but soon it would start to stabilize. Of course, that's a basic ability for dragons, hiding their true forms. What she finds odd is that Nana somehow activated this ability on her own without ever having seen a real dragon. Brian starts squitting bullets. He's not about to admit that actually she has seen one. In fact, Xian already killed 2. Sirika wants to know exactly where that black-haired brat is. Brian says he has no idea. He just said he was stepping out. Sirika huffs, saying she gets it. He's always disappearing, the damn kid. She slams the door and the two of them sigh in relief. Back in the desert, obviously everyone wants to enter the ruins now. But Karen Rainsker says this place is way too dangerous for just the 3 of them, even for Lunav. She, however, tells him she's never heard of anyone coming back alive from this place. And if that's the case, it's better that they all go in together. If they go in at a time, they'll just end up dead. She says she trusts the 2 of them, but they insist it's not worth the risk. That's because they're already above the 7th star. With them here, things change drastically. That's when Seth raises his hand and says he's already been in there and made it out alive. The others doubt him, saying that's impossible. There are no records of such a thing. But Seth says that once they go in, he can prove it. They'll see a bunch of lizard men near the entrance. Shan knows those creatures are high level, and it's odd to see them right at the beginning. Oh, and there's another problem. They broke the entrance open earlier, meaning one of those lizard men is about to come out. Cyan tells everyone to get ready. Whatever they were expecting to find inside is already on its way out. Our wonderful Lamella instantly draws her sword, declaring she'll protect Lunav. The others charge in too, shouting that they'll help. One guy fires off a perfect lightning strike. Lamella unleashes a blinding slash, and Lunav starts freezing everything in sight. But the creatures just keep coming, until someone suddenly pulls a sphere out of the void. Is this guy trying to be Gojo? Look at this guy conjuring a bunch of purple void orbs and launching them, ripping those monsters to shreds. Now the same people who were acting all tough are practically trembling, trying to figure out what the hell they just saw. Countless high-ranking monsters were erased in a single skill. The 2 of them are standing there ice cold. Someone finally asks how he pulled that off. Of course it's Seth, mad as hell, yelling for him to stop using those overpowered abilities. He was just about to shine, damn it. Shin simply walks ahead, saying he'll clear everything out himself. He's not their tour guide. Lamella says this place doesn't feel like a regular ruin. Lunav agrees, places like this don't usually have defense systems like that. You could tell the entire environment was held together by mana. As they venture deeper, the outer door slams shut behind them. The problem? The one in front of them isn't moving. Michael's over there trying to act like Mr. Robot, but nothing's working. None of his skills are hacking a damn thing. Karen tells him to move aside. His solution is always blow it up, but his lightning strike gets completely nullified. Now he's wondering if this place is sealed with some sort of suppressor. Seth just laughs at him, calling him a total idiot for saying that out loud while doing absolutely nothing. He calmly walks up, places his hand on the door, and it opens. He tells them to go on in, but no one seems to notice there's a giant monster right behind him. A minotaur is already snorting aggressively, and Shan points out there might be one of those things guarding each gate. Seth turns back and says, yep, and that's the fun part. He fires up a sand cannon, and its fists flying. With that, they continue on deeper into the dungeon. Not only are they running into monsters, but there are traps everywhere. They even encounter a creature made entirely of mana, something Shan has never seen before. And somehow, every door can be opened by Seth. After a while, someone wonders if the ruins are responding to his royal bloodline. Luna says that's likely. The Chaharkan family's family may have been the ones who built this place. He asks why she never told him that. She blushes and admits she only found out recently from some forbidden texts. She'd never hide something like that from him. She doesn't lie to the people she likes. Yeah, okay, gaslight queen over here. Not only did she lie straight to his face, but now she's trying to make it cute. Shameless. Shen just says he doesn't trust emotional attachments that don't make sense. So she says, all right then, and finally confesses. The Garen Association has been researching the sacred and demonic scriptures for a long time. They believe that the divine armor would help the kingdom flourish. To her grandfather, it was basically a religious belief. He thought the divine armor was necessary to achieve dominion over this world. Shin, however, disagrees. He says nothing good will ever come from that armor. Everyone around him would die just because of it. Lunav wants to know, then, why is he so interested in the demonic scriptures? Shan laughs and says his plan is to ruin them completely. Instead of waiting for someone else to come along and make a stupid plan with it, they'll just erase its existence entirely. That's when Lunav says she'll help. With a glowing little smile, she says she'll help him get the book and stay by his side. But Cheyenne sees her all radiant and cheerful and tells her to go to sleep and stop being annoying. She says she's not in the mood for sleep. He stands up and says goodbye, then starts wondering why all the girls in this kingdom act so weird. Meanwhile, that lunatic Karen, who the FBI seriously needs to arrest immediately, is burning up with jealousy in the background. That Lunav girl's like 12 years old, clearly. You, on the other hand? Yeah, no way you're that young. Finally, they're standing in front of the last gate. Seth says it's been a long time since he came this far. As he touches the wall, it begins to dissolve, and in the center of the room, there's a strange skeleton surrounded by a powerful aura. Obviously, that thing must be Lemeharam. Seth warns them to be careful. The skull didn't look anything like what the demonic scripture described. Karen says he'll go first since everyone else looks scared out of their minds. The moment he steps forward, the skeleton reacts. Lunav warns him. There's a massive mana spike incoming. A shadow starts to form, and then the creature appears. A giant bafflement. Immediately, everyone's teleported to another space. Shan realizes the monster has the ability to create separate realms. Maybe this was the creature from the demonic scripture. The monster lunges in with its first attack, and Karen barely manages to dodge. He starts wondering how something that huge can even exist. He fires off a lightning bolt straight at the creature's head. It looks like a solid hit, even zoomed in with one-hand cam style. But of course, it doesn't leave a scratch. Cue the support squad all yelling, "We've got your back," just to accomplish absolutely nothing and look like three clowns. They throw a barrage of attacks that seem precise, and boom, the monster stumbles a bit. Luna freezes its feet, announcing she'll paralyze it, then calls for Lamella to finish the job. Lamella comes in from behind, using a light-based skill and slashing right at its neck. But the creature reacts, backhands her, and sends her flying. Right then, Seth steps in, slams a chunk of sand into the ground, triggering a tornado around the monster. He declares that Lemeharam better be ready, because after all this time, he's come back to finish where he started. The tornado rises, and in the distance, Luna spots Lamella smash into the ground. Oh no, please don't kill off the blonde. There aren't many girls over 18 in this story. Luna breathes a sigh of relief. At least she's not dead. But she feels something off. It seems like they can win, but at the same time, it all feels way too easy. Inside the whirlwind, the monster glares and cancels the ability. Both Seth and Cian were expecting that. The boss charges, Seth steps forward too, all serious, activating his sand cannon and bracing for the clash. But then here comes the Black Orb King activating Abscission. What is that? He doesn't even need to fight anymore. He just activates his skill and cuts the monster clean in half. The creature collapses to the ground, completely helpless. Even Lunav stands frozen, saying that was way too easy. Karen's just sitting there shaken again, wondering how the hell that boy handled the monster like it was nothing. He can't tell who the real monster in that room is anymore. For him, it's genuinely disturbing to see someone like Xian so close to Lunav. Oscar's about to ask if he's okay, but Xian turns around and tells him to worry about Lunav, not him. The three side characters are left standing there like, what did we do wrong? Back in the main room, the only thing left of the monster is the skeleton. Shane remarks that technically, it looks like they won. But where's the demonic scripture? And why was this so easy? Suddenly, the skeleton starts burning a blue flame. Shed immediately says, this isn't over. Spikes of energy shoot out from the ground. Mana pillars begin tearing the room apart. Lunav tells everyone to be careful, and Karen shouts at the girls to get out. Shin's trapped, surrounded, while the whole place begins crumbling. Looks like they got sealed inside some kind of stone chamber. Lamella instantly assumes the worst. She says Cian was strong, but it's a shame he died like this. Wow, she already buried the kid. Lunev, however, is confident, thankfully. She says she knows he's still alive and asks for help clearing the rubble. Lamella hesitates while Lunev's playing the badass, declaring the certainty that he's still in there. Girl, just start moving those rocks and quit the dramatic monologue. Meanwhile, our boy is staring at a waterfall. Whoa, dude ended up in a completely different realm with a dead monster stabbed by a spear the size of the moon and a giant demon standing in front of it. Looks like a Balrog or something. The mana from this thing doesn't even compare to what he felt before. He tells Seth to get up. The things come back to life. But when he turns to the side, Seth's been straight up turned into charcoal. Did he actually die? Seriously. Didn't even dodge the hit. Must have been too much mana. Shen realizes this situation just got way more serious than he expected. The monster lets out a roar that shakes the entire place. Then Karam appears, saying this is perfect. Now she can finally show up, since no one will see them fighting in here. The Balrog makes a motion like it's telling him to come at it, which only pisses Shan off more. He says his mood was already trash. Charges in, activates Tempest of the Raging Mist, these names are getting ridiculous, and follows up with a flurry of attacks. Next thing you know, the thing's face planted into the ground. Seriously, no head. The creature still speaks, saying he's the first human to enter this place. And even though it's impressive, in the end the boy's going to die. Because killing it is nearly impossible. It can regenerate endlessly. But Shan just blows up its head mid-monologue by triggering a bunch of abscission skills. Then pulls Karam in, delivers another slash, and mid-attack he spots a core. The monster reforms again and says it's all useless. They'll keep regenerating and soon the kid will be too exhausted to continue. But Shan just raises his dagger and says, "That's great news. I've been dying for a real fight." Now the Balrog is confused. Why isn't this lunatic even a little scared of an immortal creature? Meanwhile, outside the girls are still blasting spells at the rubble, but nothing's happening. Lamella says they'll be stuck doing this forever. It won't change anything. Lunev already knew. There's some kind of overwhelming energy protecting the area. They weren't going to break through this, not on their own. If only they had Seth with them, maybe it'd be possible. Right then, Karan shows up looking wrecked, saying he's glad she's okay. He tells her he remembers where the exit is, but of course she refuses. Karan warns the whole place could collapse and kill everyone, but Lunev says if Shan's in there, she's not leaving. If Karen's that worried, he can go. He argues there's no way Cian survived being crushed under all that. Honestly, I don't get why everyone's so scared of a few rocks. The guy fights demons, explodes stuff, survives dragons, and suddenly, 5 boulders drop and everyone thinks he's dead. Obviously, Karen's not happy about this. He starts yelling, asking why she's so obsessed with Cian Verte. Looks like she doesn't care about any of them. Yikes. Apparently Azra, Moore, and Kendall all died, and she really doesn't care. Dude, I barely even knew those characters existed. But Karen's furious because Lunev didn't react at all. He says he's going to take her out of there and save her, because unlike Cian Vert, he's been by her side for way longer. He even says that if she's going to fall for someone, it should be him. Nobody else in this world loves her as much as he does. Dude is dead serious, red in the face, saying it's fate. This guy's definitely not all there. Lunev claps back hard. It actually hurts to hear. She says she could accept Shin's obsession, but Karen's, that's something twisted. Poor Lamella even chuckles a little while Karen's turning beet red, saying he doesn't care if people laugh at his love. In the end, if he has to, he'll take her by force. Whoa, but Lamella points her sword and says he's gone way too far. I thought she'd be able to handle it, but nope, he just slammed her into the rocks. And then this bastard actually says she's getting bold for standing up to him like that. Dude hits her with electricity. Don't do that, man. Seriously, he just electrocuted her. The girl got fried. Oh my god, stop burning everyone, author. And right then, the weirdo turns to Lunev and says now it's just the two of them. Until suddenly, a voice tells him to stay right where he is. Karan, confused, asks who it is and demands they show themselves. The voice replies, "Fine, I'll show myself, but you're gonna pay the price for asking." Phew, Seth's back still alive. He's totally wrecked, staring at the sun like he just got deep fried. He's wondering if he actually died and what the hell kind of attack that was from Lemharam. Then someone behind him says it's fine. He's not dead yet. Wait, who is that? My girl Cleopatra? All Egyptian looking, covered in tattoos, total badass. She tells him it's been a long time since she's seen him, the Hera Chaharkin. Steeg, still groggy, asks who this crazy woman is. The queen says it's okay if he doesn't remember, it's been ages. She saved him when he was on the brink of death. But what really interests her now is who he brought along this time. She says she'll have to borrow his body again, then boom, plants a kiss on him. Of course, he wakes up right beside Xian, who's swinging that 8-petal sword left and right, blazing this cuts, slicing the chest, the gut, while the monster just keeps smiling. He spots the core, activates the void sphere, and this time slices it clean in half. The beast crumbles into sand, asking how he could lose to a human. But yeah, we all know that wasn't the real final boss. Most likely, the actual Lemharam is that angry little Egyptian queen. My boy's got a sword that's a woman, a book that's a woman, a daughter, like 300 women around him. His whole life is women. He was out there punching the floor like, of course it's him. In the middle of the dusty ruins, Sin finds a page that looks like part of the demon's scripture. But turns out he came all this way for nothing. It just crumbles away. Seems like he still can't properly use Karam's powers because she's been recovering ever since that fight with Boris. He wonders why he's even still in this place if the demon's already dead. Then suddenly, he senses blood threads. Seth's coming up behind him. Shan instantly steps back, asking why he attacked. But he notices the man is different. So who is this person? Outside, someone says they weren't planning to step in, but it looks like he's about to hurt that kid. If the explanation's not good enough, he's getting killed. Okay then, Now a demon shows up. Guess that's the real Lemmihiram, not that Egyptian lady. Karen's already drawn his sword, but Lemmihiram tells him to answer first. This guy's bold, thinks he has a chance, and charges. But the demon just raises his hand and says he's pathetic. His entire arm starts twisting. One finger snap and boom. Blows his arm clean off. Doesn't stop there, slams him into a wall. Then he summons a giant hand from nowhere and demands an answer. Karen can't even speak from the pain, and the creature just calls him pathetic again before finishing the job. Then the monster turns to Luna and asks, "What are the words?" Poor girl just says, "Thank you." I mean, what else could she say? Of course she wants to know, is this guy really Lemmihiram? He steps closer and confirms it. He stares at her. Luna is completely confused, trying to figure out what this weirdo is thinking. Then he gets right up in her face and says now he understands. Her body's got a really unusual makeup. There's a kind of seal inside her heart and the mana that made it feels a lot like his own. That's why he felt something familiar about her. So now it's clear it's connected to that black-haired kid inside. When Luna hears this, she figures Shin must still be okay. And the monster wants to know why she seems so close to him. But she doesn't care about that. All she wants to know is he alright? Lemmihiram tells her to relax. Right now, he's in the ruins having a conversation with the owner of this place. He glances over at Lamella but wonders if it's really okay to just let her die like that. Luna, honestly, this girl doesn't seem to put much effort into saving anyone. She just says there's nothing she can do. She doesn't have any healing powers to help her. And that's it. Dead. But Lemmihiram raises his hand and says there's one option. He tells her there's a condition in exchange, and if she agrees, he'll gladly share the truth. That part was kind of unclear, but meanwhile, Shan's dodging a storm of sand attacks. One nearly takes his head off. He manages to deflect it with his dagger. He's wondering if this crazy prince has gone way beyond human limits. Seth's watching from the sidelines, and yeah, Shan's really getting pushed hard. He just can't understand how someone could be that strong using sheer muscle. Then bam, he takes one to the ribs. We already know it's the Egyptian lady possessing the guy, all flirty and sending little heart signs like, "Gotcha." But seriously, ain't she go back to her own body already? Poor Shan can't catch a break. He's barely dodging anything now. Worst part is, Seth's flying around like some kind of anime boss. Then he lands and says it's time they cut to the chase, calling out to the hare. Shan's like, what the heck is he talking about? And right then, the Sanapophis attack comes flying in. That's when Karam speaks up, saying she was just trying to sleep. She appears and sets up a void surveillance. San hesitates, saying he was wondering when the hell she wake up. She's there with her arms crossed, saying she barely slept, and the second this ends, she's going right back to bed. Seth floats down and says it's been a while since they last met. Their last encounter was during the war between the gods and the demons. Karam shoots back, telling Sabulum, the goddess of sand, to quit pretending to be her friend after attacking her master. But Sabulum shows the symbol on her chest and says it marks her servants. That's why she has to get involved. Besides, she's just having a little fun messing with the boy. Shan's not having it. He wants to know why the goddess of sand was guarding the demon scriptures. Sabulum explains she's just renting the place. The dungeon was built by the tribe she once served, and after the war between gods and demons, she allowed Lemmihiram to take shelter there. All of it was to stop the divine armor from falling into the wrong hands. Now she wants to know, why is he here to get Lemmihiram? And San, being straightforward, just says, there's a human I want to kill. I need the demon scriptures to do it. She asks if that's really all, and he nods. Yep, that's it. But if she tries to stop him, she'll be killed too. She laughs, saying it's hilarious to hear a human threaten to kill a goddess. At this rate, he'll probably say he wants to kill the supreme god next, but his boldness actually intrigues her. She says fine. She'll observe his journey using Seth's body. Of course, Cyan tells her to let go of Seth's body. That thing's taken, girl. She winks and tells him not to worry. She'll only use it when necessary. And while she's in there, it's a good thing, because this way, Seth won't die. As Shan's thinking maybe that's not so bad, since Seth probably died from a cold in his past life, Karam's already heading back to sleep. Then Sabulum lifts her foot, stomps the ground, and says, now it's time for a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.